Japan always seems to draw us back. Its neon-lit cities, mystical culture, friendly people, and of course, the cars. We're back in Japan because we've bought a car off the internet, and today we're heading 500 kilometres from Tokyo into the countryside to see it for the very first time. And to get there, we're in a car that Marty's picked up, and by the looks of it and the sound of it, it'll be a miracle if we actually make it.
This is a little Honda Vamus. It's a van.
A turbo van.
A turbo van, although they call this an SUV.
I think they call it a leisure SUV. But this is actually quite a unique little van, isn't it, Martin?
Yeah. It's mid-engine.
Yes.
Rear-wheel drive, turbo, which just ticks all the boxes for me. But it's just so practical. There's heaps of room. I've got like room above my head. There's room for us to hang out. There's room for people in the back if we had friends.
And of course, it is sporting the yellow plate. So this is a key car, which means it's a small engine, 3-cylinder, 660,
Yep.
thereabouts. And we are about 1,000 kilometres from Tokyo. We are out in the middle of the country somewhere. We're on our way to a farm, Martin. We have bought a car off the internet.
A very, very special car, sight unseen.
A very, very special car. We have seen some photos, but we have purchased the car and now we have flown into Japan to pick it up. We're heading to a shed in the middle of a rice paddy on an old farm. Look at this, this is beautiful. We're picking up a car that has made its way here from the South Island of Japan.
Yep.
And then it's been transported up here, is being stored in a tractor shed of some kind. And we're about to go and see it for the very first time and see what our money actually bought us. Buying cars on the internet in Japan, I highly recommend it. It's frightening.
None of the streets have names around here.
No, it's a bit hard to find your way around.
They don't, yeah, you never needed to back in the day.
Yeah, hang a right down there.
Yep.
Yep, and then maybe just leave it here and we'll walk up. This is it, man. I'm nervous and excited.
Me too.
Buying stuff off the internet can be nerve-wracking, and buying a car, it's a big gamble. We bought this after seeing just 6 photos of it, with no inspection and no mechanical report. We've made our way to an old farm where our car's being stored, and after weeks of waiting, it's finally time to see what we've bought. This is a Nissan Fairlady Z, also known as an S30 and referred to internationally as a 240Z. This car is one of the most iconic JDM cars of all time. They were produced by Nissan in Japan between 1969 and 1978 and helped generate international excitement and acceptance of Japanese vehicles as legitimate sports cars, not just producers of cheap runabouts. The Fairlady offered Porsche-like performance at a much cheaper price and had the benefit of renowned Japanese reliability. Unlike the 2.4-litre engines that appeared in the US market, the JDM Fairlady Z features a 2-litre inline-6 that makes around 130 horsepower. The Fairlady Z went on to become one of the most successful sports cars of all time, and the first generation of future cars such as the 300ZX, 350Z and 370Z. This one is absolutely superb and almost entirely original. It seems so far the gamble has paid off, but now it's time to go for a drive and see if our 4-decade-old engine is actually up to the task.
So here we are, Martin. We're in Japan, driving around with our new /42-year-old
Unbelievable.
Nissan Fairlady S30.
Is this the oldest car you've driven?
We drove some pretty old ones in Lend Us a Ride.
And in Cuba.
And in Cuba. But I think this is the oldest Japanese car that I've ever driven.
Yeah.
What an amazing thing.
I have to say, like, it's beautiful. Like, the finish is way better than I ever expected in something this age.
It's so, and no rattles.
No.
So smooth.
Quiet.
So nice and quiet. And this car was bought completely sight unseen off the internet. Literally send some photos, yes, just commit to buying it, and here it is. I think in America they sold these as a Datsun 240Z or a 260 or a 280, and that kind of designated how big the engine was, whether it was a 2.4 litre, 2.6 or a 2.8, and those were kind of newer models as well. But here they're an S30, they're called a Nissan Fairlady Z, and this is a 2 litre engine, Martin, 6-cylinder.
Fairlady, I mean, these were the cars. These were a big deal, and the name stayed, didn't it?
This is the grandfather of the 300ZX.
It is.
And then the 350Z and the 370Z. But if you don't mind me saying so, I think a whole lot cooler.
What does it feel like?
It feels amazingly tight. You know, sometimes you get in old cars and you turn the steering wheel one way and the car wants to go the other way. That is not the case at all. It feels tight. Like, look at this.
Yeah.
You know, it's a big steering wheel and it's a little bit bussy, but man, it feels fantastic. It's heavy, obviously. There's no power steering. It's so long down the front.
Imagine getting this in 1975, which I think this is the year of this car. Imagine getting this and just cruising through, like, you know, down a highway in Tokyo.
Well, Martin, we're going to be cruising down a highway in Australia in this car, which is amazing. And being a 1975 model, we don't need to do compliance on this. We just bring it in, and then the fun can begin.
So, is it a Nissan or a Datsun? That's what everyone wants to know, because I don't know.
Martin, I'm going to answer that question for you. We are in Japan. This is the JDM model. It's called a Nissan, therefore it's a Nissan.
It's a Nissan. Nissan and Datsun are the same, right?
I don't know, Martin. I don't know. I mean, people talk about that stuff all the time. I don't really care. I just want to drive the car. So, Marty, the good news is that we are in Japan with our new car, and we have a day before this car actually gets shipped back to Australia, so we got to find some stuff to do.
Dude, I know what we're doing.
What are we doing?
You ready for this?
Yes.
Do you know what's 1 hour from where we are right now?
What's 1 hour from where we are right now?
One of the best racetracks in the entire world.
Shut the front door, Martin. Just shut it.
Suzuka circuit.
Which way is it?
I don't know.
Left or right?
We want to go up there. You can do it.
No.
You can do it.
Really?
Yeah. Okay.
Is that a road?
Yep. It is now. To go track. I don't even know if this is a road, dude.
Come on, man.
This is a footpath. It's like a farmer's track. If you can go left, otherwise you can go straight.
Everyone's looking at us like we're idiots. I don't know why, do you?
No.
Because we are idiots. I'm blocking the highway.
Can't be an idiot in this car. Hey.
We're so lost.
With no idea where we were or where we were going, we realised we're in a Fairlady Z and we're in Japan. Maybe we should just stay lost for a while.
It's easy to get carried away driving this car in these surroundings, and it was all going perfectly.
We just ran out of fuel in our mad car. Because I believe this car was pre-fuel crisis. Or maybe it was around the fuel crisis.
Martin, I was so excited driving it that I didn't even look at the fuel gauge. That's a fact.
This is an economical 2 litre, right? And it just started to rain. So we ran out of fuel, side of the road, with rain on us. But I'm loving it. I really like this car.
It is good.
It's really good. It's gooder than I thought it would be.
Almost as good as a mirror, isn't it, Martin?
Almost.
It's pouring with rain. Our car's broken. That's about the update so far.
You're just gonna crank it for a bit? Yes!
We think it had an airlock.
We are back on the road with enough fuel to get the Fairlady Z back to a safe place. This is where our car will leave Japan to get shipped to Australia, but it doesn't need to be back here until tonight, so that leaves us a little bit of time.
This is a car that is over 40 years old. It is a car that we've only known for just a matter of minutes. So we're going to give it a quick once-over, a quick service. Then we're going to get a truck, throw it on the back and hit up some mad laps.
We've been using a localised trade car permit which allowed us to drive around this area, but now that we're leaving the prefecture, we've hired a truck to take our car to the racetrack. You can get these for around $100 a day, and with an auto ratcheting system plus a remote controlled tilt tray, this is the easiest and cheapest way of getting the car around Japan.
Best truck ever.
So you can hire this for $100.
$100 and take your car to the racetrack. Strapping the car is no problem. Suzuka circuit is about 1 hour away.
With our car fully checked over and strapped down to the truck, we are on the road to Suzuka. Up ahead, we've spotted an Up Garage, Japan's incredible second-hand auto parts chain store, so we're stopping in for a quick look around.
Japan, well done on being so awesome with all of your second-hand stuff. Like, it just makes so much sense when it's all arranged properly. Like this, people actually want to buy stuff. Exhausts for days. Konnichiwa. Lights, springs, coilovers, like it's just awesome. Gauges, lights, stereo components, and the stuff is cheap.
While Moog was busy checking out all of the mad parts, something even more exciting caught my eye outside.
This is a mirror Dyno that this nice gentleman has built. He's put a JBDET in it, which I believe is a 4-cylinder out of a Copen, I'm pretty sure. And they came out in a couple of other engines. 3 or 4? 4-cylinder. Yeah, 4-cylinder out of Copen. Yeah, Copen. There you go. From a Copen, which is pretty cool. He's got the full Dyno swap on it, turbo, custom pipes. Top mount intercooler, so he's got some custom pipe that brings it up onto the big intercooler he's got at the top here.
And Martin, let's not forget his BMW M Series badge.
Yeah, anything goes.
Anything goes in Japan.
Another one, look at this.
We're just out here at our Up Garage, and a couple of Genos turned up and a mirror, so we thought we would jump in and have a look.
He made his own custom headers, like lobster back style, like chopping them all up individually and then TIG welding together, which is
actually really cool.
These are all L700s, so the same as our show car and the same as the red car, same as the blue turd, which is pretty exciting.
With Marty's thirst for K cars momentarily quenched, we're back on the road heading through some beautiful countryside. And by the looks of the cars going past, we must be close. Yes, we've arrived at Suzuka Twin Circuit, and after a short drive through the forest to the entry, we're ready to unload the Fairlady.
In Japan, of course, cars come with emergency flares. This one here
This is the original Nissan Flare that came with this car, and this is the expiry date. Now 50, they use a different calendar to us, so that's 50 years of a particular emperor, but that 50 is the equivalent to 1975, which is the year that this car was made, and the 53 is the expiry date. So this particular Flare expired in 1978, was made in 1975, and has been sitting in that car for around 42 years. That is awesome. With the car unloaded, we are ready to hit the track, and we are the only ones here today.
This is it, mate. Yeah, man.
We are at the track. This is Suzuka Twin. We've owned this car for less than a day, and we're about to take it out on the circuit.
It's going to be awesome. There's no one here.
There's no one here. We are the only ones on the track.
You have a full license to drive at Suzuka Twin. There's no one here. It's perfect dry summer weather.
It's amazing, Martin. You have to open the door, of course, to put your seatbelt on.
Yep.
That's just one of the quirks of owning an awesome car.
I might just remove these.
Get rid of those. There's some vintage Flares, mate. They're super old.
There's even a new one. I'm not sure you need that either.
I reckon let's get rid of those.
Yeah. You're good to go, man. Have fun. Don't bin it.
I won't. It's got to get on a boat tonight. Just doing a check of the car before we go out. Arigatou gozaimasu. What's amazing about this place, you can come down anytime and just pay 50 bucks and you can drive around the racetrack. Takes about 5 minutes to sign in and then you're good to go. We really need more things like this in Australia. This is absolutely amazing. A dream come true, really, to buy a Fairlady Z and then be out here tracking it on a track all by myself in Japan. It's just absolutely amazing. It handles amazingly well. This car is not completely factory. The previous owner has done wheels, tyres, brakes and also suspension, but that's all the basics that you need for a great track day. It's 110 down the straight. A little bit of sideways. It feels amazing. I'm lost for words because it just feels so good. I lost it. All part of the learning. So, it's great getting to go for a little drive, of course, but now it's probably time to show you what car Marty brought to Suzuka Twin.
You are not by yourself, my friend. I am in a Honda Beat K-Car Power.
The Honda Beat is an early 90s K-car that's powered by a 660cc naturally aspirated engine that redlines up near 9,000 RPM, punching out 60 horsepower. This one's a mad stripped out track nugget that I also picked up sight unseen off the internet for 300 bucks.
It's red, it's rear engine, it's kind of slow, it's got a roll cage, and it's freaking awesome.
Have you come here to battle me, Martin? You think your little 600cc Honda Beat K-car with your 600cc engine is going to battle the grandfather of JDM, is that correct?
This is the ultimate battle of the ultimate sports coupes, my friend. We're at a proper Japanese race circuit and we have two incredible sports cars right here. You may have me in capacity, but I have all the K-car spirit that makes these cars brilliant on my side.
I'll line you up at the start of the straight, Martin, and Granddaddy's about to give you a spanking.
No chance.
This is it, Fairlady Z versus Honda Beat.
Third honk and it's on, are you ready?
Come on, Honda Beat! Come on, Honda Beat! You can do this!
See you, mate.
I think he's gonna get... I rev it out to 8,000 RPM. I might have him. Yes! Whoa, I'm going in way too hot to this corner. I'm going to see if I can pull away from this granddaddy of a thing. Whoa. On the ripple strips. Come on, revs. I'm revving this out to 8,000 RPM. Turning in. Oh, I don't know. What a nugget. What an absolute nugget. Turning in tight. Yeah, this track's freaking awesome. Listen to that Honda power.
Come on, Grandpa. I'm gonna take you on the right. Go tight round the corner. See you, mate. See you, mate. Have a good day. It's nice knowing you. Thanks so much for coming down today.
8,500 RPM. This is awesome. Oh, Granddad's having some trouble holding on. Granddad's a little bit incontinent, slipping all over the place. Oh, actually, he's just pulling away because he's really fast. That's a big slide. See ya, buddy! Granddad lost his lunch.
Now, for Nissan people everywhere, I'm going to show you that even though I've just spun out and stopped, that I will still get past this Honda without the slightest bit of a problem. Here we go.
I'm doing 75, 85, 90, not even 100 k's an hour. I won't even get up to 100 k's an hour.
Wide around this corner here.
I can just keep my speed up through these little corners here.
I'm catching the young fella.
Triple strip, here we go, 9,000, hit the rev limiter. Oh, I think he's coming up, he's going to catch me. Here we go. Keep the revs up, turn in tight, come on little Honda beat, on the brakes. Here we go. He's catching me, but I'm going to see if I can hold him off. I've gone up, too deep, ah, no!
Come on, Fairlady Z! Shot!
Oh, I got chopped. See you, buddy! Old Granddad just can't hold on to his dinner. Chop! Because the ever-reliable Honda will just keep going.
I might have to pass a car, but it doesn't mean that you're going to win the race.
Considering how different these cars are both in their power and in their reputation, it's incredible just how evenly matched they are.
If I really ring and snag, I think I can just hold you off, but not easily. Oh, that's rip. I can hear suspension bits knocking around. If I do this track perfectly, if I get the lines just right, with no tyre squeal and really late braking, and just easing it into these corners and powering out, I can just hold him off, just. Doesn't have much on the straight, but it's definitely got grip where it needs it. Hold on, yes! Shift.
I'm going to try and not drift around this corner and see if that helps me. Excuse me, mate.
Oh, he's definitely got power on me there. Oh man, I just can't make any mistakes if I want to keep up with him. That was too deep. I won't have the legs to catch him. He shifted hard. Brake, I can brake later, definitely. Power on. See if I can get a little bit back on this straight.
The young fella's having a little bit of trouble keeping up with Grandpa by the looks of things.
Whoa, I overcooked it. Oh no, that's embarrassing. I just overcooked it and almost spun out.
Now Marty, I think probably because this car is such an icon of Japanese automotive history, there's now a large group of Japanese people up on turn 1. So I'm going to attempt to do what needs to be done, mate.
Okay, what's that?
I'm going to give the old Grandpa a couple of skid marks in his undies and I really hope I don't mess this up in front of a Japanese audience. Here we go, mate. Dory and Grandpa.
You got this. Yes, hold it. Yeah, dude.
Yes!
That's awesome.
Well done, young fella.
Honda Beat, you have surpassed all expectations of what you would be as a race car. Just a very little thing to smash around this circuit. Just the temperature didn't move, it used no fuel, it was pinging off the limiter at 8,500 RPM, and it kept up pretty well with Grandpa, pretty well. I think Grandpa's got legs in him yet still. Not going to the retirement village just yet.
We've had an awesome day in these two very different but incredible Japanese cars that we bought sight unseen off the internet. But now it's time to farewell Suzuka Twin and make our way back, because we've got some space booked on a container ship that's heading to Australia.
It was a plot twist, Martin, that you bought a car too.
And of course I chose something with yellow number plates. As long as it has yellow number plates, I'm happy as.
So we booked the track for 2 hours. We are the only people here. It costs like $50, I think, or $50 an hour to come down here. We were going to use a second track as well, and then we said we didn't need it. They just gave us our money back.
Yeah.
So there you go, cool, have half your money back if you're not going to be driving over there.
Yep.
It makes so much sense. But this is what's amazing, Martin. This is a 2-litre engine, naturally aspirated car from the 70s. Yours is a 600cc little K car from the 90s and down the straight. What year model is it?
I don't even know, early 90s I think.
Down the straight, they were the same.
Yeah.
Which is either really good or really bad.
Well, I think old love here, old mate, whatever we're going to call it, is a little bit on the heavier side.
Old mate.
Being made out of, I think it needs to be called old mate, made out of metal. And a lot of the Honda Beats made out of plastic, let's be honest. But it also has a cage, it's nice and stiff. We put reasonably good tyres on it. I mean, they're old and expired, but they were good when they were new.
I mean, this was great because, I mean, it's got coilovers, it's got R33 brakes, it's got Bridgestones, it's got aftermarket wheels, and as a car, it's just, like, it's a beautiful looking car.
It really
drives
is, yeah.
really well. The back kicks out really, really predictably. I just feel like it actually needs more power, you know? I guess maybe it's because we're used to driving fast cars and modern cars, but it's like, I just feel like it needs a bit more. Maybe that's something we can attend to later.
How does this compare with your whole, like, your Nissan philosophy? Like, that versus the 180, like, what is it? What's the difference?
I think the difference is the 180 is something that is like, the 180 is like fast food. You feel dirty when you consume it, but it's kind of fun and it feels like a treat. Whereas this here is like homemade bread. Yeah. It's more effort, it's more work.
But it's not fast food.
It's not fast food, it's fine food. That's what this is.
Fairlady Z, Fairlady Z.
Z's American, mate.
It is.
In Japan, they call them Z.
Z.
And I think we should revert to what they call things in Japan.
Totally.
And that's what they call it.
There's a whole bunch of rules. It can be quite tricky for foreigners to go and do stuff like this, but it is possible. You just got to have all your ducks in a row. You got to have an international driver's license. Obviously, you need to either speak language or have someone who can help you get through some of those hurdles. You are, as a foreigner, allowed to come here and bring a car here if you can get your hands on a car. There's a few things to do with insurance, all that kind of stuff, but there is multiple ways of doing it, and I would highly recommend it as a fun activity.
Bring a car, pay $50. There's a drift circuit over there. There's the race circuit over there. It's quiet, it's beautiful, surrounded by trees. Like, just have a listen. Just nature.
And how about that for an idea? $50 an hour at a racetrack. Oh look, it's midday on a Sunday. I might head down to my local racetrack and pay $50 and cut laps until I'm either bored or my car explodes, and then go home. Like,
it's amazing.
Brilliant idea.
And here's the thing, if we had this in Australia, people would use it.
I would use it.
They would absolutely use it.
Yep.
Maybe we need to start our own.
That'd be cool.
It's probably expensive.
They're probably very expensive.
We could do like a go fund our track thing.
Very, 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 very cool.
Anyway, so next steps from here, of course, is tonight. This car is going. One of the most iconic JDM cars of all time
Here's a mirror.
is now here in the building. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Nissan Fairlady
S30 Datsun 240Z. It's been a pretty incredible journey to actually get it all the way from the shores of Japan to Australia.
But it's here.
It is actually here in the metal, so you'd say.
In the very
flesh.
curvy, attractive looking metal.
And today, we get working on this thing to turn it into, it was the ultimate JDM icon, and now it's the
Quintessential JDM. What does that mean?
it means it's the super ultimate JDM icon of automotive phantasmagron.
You love it, I can tell.
Let's get to it.
In Japan, this car is known as a Nissan Fairlady S30, but most people broadly refer to these internationally as a 240Z. Ours is almost 40 years old, but you'd never know driving it. The condition is remarkable. As soon as we picked it up, we gave it a quick service and then put it on the back of a truck and drove to Suzuka Twin so we could put it through its paces. It was here that it became abundantly clear why this car has such a cult following around the world as one of the most iconic JDM cars that money can buy. The drive, the look, the feel, and the intangible qualities, it all starts to make sense as to why some examples of these can cost up to $100,000. After some time on the track, we brought the car back to Import Monster in Matsusaka. It's from here that the car's prepared for shipment back to Australia. And now it's arrived and we are crazy excited to get working on it. It's actually a really surreal process to buy something like this off the internet, then drive it overseas, and then later on it just arrives in your country. It's actually crazy, but now we've got a lot of work to do.
We knew what we were getting ourselves into, but we didn't know how good it was until we saw it in the flesh. And it's made it to Australia.
And it is one of those gambles that we took, because we bought this without seeing anything in real life. We saw a few photos, maybe 6 photos or something, and we just sent the money over and went, yes, we'll take it. So seeing it for the first time, man, it was epic.
This is modified. I mean, subtly modified, I guess. Like, it's not a total stocker, which I like. I think it looks great. The curvy windscreen is unlike anything I've ever seen before. Like, it starts here, goes all the way out to there, and then curves back in again.
It's amazing.
It's just so clean. It's got a bit of dust on it from being on a truck, but it's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally just arrived a few minutes ago, which was super exciting.
You are home now. You're home now.
Welcome to Australia.
You're probably wondering, what are we going to do to it? What do you do to a car that is just, it's already complete? And it's a very good question, isn't it,
And you've already used up all the barriers in Australia.
Yes, imagine that. You'd never do it. Nah. Anyway, you might be asking, what are we going to do to it? That's a very good question. Come with me and I'm going to show you. So the car handles really well.
Yeah, it does.
And it brakes well. So the first thing that we're talking here, people, is engine mods. So let's have a quick chat about that first. So.
Oh, something missing.
What do you mean?
There's something missing, dude.
We're not allowed to have that engine.
We're not.
That's, like, you know, our dreams of this kind of like all original car and our L20 mods, they went out the window. Now, where is the engine, you might be asking? Well, we couldn't bring the car in with that engine in it, in any kind of time frame or financial system that would make any sense. So,
and it's because of housing materials.
Yeah, in Australia we have this asbestos policy, and if there's any asbestos, you can bring the car in with the engine, but then it has to be tested. If there is asbestos in it, there can be fines. It can end up costing potentially tens of thousands of dollars because of head gaskets, clutches, all sorts of different things. In Japan, it was just decided that if we want to actually get this car to Australia in any kind of timely fashion, all that stuff just had to go. And so it's got no engine, there's no gearbox,
no exhaust,
there's no brakes,
no clutch, anything that could have asbestos in it. And I mean, their rule's funny too, isn't it? Because it's like, in Japan, 0 asbestos is 1%. In Australia, 0 asbestos is 0%. And it's that risk of 1% that means you can get fined if you bring something in. Even if it's accidentally, it's like, too bad, mate.
So it left us in a bit of a kind of wacky state, because we bought the car complete, and if we knew that we wouldn't be able to get it in with the engine, we probably could have bought something different. But I feel slack saying that now because the car is listening.
Luckily, it's still a very attractive rolling shell.
It is an attractive rolling shell, but it begs the question then, what do you put in here? And there is only one real option, isn't there?
Yeah,
Really?
you know it. Everyone knows it.
Everyone knows it.
Everyone knows the
they've
option.
seen it in the background
They've
of our
been seeing
videos
it
for
for
a while now.
ages.
Here it is. So this is an engine from a GTR. And this here is going to be modified and converted to run inside our S30 here. So that's the plan. That's about all there is to say about it. Now, of course, it's going to be turbocharged. It's going to be fast. It's going to make bulk power. And as such, Martin, and with things like this that we really care about, unlike some other vehicles that we've had, it's time to bring in some experts, Martin, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
And who are those experts, Martin?
Well, some of our very good mates.
So
It's good having mates that know how to do cool car stuff, isn't it?
It is. So helping us do this project, we're going to have Mechanical Stig. We're also going to have Turbo Yoda, who I think is hiding just outside the door. I think so. Look who's here, everyone.
Hey!
Yay!
Hi, Dr. Nick.
Hey, Benny.
Hi.
We're just talking about you, mate.
Oh, cool.
We're putting a GTR engine in the S30.
Oh, cool. Really?
Is that a good idea, Benny?
When are we doing it?
Now. So there it is. That's our plan. It's going to be a 240Z with an RB26 in it. It's going to be amazing.
It's going to be so good, man. That thing, which is just like, I can't think of a better spot for that engine to be in except maybe a GTR.
It's the only option, Martin.
Yeah.
That there, we are going to make it rear-wheel drive. That there is the best and only option for this car.
Nissan Fairlady, Nissan RB26. It's like it's meant to be.
The only better option is the options that you're reading right now in the YouTube comments.
The RB26 is one of Nissan's most famous engines. It powered GTR Skylines from '89 to 2002. It's got 6 cylinders, an iron block, alloy heads with individual throttle bodies fed by parallel twin turbochargers. The Japanese Gentleman's Agreement limited its power to just over 200 kilowatts, but it's not uncommon for modified versions to make 2, 3 or even 4 times that power figure.
Do you want to get in?
No, thanks. This is a sump from an RD28 Patrol, and I do believe that the Yoda has suggested that we modify the bottom of it by chopping it off at the seam there and then using that, because we're only going rear-wheel drive and can't use that.
That looks old, Alan.
Yeah, it is old. It's from 1998 or something like that.
That's 20 years ago. Hey, RD and RB, are they the same but different?
Yeah, an RD is like a diesel version of an RB engine, so they did put them in taxis and that sort of thing
Taxis?
Really?
in Japan. But in Australia, we had them in patrols. It was kind of like the base engine that could almost get up a hill in a patrol.
So RD, D stands for diesel, and RB, the B stands for petrol.
Boost. No, I bet you it stands for benzene or something.
I've spent hours at night thinking about why that. Yeah, the RD makes sense, but the RB doesn't, does it?
Our first step is to jack up the car, clear out the engine bay of anything that we no longer need, and investigate how to fit our gearbox, which we don't have yet.
I'm just having a general look under here just to familiarise where the gearbox mount and that sort of thing is. It's kind of like in the tunnel, so that may have to come out because this box that we're using is probably twice the size of the one that was in it.
Yeah.
So we might have to just unpick those brackets there and put them back here a bit further, which is no problem.
We're going to need to put the engine in and out a bunch of times during this build, so we're removing the front end of the car. We're not using a conversion kit for this build. Instead, we'll be fabricating all the mounts ourselves to make sure they fit our car perfectly. We're taking extra care while removing these parts because with a car that's this old, replacing them won't be easy. And then in my excitement, I almost dropped our front lip.
There's a couple of interesting things in this engine bay. Well, that's not interesting because that's a coil and we don't need it anymore. That's a resistor, is it?
Ballast resistor.
Ballast resistor. Got a big spring thing in it. But that is the one that's got me interested.
Bring on the party, Martin.
What is it?
That's your Ibiza light.
What do you mean?
That's your Ibiza light.
What's that mean?
Ibiza, it's like a party place.
Yeah.
That's the Ibiza light.
Why? You tell him.
Is it not obvious?
No?
It's the Ibiza light, man.
What do you mean?
Hashtag Ibiza light.
What's that mean? Is that actually a courtesy light for tuning your carbies?
Yeah, that's what a Ibiza light means.
Ibiza light, dude. What'd you say this was called?
Ballast resistor.
What's that called?
The Ibiza light.
Exactly.
With the front end gone, we can get rid of any parts that we no longer need, or parts that'll be upgraded and replaced later.
The chassis rail appears to have some rust from a leaking brake master cylinder. We'll have to clean that up and replace the master cylinder once we can get the brake lines out. By the time you've got your hands on a pair of multi-grips, you know it's really seized, and we'll probably just have to cut these lines out and remake them later.
Well, we're not trying to make a show car. This car is already in pretty amazing condition considering how old it is, but over here we have had a bit of a leak, which means there's been brake fluid coming down here and caused a bit of rust along here. So
The back of the master cylinder has little O-rings in them, and those O-rings perish over time, and they just start to drip, and you don't notice at first because it's buried.
Yep.
And sooner or later it looks like a waterfall's come out of it, and anything that's touched. That's why you don't leave brake fluid on your paint.
yeah, and have a look between these two different sides. Have a look at this side over here where there's been no brake fluid on it.
Tiny bit of corrosion, not much.
And then have a look at that side and look at the difference. So we've just treated that with an anti-rust, and now we're just going to stick a little bit of paint on it. I think the closest paint we've got is like S15 Sylvia White. I don't think you're really going to see anything down there by the time there's an engine in there anyway, but white's going to look better than brown. So
Brown rust.
we're going to give that a coat.
You grind it off as best you can. Apply the anti-oxidizing stuff.
Which you rub in with a scourer,
Which you rub
so
in
it
with
can
a scourer.
like bite into it.
Before it dries, you wipe it with a wet rag and follow it with a dry rag, and then let that, once that flashes off, you prime it and then paint it. This is the not as exciting stuff, but it's important that it's done, otherwise it's just time bomb. You know, rust
Exactly.
never sleeps, as they say.
Also, considering it is like right in front of us, now is the easiest time to have a go at this. So now is the time we're doing it.
All right, paint.
While we're cleaning up the rust, Al is removing the factory accelerator pedal, which we'll be replacing later with some newer technology. With the surface rust now treated, we're spraying on some primer. Eventually this engine bay will get a full paint job, but until then we're going to clean it up and treat it as best we can.
Our next job is to start removing things from the engine that we no longer need, and there is a lot of stuff that's about to go in the bin. So Al, we're going to be making some epic 80s power with this RB, but along with the epic 80s power, we have some epic 80s engine management. Can you run me through some of the brilliance that was the 80s and why we're removing it?
Yeah, so this system was a Japanese engine management system, but it's based on Bosch LH, which is an 80s design of engine management. So there's a lot of add-ons and stuff. This
Like this guy that I just took off.
yeah, so we're taking all this stuff off because we're going to modernise it into something that isn't old and crap. So for idle control, it's got this basically that's an air leak valve. When it's cold, it opens up and leaks air around the throttles. Then when it gets hot, it shuts off and it doesn't anymore. So it's pretty high tech. It's also got this, which is an idle control valve operated by the ECU. This one doesn't actually have sometimes they have an extra one on the side of them that clicks open when you turn the air conditioning on. So it's like super high tech. So you've got all these valves clicking open and shut to try and keep the idle working instead of having it actually operated by an ECU properly.
Yep.
So we're going to throw all this stuff away. And as you can see, the Nissan bracket company's been going hard. Not a fan of them.
We also have down here, this is a water-cooled oil cooler.
Yeah, so it's a heat transfer. So it basically transfers oil temperature heat into the cooling system.
And then coolant is running through here. So basically this is adding extra load onto the radiator
so
system.
It cools the oil, but to do that you've got to use the radiator to cool it. So it's you kind of it works, but it's not the greatest idea.
So we potentially go full JDM and do like a separate oil cooler, yeah?
It's better because you then got two radiators and they're both cooling rather than just transferring heat around the place, which is what it does at the moment. Also, we're getting these magical 6 throttles that are sort of a bit of a feature of the GDR. They basically don't do anything special. We're going to get rid of them.
So these are individual throttle bodies, right? And we're just replacing them with one almighty one.
Yeah, so what we're going to do is just replace it with an E-throttle. And the E-throttle does everything. The computer just controls it. It does idle, does the works. You don't need any of this stuff anymore. It all goes in the bin, all these hoses and pipes and leak valves and transfer things. And that little thing there is like a little plenum because it's got 6 throttles. So you don't get to distribute the air that's leaked around the throttles, it's got to go through this and then go through this big bridge here, and then there's 6 little leak ports.
That's like full David Bowie labyrinth, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like that's crazy.
Basically, they just started off and just couldn't stop the benefit of what we're doing versus the benefit that doesn't even have because it's not even used. It's kind of like it's a Group A thing, so they have to put everything on there that they want on the race car, but then it just doesn't get used in the road version.
Yeah,
so
right.
We don't need it, so we'll take it off.
One of the things that adds to the complexity of this engine conversion is the diff that's cast into the RB26 sump. We're not going all-wheel drive, so this part needs to go.
Well, this is what makes a GDR really. They've built this elaborate sump setup for it, made out of cast aluminium with a diff cast into the sump itself.
Yep.
So your front tail shaft comes in here, off the transfer case on the GDR, and then there's 2 axles are here and here. There's a shaft that goes through the middle there.
Yep.
So that's kind of like one of the big things about the GDR at the time is that it was a 4-wheel drive.
Yep.
So it was probably a pretty big deal back in the day, back in the late 80s. I was trying to think of what else would have had something like this, and I think the only thing I can think of was BMW had an E30 that was all-wheel drive, but
okay.
It might have been, I don't know whether it was before or after this was done, but
yeah,
it was certainly a bit of engineering, that's for sure, especially for a production vehicle. Of course, stage years, and also there was also 2-litre 4-wheel drive, just sort of like a base model 4-wheel drive R32 as well. It didn't have an RB26 in it.
Yep.
So it was it's a fairly mass-produced bit of gear.
Does it make it like a much harder thing to service because it's like connected to the engine? You need to like, because you can't just change it.
Everything about GTRs is hard to say.
Yeah, okay.
So yeah, complicated design equals difficult to work on generally.
Yeah, right.
So yeah, they have their moments. You don't buy one and expect it to be trouble-free and easy, that's for sure.
This is ready to crack, man. Let's get it going. Right. Oh, I can hear it.
It's a good sound. It means you undid all the bolts generally. Jeez.
Oh,
What's that?
there we go.
With the factory sump and front diff gone, now we can start the epic task of relocating the oil pickup and modifying the RD sump to fit our RB engine. Our good friend Benny has arrived, who along with Al was born into some kind of mechanical master race, and the mechanical Stig has brought some gifts. Now today is all about the engine, modifying it, servicing it, and most importantly, making sure we can fit it in the 240Z. Our first job of the day is changing the position of the factory dipstick. Because we're using a new sump, we need to hammer this one out and then reposition it on the block and drill out a new hole. Now this part is left to the professionals because let's face it, when you're drilling into your engine, getting that wrong would be a pretty big deal.
With that done, the engine oil filter location is getting a birthday and we can move on to prepping the engine bay. We're removing the factory brake lines and we'll remake them later. We're pulling out any wiring and the 70s style electronics that we're no longer going to need. With that out of the way, I can get the engine rails painted up. We've got some colour match paint in a spray can that we'll lay onto the prepared surface. It's a good match for the outside, but the engine bay is a lot more thrashed, so it's dirty and grot. The whole bay will get a paint job down the track once everything is fabricated and finished. I'm also treating any small areas where the paint has been damaged, like in the seams or around where the factory brake booster sits, which we're replacing with one out of a Hilux as it's the correct size, will work with the car, and it's 40 years newer.
The dipstick is a perfect fit. So with that hammered in, now it's time to bring in our gearbox.
This is a gearbox, everybody. This is from a R34 GTT. 5-speed, right, Benny?
Yeah, 5-speed.
GTRs had 6-speed though, didn't they?
In R34 they did, yeah.
Yeah.
But
this is what we need because we're going rear-wheel drive, correct?
Yeah.
we need to marry it up to the engine. We need to offer it up and then marry it up.
We need to propose it, Martin.
One of the most challenging parts of this build is going to be the custom sump and oil feed configuration. But before we can even get into those details, we need to temporarily check the fitment of the engine and gearbox to make sure that everything is going to fit where we need it to, so we can measure it up for our custom engine mounts.
Alan, our engine is in, and that looks like it was always meant to be there.
Yeah, it fits pretty good. It's probably no surprise since it's came out as a 6-cylinder, straight 6.
It's got a really long nose, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. It's good.
So what do we...
Heaps of room.
In your experience of doing this kind of stuff, do you think it's going to be challenging or not challenging, or what are we going to have to do?
So far, I'd say it's going to be fairly straightforward.
Yep.
It's there's plenty of room and everything's sort of in the right place.
Yep.
Just the sump is probably the hardest thing for us.
We've still got to chop that up, right?
Yeah, we've just got to chop it up a bit.
The other thing is we have this intake manifold, which is made by Hypertune. Those legends lent us a mock-up version, so this is just one they use for prototyping or whatever, so we've whacked that on. Then the one we're actually getting from them, they're making it at the moment, the intake goes there.
Yeah.
So that'll fit better. What we also don't have yet is a exhaust manifold, turbo manifold, but that's on its way.
Plenty of room.
You think it'll be all right?
Yep.
Awesome.
You'll be able to see the turbo at night with this light as well. It'll be sick.
With the engine bay light.
We put like a red
Ibiza light.
globe in there. Yeah. Ibiza light.
So this has to come out again, doesn't it? So we're going to just mock up.
One or two times.
Yeah. So we're at the stage now of mocking up mounts.
Yeah. We're going to try get it mounted. So we've got wooden stuff chocked in everywhere. RBs are a pain in the butt because they're on like a tilt, and it's just
And we're going to mount it on the same...
unnatural. So you got to sort of flatten out the gearbox, and then wherever the engine sits, that's the tilt.
So the gearbox is level, but the engine sort of sits...
Yeah, the engine's tilted.
Leans that way.
It's just a Nissan thing.
Okay.
I think the L series engine that was in it was the other way.
Right.
So I don't know why they do that, but that's how they are.
So engine mounted, manifolds, plumbing, fuel system, radiator.
All those things.
Heaps. ECU, wiring, yeah, there's heaps to do.
Using a technical positioning device known as a piece of wood, we can slowly adjust the engine into position until we're happy, and once that's done, we can start fabricating the engine mounts.
We're going to adapt the new engine onto the factory engine mount so that the swap is reversible and so there's little vibration and harshness as you may get with solid mounting. We're using steel plate and thick wall tube, and we're drilling out the plate to fit the RB26 bolt pattern. They are then test fitted, drilled, test fitted again, and can then be welded into their final position.
This is somewhat important. Don't mess it up.
What could possibly go wrong?
No pressure.
Welding. Welding. What do you say?
Good job, Benny. You getting the nod?
Needs more amperage.
See if we get the nod.
Just need to put more heat into it.
No nod. More heat required.
You're more heat.
Yep. I just don't want to get it out and it goes ting. Welding again. That's better.
Sounds powerful.
Yeah, that's better. It was biting straight in then.
Nice. So we tack it and then pull it out and weld it properly. Sounds like an ibis.
Al, can you tell us about what we're going to do to mount our gearbox, considering that we can't actually weld anything to this?
Yeah, so we're going to clamp some plates along the inside of the sides of the tunnel. You can weld to this, but it's everything will catch on fire, and you pull all the interior out, so it's quite a bit of extra work. So we're just going to use like mating plates, and then one will be on the inside of the tunnel with studs poking through it, and the other will be on the outside here, and then it'll just have a little ledge welded onto it. And then we'll use this, which is the R34 cross member. So it's all sort of factory stuff. That'll just go like that.
And then just bolt that on.
And then, yeah, those will be bolted in there, but they'll pretty much just stay there once they're in there, so it'll be a permanent sort of thing. Tail shaft is not very long, and we got the front half.
Have you ever seen a shorter one?
No.
So Al, we're just under the car, and the gearbox was in place, but there was no jack under it.
Yeah.
Have you got some voodoo to keep it in place?
Yeah, it was hovering like some sort of holy being. Not really. This is a little trick that I used when I'm mounting stuff like this. We basically, normally you've got a shifter assembly here of some description, so there's bolts holding it on. So we just back out a bolt and get a long bolt and a bar. Sometimes at home I just use a piece of wood, just drill a hole through it, and you just run it down, and you can use the bolt to set the height of the gearbox.
Genius.
And it just keeps everything out of the way underneath, because you're in and out underneath. You've either got to put a jack under it, or when I'm on a hoist, you'd have to have a
Like a long stand.
Yeah, something like that to hold it up, and it just gets in the way. So this just holds it there, and that can stay there until you've done all your fabrication and it's going to support its own weight. Then you just back that bolt out and stick the original one back in, and it's all good.
Amazing.
So yeah, it's a handy tip for if you're trying to do stuff like this.
So once we finish that bracket that's actually going to hold the gearbox in, then the engine can come back out.
Yep.
And then I got to put a clutch in it.
Yep. So we've also we've got to put the clutch in. We've got to do the sump, which is kind of going to be a bit of work. We've got to shorten the sump because it's a patrol one. We've also got to make a new pickup because there's a bit of stuff going on with the pickup because it's got dual pickup castings and it's using the wrong one because it's a 4-wheel drive engine. So we have to make a custom one. And then it's just all got to go back together, glued on. Then we can put it back in for good. So,
wow. A big job. I'm very lucky to have you here and this bearded gentleman as well.
This is a really great solution as it requires minimal changes to the car. Once the plates are positioned, we can drop the engine down on the jack and see how it's sitting on its new mounts. It's looking amazing, so now we can take the engine and gearbox back out of the car. Now we can take off the gearbox and remove the RD sump, which has been measured up and marked and is now ready to get chopped. The plan is to reuse this bottom section by simply cutting it off and then removing a strip to make the whole thing shorter.
While our two mechanical mates are sorting the sump, we're going to put new timing gear into our RB.
So this is where we're at. The engine has been test fit and the mounts, that's the tricky bit, that's the bit that requires some maths and some trial and error. That is all done. So next up, we're going to do a bit of a, what do you call that, a major service, Martin?
Yeah, it's servicing. It makes sense to do it now when it's out on the stand. It's so much easier.
Some of the stuff that you're meant to be able to access while this is in a car is just ridiculous. So we're doing the timing belt, we're doing the water pump, and then there's, speaking of umps, there's some epic sump action going on.
So we've got our RD28 diesel sump, which fits. The bolt pattern is the same, which is awesome, but it fouls slightly on this oil pickup line. So we have to modify that to make that fit. We have to modify the oil pickup. They're slicing a bit off the sump to get it to fit in the car. And then once that goes on and our timing belt and everything's in, the engine can go in for the last time. Stick a clutch on it as well.
Yep. Then we've got to do all the other kind of normal bits and pieces like spark plugs, oil,
coolant.
Then get the radiator happening, front mount, turbo, manifold,
it's funny,
all that stuff.
You can go, oh, doing timing belt's hard until you're doing a timing belt in the car with no room.
Yeah.
This is a bit of a luxury, actually.
Sure is. All right, let's get to it.
This is a second-hand engine, so now's a really good time to inspect the condition of some of the components. Changing the timing belt and water pump and associated parts would be an absolute nightmare once the engine is in the car, so it's much easier to do it now.
There
you're getting there, man. Well done.
Yeah, it just doesn't want to come off because it's got a dowel in it to keep it in the perfect spot.
Yeah, right.
Now, I was saying that's because that holds the cam timing sensor. It has to be perfect.
Yeah, right.
Otherwise, your timing's out.
Good stuff. Can you help me finger bang this?
Yep.
If I bash it on this side, can you insert from that side?
Yep.
Stick it in as far as you can, and then just try and pry it
I
open
reckon
while I bang from this side.
Yeah, if I get it open.
Do you want to hammer that in?
Yeah, that'd be good.
And then I'll hammer it from this side.
Yep.
There's a lot of goo in there, isn't there?
Yeah, so much goo. Like someone's been here before and really sprayed it everywhere, haven't they?
They have. Doesn't look like anyone's been here for a while though, because it's all dried up around the edges of it.
It has. Yeah, it's kind of solidified a little bit.
Maybe I just need to give it a few big.
Yeah, I don't think it'd hurt.
A few big hits.
That worked. That worked beautifully. We needed to get a new thermostat too. We can scrape all this off and whiz it off with the little whizzer.
Shave it.
Yeah, there's a...
Shave all the goo off the lips of it.
Yeah, get the razor blade and then just make it so it's totally bare.
Yeah, cool.
So when you're buying a car or you're buying an engine from overseas, you never really know what you're going to get. And so we thought we'd kind of go all out, do the timing belt, do the water pumps. It actually looks like this is new and in really good condition. And the timing belt muddy is like, looks like it's only days old, doesn't it?
Yeah, this is the old one's got a little bit of shiny stuff on it, but it's not nearly as bad as some of the ones I've seen.
All right, look at that. But that said,
it's not that expensive.
We could have not gone through this and the car would have been fine, but at least now we know. And the thing is, when you're going to keep a car for a long time or forever, it's good to know exactly what's going on, and at least we know that it's done and that it's done right as we can. What's next, man?
We've got to pull these off.
To keep our engine looking as clean as possible, we're removing any parts that we don't need, like these metal hard lines and the various vacuum and boost hoses running around the front of the engine. Next, we can scrub off any of the old sealant and then install our new water pump. To install the new timing belt, we need to align the pulleys with the marks on the castings on the side of the engine. These marks will then match up to the lines that are printed on the timing belt. It needs to be perfectly matched, as this governs when the valves will open. Get it wrong and best case your car won't make power, worst case things will touch that aren't meant to touch and you'll be looking for a new RB26.
To accommodate the new sump, we need to change the location of the oil pickup. This one is being custom made by Benny and Al using parts from 3 different kinds of cars. Now that the sump has been roughly chopped and the oil pickup relocated, we can start test fitting it to see what other mods will be required to make it all fit. Our Nissan Patrol sump has been cut and welded and substantially modified to cater for a custom oil pickup, and now after a coat of paint, it's ready to attach to the engine.
First of all, if this was an RB25 or RB20 or anything but an RB26, this would not have been anywhere near as difficult, because all we would have had to have done is shorten this. So this used to be about that high. We've cut a sort of 25mm section out of it, popped it back down and welded it back on. No problem at all. If this block was RB25 or not RB26, it would have had the pickup here. It's a bit hard to see there, but you can see there's the pickup and there's the other pickup. That's two-wheel drive. So they basically drill it through a different main journal for the two-wheel drive stuff. And the pickup that we had would have just bolted straight on and just fitted, no problem at all. But because it's RB26, it's in a different spot, so we've had to make this elaborate relief FG Falcon style channel in it, which we just fashioned out of spare parts from the wreckers, out of fuel filler necks and things like that.
Camry fuel filler necks in there. And then
some sheet metal.
The pickup extension is from an Astra. So we just raided parts bins to make it work, get us by.
So as long as oil stays in.
We have leak tested this before we painted it as well with water, and it didn't leak, but surprisingly.
We're very close to the actual pan rail here. You can see that there's double drilled. The outside holes are for the four-wheel drive, and the inside holes are two-wheel drive. But because that pickup's there, it's very, very close to it, so we'll have to get creative with some sealant there.
RD, Diesel, Camry, Holden, Astra, Nissan.
Sorted.
Yep. There's 3 different cars in that pickup.
That's awesome. And that's probably the fastest that bit of Camry's ever going to go.
First, we have to clean the mating surfaces with some solvent so our sealant will work properly. We've been to the bolt shop and got our hands on hex-headed bolts and washers that we'll use to hold the sump on, once the grey goo has been applied.
Here's a mad tip from Turbo Yoda. He slipped a spanner over the end of this hex key so he can use both hands to get it nice and tight. Yes, the man's a genius. With the sump now on, we can flip the engine over and then get it up on the engine crane so that we can install a brand new clutch.
We're going to install a new rear main seal. This is way easier to do with the engine out of the car and the gearbox removed. It prevents oil from leaking out the back of the engine and onto your clutch system, which can make it slip, and that's not mad.
So our clutch has arrived,
Has.
which is pretty exciting because it means that we can marry it to the engine,
The engine and gearbox can mate.
and then they can go in the vehicle. Oh, that was
It's a
weird.
boy.
So, what do we know about this so far? This is not some crazy twin plate silly race thing. It's not silly, but we want a car that's nice to drive.
Yeah.
This is a street clutch.
Yep.
That should be particularly favourable on the foot, but also be able to handle some good power.
Yeah, I mean, we're not making a 1,000 horsepower Skyline because there's lots of them. And they need pretty wild, like twin plate things to hold all that power. This is like a heavy duty, street based thing, but it'll still take a little bit of abuse. Clutch covers there, it's got a pretty aggressive pattern on that as well, which is pretty cool. And that just goes between our engine and our gearbox. Clutch fork in, bit of lube on the thing, clutch locating tool, which should be in there. And then we can do some clutch dumps, because that works well, doesn't it?
It does. We can put it in.
Yeah, now.
And then that can go in the car.
Yep, and it goes in the car forever. Yeah, I know. It's pretty good,
Very
eh?
exciting. Yeah, let's do it.
We've had the flywheel from the RB26 machined so it's flat and tasty, and with the bell housing plate in place, we can now offer it up to the engine. The flywheel has a locating dowel so it always goes on in the right position. Next, we're cleaning up some flywheel bolts, screwing them in and torquing them up to the correct specification with a torque wrench. The clutch cover and flywheel are then cleaned with a solvent, and a clutch locating tool is used to hold the actual disc in place while the pressure plate is bolted down onto the flywheel.
With the clutch successfully installed and the engine serviced, now we can mate the R34 GTT gearbox to the GTR engine. With everything attached, there's no more test fitting. The engine and gearbox can now be lowered into the 240Z for the final time.
The RB is in. It like lined up perfectly, which I think is full testament to the work of the young Yoda back there and Benjamin, because all of these mounts just lined up perfectly. Having some angle on this was a game changer. And now, are we underneath? Is the gearbox? It's done. Yep. It's in there, people. That's amazing.
Are you excited yet?
Yeah. It's going to be incredible, man. I can't wait to race this versus the Mini, even though this will win, but I just think that'll be an awesome battle versus your Mira.
I was waiting until the engine went in to give you this.
Yes, to
Hold
give
that.
me what?
A present that I've been hiding over here.
A present?
Yep.
What have you got, Martin?
This is what makes time travel possible.
What is it? Is that a big turbo?
No, but it goes donk.
The tension, Martin.
This is what's going to make your car fast.
Oh, it's octopus.
Turbo manifold, my friend.
Look at that.
Which side does it go on? Does it go on this side?
Yes.
Oh, look, it doesn't fit.
2J1.
Yes. Look at that.
Dude, that's awesome.
It may actually only just fit.
Should we take all this off and see if it does fit?
Yeah, probably.
With our exhaust manifold successfully test fit, Now we can replace all of the spark plugs and upgrade our coils.
So we're going to be running R35 GTR coils on our, I don't even know what this car is called now that it has this engine, but this here is a little billet adapter that's going to let us run those coils on our RB26, which is pretty freaking awesome. We got like bits of R34 on this car, we got bits of R33, we've got some Camry, we've got some, what was the other thing, Marty?
Astra.
Some Holden Astra. It's a multicultural extravaganza of automotive astonishment.
By using a programmable ECU, it allows us to mix and match injectors, coils and trigger components to suit the car and the budget. Using later model factory parts can be a cheaper way to upgrade, especially if those parts have been proven to work at big power levels.
With the new spark plugs and R35 coils installed, we can start running the wiring. We didn't get a loom with this engine, so we're pretty much going from scratch. Meanwhile, Mechanical Stig is getting our clutch sorted out and we're installing a new thermostat. It's a real team effort as we make heaps of progress, but sometimes with a build like this, it can really slow down if you get parts that don't fit. Unfortunately, our radiator's too big and we don't want to trim the car, so we've cut down the radiator, then re-welded it and sealed it. We're attaching it using some brackets from a Toyota 86.
While Al and Dave work on merging the factory wiring with the Haltech loom, Benny is getting to work making up new brake lines that will work with our new booster and master cylinder using new metal tubing and a flaring tool. Meanwhile, my job is to get our Subaru BRZ accelerator pedal to fit the old Nissan. I'm cutting up sheet metal which I'll fold and weld into a box so it's strong and adapts to the factory pedal mount, as well as picking up some other mounting points so it doesn't flex when smashed to the floor.
We've just had this box arrive and it's a bit of a magical mystery tour because we don't know what's in it, but what we do know is that it's from Import Monster, it's from Matsusaka, and it's non-asbestos.
Which is also where our car was from.
No asbestos, they've said that twice, just to make sure it's really clear.
So we believe it.
So now, Martin, we can have a look and see what kind of fancy shemingis are going on.
Oh, always cut towards yourself.
Except not.
Except you shouldn't.
What have we got in here, Martin?
Newspaper. What's it say? I'm going to read you the paper from the day.
All right. We've got some stickers. The Alps Clubhouse.
Oh, wow.
It's pretty cool.
Look who it is.
Who is it?
The two presidents.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, that's President of Japan or the Prime Minister, I'm not sure which, and that's the President of America.
Look what we've got here, Martin. We've got asbestos-free street sport pads.
Oh, cool. Project Moves. They're good, aren't they? Aren't they good?
Look at that. That's cool.
Pamoose. We got Pamoose.
That's right.
Asbestos-free brake shoe. Oh, that's pretty cool. All right, this is because all our original brake stuff had to get pulled out, eh?
Yeah.
Even though we were pretty sure it was new and didn't have asbestos, but you have to prove it.
That's right. That can be expensive and time-consuming, as we kind of explained. But that's asbestos-free.
That's great.
That's pretty cool.
What do you think about a rear disc on this one day?
Yes.
Yeah, one day.
Yeah.
Not today. Too much other stuff to do.
Yeah, when all that's done. I think we might actually need to do that to get it engineered.
Oh, okay.
Properly. Is that what you were saying? Is that just a nod is enough? Do we have... Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
That makes sense, because the car the engine came out of had four-wheel discs. But you can get disc setups for them. But let's make it move first.
Yeah.
I am on my way to go and pick up the turbocharger. Now we're picking that up from Garrett. We're not doing a massive turbocharger that's designed for making huge numbers on a dyno or slaying the internet. We're simply trying to make a car that drives really well on the street, but also can make some good solid power down low without boost kicking in only at like 5,000 or 6,000 RPM or something ridiculous like that. I'm about to pull onto Punch Bowl Road. Shout out to Bankstown, people. So I'm on my way to Garrett. I'm going to pick up this turbocharger. Once I've got that, I've got to grab some other bits and pieces, and then it's back to MCM HQ to continue the build. So I've made my way to Chipping Norton, and this is Honeywell Garrett. the home of turbos and things that's going to make our 240 go fast. And looks like this might be something here for me. G'day, mate. How you going?
Good, yourself?
Thank you very much. Is this one for us?
It's ready to go for you.
That's amazing. Look at that. See you, mate.
See ya.
Thank you very much. We'll keep you posted. Thank you. Well, that was amazing. Thank you very much, Honeywell Garrett, for our turbocharger. It's going to bring a lot of burnouts. No, well, yeah, it will, let's be honest. There it is. Awesome. Back into the RS. I probably should have picked up a bigger turbo. Choo! Probably should have picked up a bigger turbocharger for this while I was here. Let's do this. Gee, commercial radio is rubbish. Get out. Get off my speakers. All right, so we have got the turbocharger now in the back seat, which is awesome. And now I was going to go and pick up some fuel components, but they're not available yet, so I'm heading back to the shed. Because we've already got the manifold, that means we can start mounting this up, see where it's all positioned. Then GFB have sent us over some turbo bits and pieces. So we're getting to that very, very exciting part of the build where you can actually imagine that the car is going to work in the very near future, which is just super exciting. And I'm pumped, man. I'm pumped. I've wanted to get a GTR probably like the rest of the world for a long time. And I actually bid on a 34 GTR about a year ago, and the price of them had just gone through the roof. There was a time where 30 grand, 40 grand, you could actually get yourself one. They're now like over $100,000. It is so much money. So in a way, this is kind of it's kind of a way that I can get some of that kind of GTR power and mods and stuff like that, but in a shell that isn't costing the same amount as a house. So it's pretty damn exciting, and I'm gonna head back to the shed now and we can start getting this all assembled up.
Nice!
Oh, hello.
Mint. It's a boy. Look how happy he is, new one. Gen 2. Sick. Open it up, open it up, open it up.
Yeah, let's have a look. This is like an exciting Christmas, isn't it? There's a housing, and now Yoda, you can de-Yoda the Yoda box. Oh. You got a broken finger, don't you? Motorbikes do that. Actually, if you're riding a motorbike and you break a finger, that's a good result. That means you're not dead. So, do we know that this is going to fit our manifold yet?
Yeah, that'll fit.
That? So that's a T4 flange, is that correct?
So we've got a T4 divided manifold, which means it's got a bridge in the middle of it, but that going into an open collector is fine. So that'll fit, no problem at all. And we just got to assemble that onto that.
Happy days. So would you say this is a mid-sized turbo? Like this is not a small turbo like TD04 style.
No.
But it's not a big turbo like 1,000 horsepower Supra action.
It's like 600 horsepower.
The next step is to test fit the manifold and turbocharger. We're using a second generation Garrett GTX 3576R ball bearing turbo, which features a forged, fully machined billet aluminium compressor wheel and is designed for high horsepower applications. We'll be running it with an external GFB wastegate, and just look at that smile. And he's not the only one smiling right now. This looks freaking awesome. GFB have sent us over a bunch of fast turbo bits for the car, including an external wastegate, hybrid blow-off valve, and a fuel pressure regulator. We're running a GFB EX50 external wastegate that was developed by our mate Brett right here in Sydney, Australia. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is how you win the heart of Turbo Yoda. Oh, he loves it. Unlike the integrated wastegates on factory turbo setups, an external wastegate can handle big boost. It gives you more exhaust routing options and can offer increased efficiency in terms of packaging. The other consideration is that a lot of larger aftermarket turbo upgrades, like our one, don't actually have internal wastegates, so an external gate is required.
Our turbo manifold has a port designed to fit a wastegate. We're welding on a V-band fitting so we can clamp the gate down onto it. The exhaust routed via the gate will then return back to the dump pipe, which we're making out of 3-inch stainless steel. Our exhaust manifold sits close to the strut tower, so we have to constantly check and recheck the clearance while installing our wastegate and positioning our dump pipe. The rear of the turbo is also V-band, which is neat and easy to get on and off. So we're welding a V-band fitting onto the front of the dump pipe to then send the exhaust gases out and under the car. To merge the wastegate outlet back into the dump, we're using 2-inch stainless steel and cutting it to fit the dump with a flex joint in between to handle the expansion of the metal as it gets hot from doing skids.
This is next level for me because very, very, very nice car.
Yes.
Like, let's be honest, the cars that I've worked on myself are not that nice.
Yes. We can all agree on that.
Yeah,
That's not a secret.
But they are now because they're modified.
Yes.
And yeah, so doing this, but like you don't get to go again. Oh, whoops, we broke the engine bay. Let's get another one.
Exactly. And one of the considerations when we were doing this, unlike when we were working on the Mini, because it was a JDM Mini and I was just like, let's just go all out. It's always going to have a Honda engine in it. That's just the way I want it, the way it's going to be. There was a little bit of cutting. There was a lot of cutting. We cut a lot out of it. But
So
this
much
here, the way that we've been attempting to do this is so that it's completely reversible. So one day, if we do go to Japan and we pick up our L20, we can pull it all apart, bring back the pieces separately, get fined $10,000 or $20,000 when they find some asbestos in it, and then rebuild it and do something. And essentially, the car could be pretty much put back to original without there being major things missing.
So the only thing we've actually touched really is the gearbox mount, which you just remade.
Which have been moved, and that's fine. So where we're at now is the engine obviously fits, the turbo's on there, that's all very exciting.
No intake.
No intake. The radiator's kind of been put in position, but there's no plumbing for that yet. Front mount, we don't even have a front mount yet, do we?
No, I think you need to go get it.
Yes, I do. And so, got to get front mount, got to get plumbing and pipes and stuff. I understand Dave from Haltech's going to be down again later to continue on with the wiring.
And we have to do the fuel pump because this car was a carby car, low pressure fuel system. There's no way to put a high pressure pump like just dropping it in like we have with so many other cars. So we've actually got to take the tank out, drill a big hole in it, put a hanger in it. Like luckily,
what's it called? A Phantom of the Opera or something?
I don't know, but Turbo Yoda's done it before, so he's going to help me, or I'm going to help him. I don't know yet.
Yes.
And we're going to stick a fuel.
We'll
pump
help
in.
each other.
And then we'll have to run fuel lines and do some other fiddly stuff. It's going to be good.
The good thing about that is this car is meant to be, and I say meant to be because when you're working on a car, it's good to have at least some idea of what you're doing. And so as such, the idea of this was actually a car that you could take out on a Tinder date on a Friday night or something, if that was your thing.
There's a lot of people swiping their screen right now in this car.
Yes, true, funny, yes. But the point is, like a car that you can like take out for like a Sunday drive, basically. It's not meant to be like a track weapon. It could be. You could just make it crazy and do roll cage and all sorts of things. But what's this got to do with the fuel pump? The point is, if you want to make a race car, you get little red switches everywhere. You put a roll cage in, you turn the key and it goes, and the fuel pumps is running all the time. This is meant to be like a quiet, nice, mad car.
You don't want someone
until it's loud and angry.
You don't want someone asking, "What's that noise?" If "What's that noise" comes out of the mouth of your Tinder person, then you fail.
Yes.
Unless it's that, "What's that whoosh noise?"
Our first job of the day is to remove the wheels and tyres because we'll be replacing them later. And we need to remove the splash guard to get access to the fuel filler tube so we can drop the tank, because we'll also be upgrading the fuel system. Not only does this car have like the coolest key ever, because it's got like the Nissan Z on it, which is freaking awesome. This is something that I've never seen before. Not only does it have the Ibiza light that we've never seen before, but look at this. It's got a courtesy flap so you don't dribble all down the side of it. Have you ever seen a courtesy flap, Marty?
No.
Look at this. So basically you stick that in there, when you pull it out, that comes out so that you don't dribble all over everything.
Why don't they do that in new cars?
I don't know. I don't know why they don't do that.
And a lockable cap's cool too. You know, people used to siphon back in the day, like fuel crisis, you'd go and siphon people's petrol because there was no petrol.
That's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, lockable's good. Did all your bits of brake fall out of like the brake drum?
My rear brake drum was like a piñata.
Because
it's like I pulled it out and just stuff fell out everywhere.
Because we have here somewhere the new...
It's in that long box from
so
Japan.
we've got the new non-asbestos shoes.
Yeah.
But all the brake hardware that attaches this to the car, most of it's like within the drum.
And some of it's in this box.
And then we have to put this back together, but the problem is the pistons on the rear brakes have popped out of their little home.
Oh, good.
So we've got to check the seals, put all that back together. It's dirty, man. It's so grotty and dirty back there. So either gloves or rags or something. I've never seen fancy brake shoes before. Have you?
Not like that.
I've never seen like
such like a crazy red colour either.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I'm surprised that they make them for... I mean, they could also just be standard ones painted blue or green, whatever colour that is.
That's true, that probably
Someone in the
be,
comments will tell us whether it's blue or green.
Wouldn't be that surprising.
Cool. Well, that's a pair and that's a pair.
So we have to empty the fuel tank before we take it out, and it occurred to us that there might actually be a little bit of fuel in there. So we're going to collect it because then we can run our little JDM Honda Moto Compos with it, which is pretty exciting. So let's see if there's actually anything in there. It's kind of like a JDM Mad Max, isn't it, Marty?
This car?
No, like stealing fuel from one vehicle to stick it in another vehicle.
Those fuel tanks strapped onto the back is something you don't see in like a lot of... Look at the colour of it, it's totally clear, man.
I was just thinking it's pretty awesome we got this free fuel from the previous owner, but then I remembered that we are the previous owner because we broke down on the side of the road because we had no fuel.
We just ran out of fuel in our mad car.
Man, I was so excited driving it that I didn't even look at the fuel gauge. And this is the fuel that we put in it. So we've actually paid for this already, Marty. This is like our fuel and we're just getting it back.
Now we need to go put in the mirror because it'll be expecting that kind of fuel.
Oh, imagine that. Dude, we should just dish this out very judiciously in all of our mad JDM vehicles. Is that illegal?
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
We won't do that.
I'm pretty sure there's supposed to be a fuel tax on that or something.
Is there?
But I mean, it's residual. They can drain it, but they can't drain all of it. So there's always going to be a little bit.
Our S30 didn't come with a fuel pump, so we're adding one to feed our RB26 with petrol and maybe even some ethanol. To do this, we need to drop the whole tank, make sure it's up to the task, and then later on, we'll be modifying it to run a more modern, performance-oriented fuel delivery system.
While we get the tank cleaned up and work out what bits need to go into it, we're finishing off our wastegate piping. It's made from stainless steel 2-inch pipe and has a flex joint welded in so that the pipes can grow and shrink as they change temperature without any cracking. The GFB external gate has a V-band clamp that makes it easy to take on and off as well as reposition to get the angles right. That gets tacked into place, then the turbo comes back off the manifold. Next, the turbo and manifold are reinstalled back into the engine bay. They're going in one at a time as there isn't quite enough space to get them onto the side of the head together. Clearance for the pipes are then checked and we can finish off the dump pipe, which we're fitting with a billet stainless steel 2-bolt flange.
Well, this is pretty exciting because our new custom tail shaft has arrived. Now, this has actually been made out of the front section of a R34 Skyline shaft, and it's basically just been chopped there and adapted so it's going to fit our diff.
Exactly. So on that end, you've got R34 Skyline yoke to fit in the back of the gearbox because it's a bit different from the one that's from the original engine. But the bit that is the same, because for now we're using the standard diff just to get it working, probably have to upgrade him later. What they've done is they've adapted this shaft to that pattern so that it bolts in and then it's the right length. The length is really close.
Yeah, like it's slightly different. You can probably see if we hold these up.
Because the gearbox is probably a bit longer from the R34 than the original one. It's a lot fatter as well, and so is that shaft. Like you can probably see the diameter too if you go that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot fatter. It'll hold more power, which is a good thing.
Yeah. So I'm going to put this on, and you can continue your battle with those rear brakes.
Battle with the brakes.
The new drive shaft slips into the back of the R34 Skyline gearbox and the other end bolts up to the diff, and this is what makes time travel and KFC drive-thrus possible. Later on, we'll investigate updating the rear end, including an upgraded diff, but for now we just need to get the car working, and then we can address the other aspects once we know that it's successfully running the RB26. With that done, now I've got to go shopping for an air filter.
And I've also just got to go and get a bunch of other random stuff like some hoses, some clamps, a battery. What are you buying, man? You're buying some wheel covers?
Yeah.
That's sick.
Too much.
Can I buy them for you? I got it. No, man, I've got it. Seriously. Yeah. I got it. Thanks, Mum. There we go.
Oh, my God.
There you go. No worries, man. Have fun. Have fun with your wheel covers. 15-inch, you'll be cruising like a boss, man. No worries, man. I don't know what to say right now, you know. Oh, this is you over here?
Yeah, the Impreza.
Did you see our WRX vs Evo series?
Yeah.
That looks great, man.
You might come on, stick on the back.
Oh, yeah, dude. Yes. All right, man, I got to run. There's a 240 to build. Awesome build. Awesome day. Awesome crew. See you, buddy.
With my shopping done, now it's time to get back to the shed and plumb up our radiator.
So I've been down to Supercheap and grabbed pretty much every hose they have for an RB or RD series engine. Now the radiator, we had to shave a little bit to make it fit, but that's in the right spot. The outlets are roughly where we need them. Yep. How are we going on the engine side?
So we ended up using some R31 Skyline hoses, which is like an Australian built. That was like the last Skyline that we got in Australia
80s,
with the RB30,
right?
yeah, late 80s.
An RB30 single overhead cam 3 litre.
Yes,
same kind of thing. And people put these on them and turn them into big monsters, or they bore them to 3 litres or something?
Yeah, they also, the 3 litre engine single cam's quite good as well. The VL boys in Australia use them, so. But they're not 100% right, but they're close enough that we can trim them and give them a little tweak. And
because we need to get intercooler pipe and inlet around here as well, so that's why it dips down.
Dips down into there. So we're just going to do some trimming and a little bit of manipulation, and I think it should work okay.
And there's heaps of room for the bottom hose too.
Yeah, the bottom hose is all right as well. Just needs a little bit taken off it. It's just kinking a little bit there, so I'm going to trim a bit off.
Yep.
And then it'll come up, pull it further forward, and it'll be fine.
Nice, because the other option is to start moving outlets, which works but can look a bit rough, right?
It's better not to do it if you don't have to. Yeah.
Cool. Well, let's attach them.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
Hi there.
How you going, boys?
That'll work nicely.
That's all right.
Happy with that?
Yep.
Can we chop the bottom one?
The alternative to this method is to make up some hard pipes out of metal tube, but there are so many radiator hose combinations out there, it's often much easier to grab a few, chop up the ones that work and return the extras. If you need to, make up a template before you head to the shops. We're then welding on an AN fitting for our turbo water return. With our hoses sorted, it's time to chop our turbo. Because of the tight spacing with the engine bay, we're going to weld on an aluminium flange onto the turbo compressor cover. This means we can use good quality clamps with less chance of a silicone joiner blowing out and costing us power. With the fitting on, we can put the turbo back together and clock it to the right orientation.
We are up to a very, very exciting part of the build. Alan has blessed this with his yodeling goodness. His yodeling goodness. I'd love to hear that. A turbo Sorry about that. Anyway, this is it. This is the exciting part where this goes on for the very last time. And you may be wondering, if you're familiar with RB26s, why we're using a single turbo instead of twin turbo. And there's a couple of answers to that question, of which my good friend will answer the first one. And that is, it's a pain in the ass, isn't it? Can you tell us all about what it's like working on the twin turbo setup?
Yeah, so the twin turbos were designed in like, I don't know, 1988 or something like that. It's impressive engineering, but it's the plumbing on them is just out of this world. Like, it's mind-boggling how complicated it all is to get the water cooling and the oil in and out and that sort of thing.
Because we're also double everything. So double oil, double coolant, double dump pipe, double air filter.
All very tight, and they've got little bends and stuff to make it miss everything. And it looks great. Twin turbo's cool. Two's better than one, whatever. But
except it's not.
Except it's not, yeah. Also, the original turbos are like 80s turbos, so they're very low tech. So back then, there probably wasn't even any such thing as a turbo that could make as much power as those two turbos could, that was big in a single form. Like, anything would have been just a truck turbo, which were very lazy, and it wouldn't have had the response that the engine was built to have.
Yeah.
So that's why they used to use twin turbos, because they could get small turbos, because that was more automotive application stuff. Double them up, they could get it to work. It was just complicated. So these days we've got turbos like this that are ball bearing, very light turbines, good aerodynamics. So the technology has come so far.
Because this is current technology.
Yeah, that's the latest Garrett like turbine and compressor design. So it all makes a difference, and leaps and bounds since 1988.
Yeah.
That turbo is way better than the pair of twins that it was originally on the engine.
Yeah, and I think that's the important consideration as well. Some people think, well, if there was two and now you've only got one, have you got half as much turbo? But that's not actually the case at all, because the factory twins are much smaller and potentially not as efficient as this. But that has been an argument since the dawn of the dong of the dinosaur. It's just been going for a long time. Some people also say they don't like the feel of twin turbos, and other people say single turbo is not pure.
I've got nothing. I've got nothing.
Our single turbo is on, which is a huge milestone for our build. Next, it's time to remove the front wheels so we can take them down to the tyre shop. Now, your wheel choice can make or break your car, and there are so many options depending on how aggressive you want to go, how much bling you're after, and how period specific you need to be. Now, the car came with a set of 15-inch Watanabes, and they suit the look of the Z perfectly. They're in amazing condition and we love them, so that is exactly the way it's going to stay. With the new wheels and tyres balanced up, we can install the fronts. We'll leave the rears off until we finish the fuel tank.
As with most custom turbo installations, an important part is getting oil and water in and out of the turbo, not through the same hose. We're using hose made out of Teflon, covered with a steel braid, which is then covered with a material braid so it's tough, chemical resistant, and won't rub through everything it touches. It can take the high pressures required for an oil feed and comes in various sizes to suit the application. It's really handy to learn how to use this kind of thing with only some basic hand tools required to make them up to the specs that you need. You can also buy adapters to get from whatever the fitting size is on the side of your engine and your turbo into the AN fittings that comes with this system.
It's been another huge day on the old Fairlady Z. Our turbo is on and now has oil lines. Our radiator's plumbed up, fuel tank removed, our custom drive shaft is installed, the dump pipe's finished, and we've got new tyres.
Thing of beauty, this is Turbo Yoda's dump pipe with optional wastegate agitator. Is that?
Yeah, that's the thing to make it not break.
Yeah.
When it heats up and cools down 1,000 times.
This is incredible. Let's put it on.
Okay.
I will feed it to you. You can jump under the car. I will chuck it under to you, then you feed it up.
All right.
We'll get it done. So the turbo's in now for good. It's got a coolant line, it's got an oil line, it's attached. That's it. Like, we basically filter on this side, dump on that side, done.
Yep.
So good.
Let's go.
All right. There you go. Good luck with that.
Now I have your V-band marking point here. Yep. We were saying before, I asked you how many times you've done this, and we got to hundreds and hundreds, and that was as far as you were willing to guess.
Yeah.
Which is good.
That's enough.
Because I haven't. This marks a significant part of our build process because once the dump pipe is connected, the major turbo components of our build are complete. So the turbo is now mounted, it is done, the dump pipe is on, the wastegate is done, we've got coolant lines, we've got oil lines, it's looking incredible. So Mr. Yoda, can you tell me about what happens next in terms of the piping over here?
So we're just going to throw an air filter on the front of it because that'll work.
Just air filter right here, just stick it on.
Yep.
Happy days.
Works fine. Intercooler pipe is, I've just got one tacked on there that we needed to size up to miss the exhaust manifold.
Yep.
It's going to go out through into the intercooler.
And we're not using any silicon for that at all. We're kind of using this like Wiggins style.
Yeah, we're using a Wiggins style clamp. It's not a Wiggins clamp, but it's the same style. So it's, yeah, they're pretty cool.
And that's going to give us some movement, isn't it?
Yeah, it gives you plenty of engine movement, and it's virtually, you can't break them. It's almost like a solid coupling, but it gives movement. So
nice.
They're really cool.
So that kind of, in a way, kind of takes the place of what silicon joiners might normally do.
Yep, that's it.
Yeah, cool. So obviously that's going to go down to the front mount, which I was meant to pick up, but it wasn't ready yet. So Marty's gone to Hypertune to pick that up. And then that's going to come around this side into our intake, which Marty's also picking up.
Yep.
And so while we wait for that, fuel tank.
Yep.
Now, we used a very special technique yesterday to defume it. Can you explain that to me?
So basically, like it's got fuel in there. There's fumes. We drain the tank, but there's still fumes and stuff in there. So we've got to cut a hole in it, which we're not welding it or anything like that, but you're still cutting things. So to make it a bit safer, what we do is just get a car, run it up to temperature, shove the exhaust pipe over the fuel inlet, and it just the inert gas that's coming out of the car just continually just run it for half an hour, and it just purges it basically.
Wow.
So that's an old cock trick from the radiator shop.
Yeah, nice.
You don't want to get blown up by a fuel tank.
We don't.
It's best to not, just don't do it at all. Don't touch, don't weld, don't do anything to a fuel tank. It's a bad idea. Give it to a professional. But we're not welding it, we're actually just cutting a hole in it. It's just a good idea to purge it of any fumes.
Nice. All right, well, let's go and modify the fuel tank.
All right. So this thing's just, it's designed so you can put a modern fuel system inside the original fuel tank of an old car. So it's kind of just like a surge tank inside the fuel tank, and it's pretty simple. It's just like a foam thing with that's sort of your tank at the bottom. It's just made out of rubber with the foam. The pump goes on here, and it all just goes in like that and screws down to the tank.
And we're going to be cutting that down here.
Yeah.
And is there enough depth here for this, or do we need to modify that and cut it down a little bit?
There's a minimum depth that you can, which we're fine with. It's 6 inches, 150 mil minimum height, up to I think it's 12 inches, 300 mil maximum.
Okay. To
get the pump to reach. This thing you just trim down depending on what height your tank is. So it's got like this is actually a template. Looks fancy, but so we cut.
That's what we're going to put on top and cut to that.
We hole saw 82 mil, and that just fits in it. And then you use that. That's your drilling template. Once you've drilled it, it's got this cool thing here. So it's got a cutout in it. So to get that inside the tank, you need that cutout so you can sort of roll it down inside, and then your studs come back up, and it just stays in there.
Oh, that's so cool.
That is what this sort of mounts onto. So then it's got a rubber seal. So you can put it in, like we've got a nice flat surface, which is excellent, but a lot of older tanks are all corrugated, and this rubber thing here, it actually accounts for the corrugation, so it's quite a cool idea. It sort of saves you having all the surge tanks and all that stuff that gets smelly and noisy.
Yeah.
And then in a case where you don't need 5 fuel pumps like this, just one in-tank pump that makes no noise is it's the best thing for this sort of car.
And that's one of the things we were saying for a Tinder car like this, a swipe left or a swipe right.
Yeah.
Which way do you swipe?
I don't know.
Woody will let us know, is that it's not going to be stinky and it's not going to be noisy.
Yep.
Hi, Cheryl. Which means it makes a good car for date night. Yep. Let's do it.
The car's going to be running a Deechworks fuel pump inside our modified fuel tank, and we're setting it up so we can run both 98 octane and ethanol with a flex fuel sensor. We've located the best position for the new pump, and we're marking the centre point, and then we'll drill it out. We're using a hole saw to get a perfect circle, and once this is done, we can give the tank a quick clean inside and out. With the fuel tank successfully chopped, now we can start adapting our new fuel delivery system. The next thing we have to do is connect power to the new fuel pump.
We could be surgeons.
Look at that.
Couldn't we?
I love it when stuff works.
We probably shouldn't be surgeons though. Some people do this for a job, but they're fixing human beings. They're like, quick, pull the gut out and put the other guts in. A lot of people doing poo transplants at the moment. You read about that?
No, I haven't.
It's a thing. There was a guy who was really sick, had like gut problems, and they got his wife's poo and stuck it up his bum and it like fixed him when no other medication could. So now they're getting like air dried, you know when you air dry foods? They're air drying feces, sticking it in a pill, and then you can take it up your butt and can help you with all sorts of different things. Okay, and go, stick it in.
Go.
Go, go, go. Hot, hot, hot. Are we in?
It's as in as it's going to get.
All right. Well done, Turbo Yoda. That was clean.
With our fuel pump all wired up, now Turbo Yoda is sorting out our oil cooling system.
So this is the bolt that used to hold the factory water to oil cooler.
Yep.
And so we need like a double-ended spigot to screw our new fitting on.
Yep.
And we can't find one easily, so I'm just making this into it. So we just got a tap, 3/4 16 tap. Die, I should say. I'm just running it down to make it longer, and then we're going to cut it off.
Yep.
And just screw it in, and then the other thing screws on.
We won't be attaching our external oil cooler until our front mount intercooler is done, but now at least it's all ready to go. Back to the fuel tank, it's time to prepare this 40-year-old beast for some modern fuel delivery technology. from Haltech has arrived to continue wiring the car, and Marty has returned from Hypertune with our intake manifold and front mount intercooler, both of which have been made to order specifically for this build, and that is cause for some celebration.
So this is really exciting. This is our brand spanking new Hypertune intake manifold. The plenum here is like hydroformed aluminium, and it's welded by the guys down at the factory, which is pretty impressive. We've got the runners here. They're made, they're billet, I believe, look to be. And also got a Bosch Motorsports throttle body. That's awesome because it's e-throttle. It's also nice and compact. And Dave is going to wire it in. It's going to look awesome. We're going to put a Wiggins style clamp on the front of it, so no silicon. This will bolt straight to the side of the head. Well, side of the head via what used to be the individual throttle bodies. So this is pretty cool because we can still use our factory injector point. You can get these with 6 or 12 injector ports on them as well. It's also handy because you've got some vacuum ports on the back here, so you can put map sensors, blow-off valve, boost references, all that kind of stuff in the bottom, so it looks nice and neat. So that goes on there with some bolts that we'll get.
Does it fit?
It does fit, look at that. It's pretty, man. That looks so good. And I like the theme too, like the silver and the black with the top of the black engine. It looks amazing. It's neat, it'll do what you need it to do. Gets rid of some of the complicated factory stuff. And Alan's nodding and half smiling. That's usually a very, very good thing. So a box has arrived from our friends at Deechworks. I'm pretty excited about. We have fuel system parts. We're going to have injectors, and there'll be some other goodies in here, but I've yet to see what they are. Oh my God, so much stuff. This is awesome. What do we got? I think that is a fuel pump. It's always a bit mysterious, the lettering on it. You never know what it is until you open it, but that's fine because I'm a bit of a fan of the old unbox.
We had a fuel pump already and we installed it.
Yeah, I know, but this is, no, that's good if you, yeah, that's awesome. You know why? Because that's gone in Supergramps.
Really?
Yeah. This is, I don't know what these are, but these look exciting also. It's got code words. Oh, what's that?
What is that?
Oh, 350IL. I think that's for the Cresta. Nice of them to give us a spare. What's this? Oh, these will be injectors.
That's what we want.
Yes, look at that.
Martin, what size are these injectors,
so
mate?
Good. I think these are 1200s. 1200s.
Awesome.
So these are going to be our injectors. They're going to flow heaps for what we're doing. Because it's going to be on petrol when it's driving around the streets, and then if we feel like putting ethanol in it, we can. Yep. We're going to put a Flex sensor in it. Haltech's going to know when it's got ethanol in it. We've done the pump, as you would have seen already, and now the injectors go in. I'll show you where these bad boys are going to go.
Amazing.
So this is the, as I was saying before, these are the factory throttle body thingies. So they are going to go like that. Yep. Plug up or plug down, Dave?
Plug up.
And the flute goes there. Yoink, like that, bolt it on, happy days. So
Very
cool.
exciting.
This means we can do it. This will mean the car will actually start. If we can get a spark from Dave and some juice from this and some timing from our Haltech, then we're good to go.
Amazing. Martin, I have one quick question for you.
Yep.
Over here, something else that's underneath your box of goodies is another box of goodies. And underneath here, there was shamminging going on today, which was a kind of, you know how it had that weird old school like oil cooler before?
Yeah.
Well, we're swapping that out to this, a heat transfer unit. Now, we could go full bozo style and have two like hoses hanging out the light over there.
Nah.
and then make it look like a bozo build, or we could actually just do it properly and mount it somewhere down here. But the question is, should it be visible or should it not be visible?
It's already black.
Yes. I don't particularly want it visible.
We're going shiny intercooler, aren't we? Just because it looks cool.
Yes, we are.
Shiny intercooler? Well, yeah.
Shiny intercooler for the extra power, Martin.
I think we can't put it in front of our intercooler, can we?
Well,
might have to.
Yes.
As long as it's pure, that's all that matters.
Pure, Martin.
What's that?
We're installing a set of 1200cc D2X injectors onto our engine. Due to the way the intake manifold is designed, we use the original injector ports and the fuel rail slips directly onto the back of the injectors with the help of some petroleum jelly. The injectors have been flow tested and matched and come with a data sheet to help with setup on the programmable ECU once we're ready to fire up the car for the first time. A matched set of injectors means you're less likely to need to do individual cylinder tuning. These injectors can run petrol or E85 and pressure will be supplied by a DW400 high flow pump retrofitted into the original tank.
Speaking of the tank, it's time to reinstall it in the car. So what we're doing at the fuel tank here, so we don't have to cut holes in the car, is that Marty has cut up these are like engine mounts or something, of rubber, and he's cut them and then we've araldite them on, which means the whole tank's going to drop down around 20 mil. What that's going to mean is that we've got room for our new pump over here and all of our hoses, because there's going to be a little bit of a gap between the top of this and underneath the car. Otherwise, we would have to cut out a hole around that round and then run the hoses down that way. So this way, of course, it's totally reversible, except for the big hole that we just drilled in the fuel tank. But the car body itself will not be affected if this works, or it won't. But it's looking good so far.
I'll try and strap it in.
Yep. There's just one nut on the top.
Probably two, man, but you want to break in between. Tank press.
We just lost one.
Have we lost something? Yeah. Mine's not close anyways. Yours? Is yours going to work?
No. Bolt extension.
Bolt extension.
Yeah.
We need to watch that YouTube video where the guy shows you how to shorten a bolt and do the opposite.
Yeah.
So these are the bolts that hold the straps on for the fuel tank, but because we've dropped it by 20 mil, these are now around 20 mil too short, so we have to extend them. Have to lube it up a little bit, but we'll be able to jam that in there. Well, the fuel tank's done. That was a big one. So here's a mad little tip for you if you've got a Japanese car. Turbo Yoda was just asking me if we could try and find a translation or a diagram of this. But what you can actually do is get Google Translate, put that onto live view, and then that'll let you do really funky stuff like this. So let's say we want to know what this fuse is here. With Google Translate live view, we just hold that near it, and that will say air conditioning. So that's what that fuse is, which is pretty freaking amazing. Like, we are in the future. So it's doing a real-time translation of what's on there. So over here you can see that that is lights, top left, and you can just scroll through. It's not always perfect, but it does a pretty good job. That's the antenna, that's the washer. So, I mean...
Is it lolling at you? Did anyone see that?
Is it lolling?
It said lol.
Did it?
Look, it's laughing at you, man.
But how cool is that?
That's amazing.
Like, that's incredible. So... air conditioning sounds good. Don't know why it has an air conditioning fuse, but I guess that was an option. Anyway, mad tips for your Japanese car. So it's been a massive couple of days on the S30, 240, 260, 280 Datsun Nissan. The RB's in there, which is pretty exciting. The turbo is all mounted up. It's got its lines. The dump pipe, incredible.
Yeah, it's all there. And a very cool external wastegate. Yeah, we plumbed in the oil feed, the oil drain, the coolant feed, the coolant drain. So that side's pretty much good to go. Just needs a filter on it and then some intercooler pipes.
That's right. And we dropped the fuel tank, of course, and that got chopped. That's got its new pump in it.
Dave's been fiddling away with lots of little wiring stuff, but it's super neat. I mean, you can just kind of slap the wires on the top, plug them in and go, but this is all really...
Yeah. And that's the result you get when you get the best in the business to do it, which is what we have right here with these gentlemen that for some reason come down and help us. I don't know why. It could be the salt and vinegar chips, or it could be your witty banter, Martin.
It could be the banter.
It could be.
There is a lot of that.
So next up, of course, we've got to do the front mount. We've got to mount that up. We've got to do the piping. The intake's got to go on. We've got to plumb up the radiator.
Oil cooler.
The oil cooler. What else is there?
There's some more fiddly fittings to do, like fiddly fittings, like the breathers on top of the manifold. So we've got to take them off next as well.
Yep.
Look, this will go on soon. As soon as Dave's finished doing some wiring, we'll throw that on.
And then we've also got to work out whether we're actually going to rebuild the rear drum brakes just so we can drive around and test it, or whether we're going to wait and try and upgrade that rear end. We haven't really decided yet what we're going to do.
Yeah, it's tricky to find it. You've got to sort of mix and match a whole bunch of parts. There's no just one-stop thing that goes fixed.
That's right.
Or if they are, they're not in Australia. We haven't found them yet.
Yeah. This 3-inch bit of pipe fits through here, and I know that we were going to do it all aluminium, but we're now going to need a bit of silicon for over here.
You might as well do it all silicon if you got one bit of silicon.
Is that bad?
Yeah.
Okay. But
it already fits. What's the problem? Just done.
Oh, but weren't you saying that, how do we weld this in here though? Because weren't you saying that there had to be a little doodle on the end of this?
There's a little doodle on the end.
Yeah, and does that mean it won't fit?
It'll fit in. It'll be right.
Do we have to cut it? Legit. Do we have to cut the car?
Maybe a little bit.
Martin,
Yeah.
do we cut up the front of the car or do we use a silicon joiner?
Here's the thing. If this car was 3 years old, would you chop it?
What's unreversible about this?
Aren't we about to cut a hole in the front?
It's already got a hole.
Aren't we about to make the hole bigger?
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, why does it have to be bigger when that already fits?
Because your coupler won't fit through there.
But can't we do the coupler now on there?
You can never get the intercooler back out again.
And get out this side. What, Dave?
No, a lot of people out there will tell us they can do it, but they never actually have. Alan doesn't like silicon joiners, and I get why. Like the Cresta, one blew off the Cresta, and that's annoying, right?
Yeah.
But
mine blew off my 180.
And it's a looks thing as well, because you have the cool clamps with the the thing, which is great, but I also don't care.
Let's think outside the ball sack for a second. Is there a way of putting this pipe in here and putting the coupler on after that's there? Like, can we weld it over here?
Can you weld it on when it's already in there?
Yes.
Oh, I know why. I just worked it out. I get why. Because the pipe will only ever be this way, because the pipe's on the intercooler, and you go, let's attach our intercooler, and you go, through there, and then once the clamp's on, it'll never come out again. Is that right? Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
You can't get the intercooler back off.
I understand now.
But you could have a silicon. But you could have a silicon on that. You could.
I asked Alan this morning how many times he's done this. I said, would you be willing to guess? And he said hundreds and hundreds. Because I've done it, I've assisted a couple of times, like a year 8 work experience.
As have I.
Maybe we should listen to him. Okay. Well, this is the bit of footage that no one will ever see, because we're about to cut up the front of the car.
No, we're not. We're not cutting the car.
No, we're not. It actually fits.
It never happened. It always fit. It always did.
I just want to confirm, Al, that once we put the coupler on the end, it's still going to fit through this hole, this factory hole, correct? Yeah. Without any cutting required.
There's be no problem at all.
Perfect.
Everything just fits.
Everything fits.
Pristine. Pure. Pristine.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know what P gets?
The purity levels are so high that it's like Adam and Eve spec high.
Wow.
Snake pride of the snake.
Wow. That's all I wanted to hear.
Pre-snake.
That's all I wanted to hear. That we're going to keep the purity with our impure mods. Great, I'm happy now. That's all good.
It's now time to get our Hypertune front mount intercooler installed onto the front of the car. This one has been especially designed to fit a 240Z, with the maximum amount of area to transfer heat out of the intake charge. We'll need to make up our own mounting system to attach it firmly to the front of the car. we've got some aluminium threaded bosses that we can weld to the underside of the cooler. A good tip is to thread a bolt into it while you're welding so the heat doesn't mess up the threads. With the lower mount in position, we can work out the upper mount. In the meantime, I'm going to remove the rocker covers from both sides of the engine so we can knock out the factory oil breather fittings and install some AN fittings, which we can then make some custom hoses for. Breathers allow the air that's being pumped around inside the rotating parts of the engine to escape. It's usually mixed with oil vapour, water vapour and other contaminants, so it's a good idea to catch it and separate it. The engine comes with breathers from the factory, but we're looking for more flexibility of where we mount a catch can, and the fittings and hoses will then match the cooling, oil and fuel systems nicely. Good ventilation of the engine means we won't have issues with oil control, any damaged seals or have the dipstick poking out. Welding rocker covers can be quite tricky as it's often oily and dirty, so a good clean is required first. We're cutting the top off the factory fittings, grinding them as flat as we can and then welding on our own fittings.
Rocker cover gaskets seal the covers to the top of the head and are often the culprit when you've got oil leaks. This is because they get heat cycled over and over, especially when they're next to something hot like a turbo or exhaust manifold. We're digging out the old seals, cleaning up the channels where they sit, and installing some brand new ones before bolting the covers back onto the engine. Now that the fuel tank's back in the car, I can reinstall the cover plate into the inner rear guard. I'm making the top intercooler mount out of aluminium sheet that I've cut to size to attach to the top radiator support. It will then be welded onto the top side of the front mount intercooler, and I'll drill some speed holes in it for weight reduction purposes. Next, we've got a whole lot of aluminium tube that we need to snake and ladder together into an intercooling system. We're using a compound miter drop saw to make clean cuts into the tube. We're chopping up a donut as it gives us the tightest possible radius bends to get from the intercooler and into the engine bay. Al is then welding the plate onto the top of the intercooler into its final position, which will be bolted to the top radiator support using 2 hex bolts and nylock nuts. The engine bay is really starting to come along, but the intercooler pipes still need to be made completely from scratch. We're using clamps rather than silicone, which we can weld directly onto our aluminium tube. We're tacking the 90-degree bends directly onto the intercooler while it's mounted on the car to make sure the positioning is perfect before taking the cooler off the car to complete the welds on the bench. And while Turbo Yoda performs his welding magic, now we can move on to our oil cooling system.
So this here is the factory oil cooler that was on the RB26, so that is plumbed into the radiator, which, as Turbo Yoda was saying, then uses radiator powers to cool the oil, which could be being used to cool something else, Martin.
That's right.
So we're putting on a dedicated oil cooler a la this, which is pretty freaking awesome. The other benefit of that is that it's getting rid of a lot of the complexity that's under there, lots of hoses and all sorts of stuff like that. The question now is that normally you could kind of just install that here, but we are also talking about, see, look at that, that's pretty cool. Or like we said, of course, you could put it on the front of your bumper like we did in Japan and put a few hoses out the headlight like that.
Not for this car though.
But the plan is to actually eventually have air conditioning in this car. So that would run kind of around here. So we need to mount this over to the side in a clean and friendly way, which Marty's going to tell you all about.
So the plan is to mount it up here, attach it just to the rail and then make a little bracket off the bottom radiator support there.
Yep.
Which is good because we've got these hoses, it goes at a 45, straight through that hole, down and under the intake manifold. There's some complexity with the factory intercooler and there's some oil cooler, but there's also some complexity with this, but it just means it's a separate system, never shall they meet. And it's nice and neat. That'll fit behind the intercooler because we've got so much space in this nose. We're actually going to put this behind the intercooler. That's also so we don't have this little random black radiator hanging out. Sometimes people put them down here in front of a wheel, but we don't want to worry about stuff hitting it. So it's actually nice and safe back here.
And once that's mounted up, it's just a hose out the top and a hose out the bottom, right?
Exactly, and back into the adapter that sits on our current oil filter location.
The adapter that Yoda made like a genius boss.
So let's
not chop the car and make some brackets.
Sounds good, man.
While Marty's working on the oil cooler and brackets, I'm installing a brand new battery that's more suited to this engine and sorting out the position of the oil catch can, which we'll install with nutserts. Once the oil cooler is mounted, we need to run some custom oil lines from the engine. We'll mark these out on the car, measure them up, and then make the lines up on the bench. With our oil cooling system installed and plumbed up, now we can get back to installing the front mount intercooler.
There isn't a lot of room to move between the throttle body and the cold side of the intercooler, so from here it's a process of cut once, then cut again, then maybe measure, then cut 3 more times until you have the perfect intercooler piping setup. The hot side is a little more straightforward, but we're dipping the pipes down close to the rail so there's room for an air filter on the front of the turbo. Then we're going to mark it and tack it.
All right, Martin, this is where we're at, mate. It's time to get a little update. Don't do that.
Just kidding.
Have you seen that video where the dude does that?
No.
Chops his finger off.
Oh my God.
Turbo chop.
No.
Martin, Turbo Yoda has just had to fly home. He's going to be flapping his arms for hours, isn't he?
He's on his way back to sunny Queensland, where it's always hot and always sweaty and dripping off his nose.
But it's time to do a quick little recap of where we got up to. Now, the front mount is in. It's looking amazing. And it fit.
So this is what we were talking about earlier, about it fitting this car perfectly. Now, unfortunately, it's not perfect, but it's so close.
Isn't
it?
The
tanks are right there.
What do you mean it's not perfect?
90 degrees straight off, right through there.
What do you mean it's not perfect?
Because you got to remove literally 3 millimeters of metal.
Oh, over here, yes, we did have to remove
it's
about
not,
that much.
It's not very much, but aside from that, it fits well.
The pipes here are tacked in.
Yes, they've been tacked together.
So it is in its location now.
And see, there's a bit of movement. Some people have asked also, if you don't have silicon, then what do you do about movement? But these clamps have a tiny bit of movement in them, so when the engine moves, they can still kind of move around, but they seal really well. They don't blow off.
It's looking pretty ridiculous.
Awesome.
And so there's just going to be an air filter just hanging right off the front of this. It's going to sound amazing. While we're down here, Martin, somebody told us something amazing about the Ibiza light. It comes out.
It comes out.
It comes out, and look at that.
Incredible. Because you might have carbies on the other side of your engine. You might have carbies on one side and carbies on the other side. You ever seen that before? Me neither. But it means we can tune. Well, we can't tune anything, but we can sit there at night and just admire our creation.
That's pretty amazing.
So look, front mount pipes. Look, Mad Hypertune thing. Look, R35 coils. Look, Mad Garrett turbo.
Injectors are in. Deech works. New battery that we just put in. From a Hilux, Martin.
Yeah.
Which is pretty
Hilux
cool.
or High Ace, I can't remember, but it's probably the same.
Oh,
anyway.
is it?
All it doesn't have, and we have to do it next, is finish off our fuel system. So we've got the lines running. We've got the tank that you did last time. We've got the pump in there. We've got some lines going to the car. What we don't have yet is the lines coming off the rail down here and up into our factory fuel rail.
Ah, yes.
So we're going to make up those. And then just little things like thermo fans on the back, although something did arrive just now that might actually solve that. So
Where is it, Martin?
It's over here.
Can you go and get it?
We'll put this on next time.
And then at some point, we're going to try and do air conditioning down here because of Australia.
It's too hard to get out. But it's a thermo fan
Martin.
and a thermo fan shroud. No, they're going to save till next time. They're going to wait. Don't blow it all at once, man.
What?
Exactly. So this is a little bit more labour intensive than just using your phone torch, isn't it?
But they didn't have a phone torch in the 70s.
Phone torch would have.
Martin, let's go down and have a look down here.
I'm just putting the Ibiza light away. The party's
mate.
over.
Inside the car pretty much looks the same. Some of the interior is still kind of pulled out. Martin, did you say it was a BRZ pedal in here?
Yeah, so BRZ accelerator pedal down in there that we mounted on that box. Got to bend it a little bit just so it sits there because you don't want it dead flat with your brake. Generally, most cars have it just sunk down slightly, but the good thing about these pedals are they've got a metal rod, which means you can just bend them into the perfect position.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Which is why Benny and all those guys love to use those so much. The other pedals are good. The throw on the brake is awesome. It just feels so good.
Yeah.
Old pedal, new master cylinder and booster.
Yep.
It's freaking
But
awesome.
speaking of brakes, so back here, all of this is now going to go, and There are a couple of reasons, like A, like the car's going to be way faster, but B, we want the car to be engineered, like properly engineerable, and we don't think that's going to be possible with drums. So we've ordered some stuff from Uncle Sam.
I'm gonna see if it's on its way. I think it's on its way. So you might remember a little while ago we did a shout out saying like, what can you guys help us?
We put it on the Facebook, didn't we? Yes.
And everyone was saying techno tuning, and then like 2 days later, the email went bong. It's like, hey, it's Clay from Techno Tuning. We got some cool stuff. I'm like, oh my god, can you help us with our rear end? And they said, yes, we can. And so the next email just said, I'm sending you some stuff. What diff do you want? What diff are you using, and what hubs are you using?
Yeah.
So the plan at the moment
S13 hubs, right?
S13 hubs, because 4-stud and 4x1 on 4.3, and then R34 diff, which I don't think is going to break.
Some people use 300ZX diffs, right?
Because they're R230s and they're massive, but only the turbo ones are. But you need different setup, and I think being that we've got R34 box, R200 is going to be okay for this power level. We're not making kind of crazy power, and it's not a drift pig also where the diff's getting munched all the time.
Yeah.
So I think it's going to be good. So it actually comes.
Does that mean, Martin, though, that our tail shaft down here won't fit anymore, though? Do we need to get another new one?
Possibly, but that's kind of a good thing because the tail shaft guy was saying that the unis in that one are like sort of a bit old.
Oh, all right.
So it's not a bad thing. I mean, look, if it means we get an R200 and we get rear disc brakes and coilovers and like a whole rear end setup, I'm so excited.
There's also talk though of like redoing the front brakes while we're at it, like just going all the way around, like just going crazy.
Possibly, yeah.
It spiraled out of control fairly quickly because the plan was like just kind of get the rears working, then get the car driving.
Depends on wheels a little bit too, because you got to actually. It'll be a bit tricky with wheels. Like if you put 17s on this, it'll look not great, but you'll fit any brake. But these wheels may only fit certain brake combinations, so we're gonna have to play around with it. But we'll do that next time.
And then we got to work out whether we need like wider rubber on there as well.
Yeah,
because the consideration, like with this diff in there at the moment, is people are just like, well, that'll work to drive around, but the moment you try and do a skid, it'll probably go kablamo.
Yeah.
It'll go Ronda and Katut.
Yeah. So and also like these tyres, we know will fit with this particular setup. Also, it's worth noting it's got flares, but it's not actually even lipped under here.
Yeah, so that might have to get chopped.
Try and put massive rubber and you lower it, then you're probably going to run into problems. I mean, we can roll this or whatever later with a pure guard roller and do it very neatly, which means we can probably fit wider rubber. But for now, we'll get it driving. And also, it's kind of fun to find out if you don't have enough rear end grip on the track.
Is it? Super Gramps.
So. That's too much grip.
But the front end is looking pretty good.
The front end is looking pretty good.
The rear end needs some love.
There's still some bits to do on the front, but it's all like fun stuff like welding aluminium, which is really fun. Aluminum for everyone else. We have a bunch of boxes that have arrived, which is pretty exciting. So last time you saw the car, we didn't have boxes, and it's a couple of days later, and now we do have boxes.
That's right.
Which is super exciting. It arrived from the United States of America on like overnight flights from the USA.
Which is pretty amazing.
Yeah.
A box from the rear end.
Exactly.
It's going to be freaking
There's
awesome.
a few of them, so we're going to crack them open and see what's in there, and hopefully those bits and pieces will help us get a move on with our build.
And we're also attaching the fan and shroud to our radiator here, except it doesn't fit.
Of course not.
So it's getting modified. And it's going to be an epic day. It's going to be great. The plan, obviously, on the rear of the car is to do like disc brakes. That was the biggest consideration, but also the diff, because we thought it might explode otherwise. And we want to make sure this car is kind of engineerable in some format and actually work on the street without too many problems.
So Mechanical Stig has gone and got us a R34 Skyline diff and some shafts and some hubs. Some of those hubs need some work, but they're enough to get us started, so we'll be able to mock it all up, because we are going to have to change our tail shaft, which is a bummer, but I think it's going to be worth it.
Yeah, that's right. So the idea today is obviously get as much of that rear end stuff in as possible, see what's in these boxes. New suspension as well. And then while we're doing that, the young Yoda, I think, is going to finish a bit of pipe work and stuff on the front. And that's about the plan, Martin.
It is. That will probably eat up most of today.
So who's pumped to get going, Martin? So when we started trying to rebuild these rear brakes, you probably saw in a previous episode that they fell apart like a piñata, and we weren't sure where all the bits were. And it was at that point we kind of went, it's probably almost a too hard basket, considering that we could do a better job anyway by upgrading them, and rear disc brakes would probably be a prerequisite for getting the car engineered. So we put something up on the Mighty Car Mods Facebook saying, has anyone got any recommendations? And there was one thing that just kept coming up over and over and over again.
And it was
Techno Toy Tuning. They're a bunch of guys over in California, in America, who had been watching the build, and also so many of you guys had said go and talk to them. So we just shot them an email and said, you know, is there any stuff that will help us do this? And they said, well, yes, there is, and we have 5 boxes coming your way.
So yeah, they sent us all this stuff. They're a
awesome.
Californian company, designed and manufactured in California. I don't know exactly what's here,
No.
but we're about to find out in an almighty automotive unboxing of extravagant proportions.
It is worth mentioning that it's actually possible to upgrade your rear end using factory parts. Like you can get 280Z parts.
Yes.
And I think those cars came with disc brakes. You can mix and match calipers off Bluebirds or Maximas, but a lot of that info is either patchy or the parts actually quite hard to find, because some of those brake calipers are actually from like 85 model cars, and the records that we tried to get them from just didn't have them. So, or you can go full custom and make it, but we obviously want to get this thing on the road, so it was about getting a kit that would just get it done.
And I think the reason why people like kits like this is it doesn't drastically affect the geometry of your car.
No.
So you can you get coilovers, you get brakes, you get all this stuff, but your car still has that famed Z performance that everyone expects.
I'm also a big fan of, if you're going to get under there and start replacing stuff, and you have the kit or you have the money to get the kit or whatever, is just do it in one go. And just get it all done, because you're going to have to get an alignment anyway.
Yeah.
So you might as well sort of start from the inside and work your way up.
What have you got in box 1?
Okay, box 1. This one's already opened, but you have to chop that because I don't know what that is. This looks like, oh my God. Oh, that looks like a strut, dude. Coilover of some description. I really should have got a knife. Yes, this must be. Dude, that's a front coilover.
Really?
That's a front coilover. Sent us fronts as well. Matching ones, I think. That's a little stub axle, which is cool, and it'll mount the brake caliper onto it. That's legit, man. Look at that.
Wow.
Wow. This looks quality.
Look at this one.
And adjustable as well.
Look at this.
Hub. I think that goes on there.
That's awesome,
It
man.
looks so like...
It's got all their little bits on there.
So fancy. I think that sits on there somehow. Donk. With a bearing in it, ideally. All right, that must be front in there. So you must be rear bits here.
So maybe that's rear. Can you knife the rest of that for me?
Knife away from yourself.
Man, there's a lot of stuff in here.
Can you believe how quickly this got to the other side of the world?
No, it's like got here in just a matter of days.
Oh man, I didn't know whether we were going to get this, but when I saw this particular part on the website, I got really excited, because these are control arms. That's a lower control arm, or I think it's a lower one. Yeah, it is. That's awesome. Look at that.
Far out.
How good's that?
It looks legit.
Yeah.
Look at the adjustment on this.
Oh wow.
That's so epic.
Yeah, wheel alignment might need to be done by expert, I think, by looking at that.
Martin, I think
That's
there's actually
amazing.
like too much stuff in here for us to unbox everything. Like there's just too much stuff.
What do you mean, too much stuff?
Look at it all. But what I will say, can I borrow a knife for a second?
Yes, you can.
Is that we did have R33 Skyline brakes on the car, but now we're actually going Willwood front and rear, so we're going to have to change the front. I mean, we're going to be changing the suspension and stuff anyway. I mean, it just went from like a kind of a crazy build to like an extra crazy build, didn't it, Marty?
Oh,
like
yeah.
Just extra.
Yeah. But I mean,
madness.
you're just having done this enough times now. It's like if you can do it properly, do it properly.
Yeah.
And it means that when you are going very fast and you have pressed the brake pedal, the car will stop. I think the Cresta has Willwood brakes on the front as well.
Look at this, man. Willwood brakes.
Massive.
Huge.
We need to check. They're supposed to fit under our wheels, but they may not.
Okay.
So we're going to have to
We'll have to check.
trial fit them.
Otherwise, we might have to go full custom wheel as well. Can you imagine that?
Can you imagine? Oh,
That'd
that's
just
so
be
exciting.
epic.
I love that. It's really well made too.
Martin, there is so much stuff in here.
It's great.
Seriously, look at this.
Loving it.
I don't even know what that is.
That looks like, is that a rear hub? Like a rear carrier for the rear hub? Does it? Yeah, control arm will connect to that. That's massive. Look at the size of it.
Huge.
And I think the brakes mount on there somewhere.
Over on those two. Far out.
More, so must be the upper arms. Do you even have upper arms? I don't actually know how that suspension works. Oh, that's the same as what you pulled out before, hey. Yes. So good.
And down here, we keep going. Martin, I think each box is organised. Look at that, they've tagged exactly what it is.
Strut top
The front brakes with instructions. We've got to make sure we keep all the bits together.
What's this one? This box is, have you opened every box?
No, there's
I'm
more
going to
over
open this
here.
box. What's in this one?
This is what I want to check out in here.
Rear brakes?
It's front brakes. Oh, you've got rears.
There should be rears somewhere. What's this? Oh, I'm rolling over bubble wrap. Oh no. Yeah. Look at it.
So epic.
Oh, sway bar.
This is like an almighty kind of like Lego kit, isn't it?
Dude, this is next level Lego.
Like this is crazy.
The colour's really cool. The grey's gonna look good under there. I'm running over more bubble wrap.
Man, I'm starting to get scared that I'm gonna like forget where everything goes and just freak myself out.
Yeah. Drop mount set.
Yeah, awesome.
Dropped it.
Let's do it, man. Let's remove.
I have absolutely zero. What's that? I have no idea where to start. I think we just
No, me neither.
start pulling stuff out. I mean, the diff's got to come out, so maybe we just pull all the factory stuff out. Is that smart? I don't know what to do. But we're going to learn,
I think
aren't
we do what we usually do. We just pull everything out and then start putting things in and take longer than we think it's going to because we just work it out as we go.
What's a DM set?
A DM set.
There's instructions. There's instructions. Can you believe it?
Yeah.
How good is that?
I wonder if it's actually
So
going to fit, Marty.
It's supposed to fit an S30 240Z.
But everything's supposed to fit everything and it never does.
I really hope it fits. We might be surprised. Do you remember when we did like the Honda S2000 exhaust and it just fit?
NVIDIA exhaust, it just fit.
We were blown away.
It was amazing.
It was the first time ever in like
Unlike those
7
other
years
ones.
before that.
Let's do it, man. Let's just start removing and installing.
Buy brakes, buy coil, buy
See you later,
suspension.
brakes.
See you, mate.
Sorry to
do it.
stop you in your tracks.
Oh dear.
Our first job is to remove the old brakes so we can get access to the rest of the rear suspension components. We're basically going to be replacing everything, which means all of the parts back here need to come out and get carefully stored away so that one day if we want to, we can return the car to original. Because we're also upgrading our diff, our custom tail shaft also needs to come out as we'll need to measure up and get a new one made that fits our new setup.
Get out. There he goes. Thank you, mate. So this is an interesting thing. Up here, up there, is like a strap. Looks like a rubber strap. And Turbo Yoda was saying that the idea is if your diff busted, it would stop your diff flying out onto the road. I've never seen one before. It's pretty crazy.
So we started pulling this apart bit by bit and then we realised that it's probably going to be easier just to drop the whole rear in one go. And then what we're going to attempt to do is build the rest of the stuff off the car so we can check it all, get it all right, and then put the whole thing in. At least that's the plan. We'll see how we go. Hopefully this won't fall on my head now. I think there's just 4 more holding it in up the top, Marty. Like 4 here, 4 there. Where's the moustache, Martin?
The moustache is that back bit.
This bit?
The big mount along the top. I didn't know either. Al had to tell me.
Is that the moustache?
Moustache? It looks like a moustache.
It does look like a moustache.
If it's got a beard and makes coffee, then it's a hipster.
We're supporting the weight of the rear end and the diff on a jack, and then once everything's undone, we can carefully lower it down and remove the whole thing from underneath the car.
Coming down. Whoop. Oh, spinning.
And that's it. The rear suspension components, brakes and diff are removed from the car, ready to be upgraded with brand new and modern replacements.
So here it is. This is the factory rear end.
It's a R180, which means 180mm wheel in it. We're going to a R200.
R200.
Yeah.
So yeah, with the diff that we have over there, which Turbo Yoda's about to bring over for your viewing pleasure.
Oh, it's a big unit.
That there is from a R34 Skyline.
Yep.
And as far as we can tell so far, everything that you can see is about to be replaced.
I think so. I mean,
all of this.
It looks like we have enough parts to change all of it, which is great. So so they break. These are uni joints. They break here. Apparently they break there. They break in here. But I mean,
and this breaks.
A factory one's not. I mean, standard you're not going to break it. So it's engineered fine for what the car was originally intended for. But when you start turning it up like we're turning it up, it's time to change it. And it just happens that the coilovers and everything come as part of the kit, which is a bonus. This is the moustache.
Yeah. And I can see why, because it looks like Movember.
And the reason you can't just bolt in an R200 straight on is that they're a different, I mean, that's a whole different mounting system, but they're a different length.
Yeah,
There's short nose, long nose.
all sorts of different things. And so
Which is why we need the new drive shaft as well.
Yes, exactly. Otherwise, I mean, look, you could get really lucky, but the flange is different too. So
Yeah.
we just put basically an R34 shaft, one piece, front and back, done.
What's pretty amazing about this car is that like all of this stuff will be new.
Yeah. Your whole
Hubs,
driveline.
shaft,
Yep.
suspension,
Yep.
brakes.
Everything that's touching the road and the engine and the gear, like everything is new or refreshed.
That's amazing.
Which is great, man. It's so good.
Are we going to attempt to basically leave this here and build that next to it? Because that would make the most sense, wouldn't it, with all the other parts that can kind of reference this?
Particularly, I think if we lay it out to make sure we have everything we need, it's the right way around, and sort of try and match it would be the smart way to do it. But we may or may not be able to build it like this.
Yeah.
We'll just see. Just plug it in.
It's probably easier to get this out than it's going to be to get the other one
Always,
in, isn't it?
especially when you're on your back on concrete.
So we've dropped the rear end completely, which sounds like a holiday in Bali, doesn't it? Like when you've had some like bad food and you... Anyways, that's what's happening down the rear. What is happening down the front, Al? I see some more mods going on here with our bolt-on parts.
So we got this radiator shroud with a fan on it for an R32, and it doesn't fit at all. So,
but this is for an R32 as well, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is...
So if that's R32 and that's R32, shouldn't they play?
Yeah, in theory, but
okay.
Yeah. So it does,
is that another bolt-on part that doesn't bolt on?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Which is, pretty standard.
But you haven't had to do much except change all the mounts, cut a few holes in it.
Yeah.
Is that right?
And put some little plates down the side to seal it up. And we've also turned it around and put it the other way just because.
Okay.
So it does fit now.
So just for the record, this bolt-on part, we've added metal, we've cut holes, different brackets.
Turn it upside down.
And turn it upside
drilled
down.
holes in it.
Okay.
Cut some stuff off the radiator, and now it fits.
Okay, great. There it is. So once that's on, other than the kind of the front mount piping that still has to be welded, are we pretty much like home and hosed up the front end? Like other than some wiring and bits and pieces like that? I know we've got to connect fuel as well, but are we close up the front?
Yeah, just fuel hoses. We've got to bolt, the manifold's not bolted on properly yet, so we've got to bolt that on. And then just some radiator hose, the heater hoses and stuff, which we've got, but we just ran out of time last time. So, yeah, we'll get that done.
While we begin unboxing and laying out all of the components for the rear end, Alan is going to finish the intercooler pipes and weld in our blow-off valve fitting. We're installing a GFB Response TMS, which has an adjustable venting bias that allows you to control with a twist of your wrist how much air vents from each outlet. In most cases, this lets you choose whether you want factory recirculation or blow-off valve noise. But in our case, the venting bias will adjust our sound from the classic Parramatta Road blow-off valve whoosh all the way through to the Bankstown Special Giant Pigeon. While Al finishes the pipework, we've got all of our new parts laid out and we're ready to start installing them.
The hipster bar is held on by bolted bushings that go up and connect to the factory studs. All the pickup points are the same as the factory parts, so there's no fabrication involved or customization. The bar has multiple mounting points to fit a variety of diffs. Our R34 Skyline R200 fits perfectly onto the centre mounts. We're lubricating the bushes so they don't seize up, and with the big washers glued in place with some silicone adhesive, we can work on getting it mounted into the rear of the Fairlady. The thin factory drop mounts are replaced with billet aluminium blocks that connect to the factory mounting holes. The rear lower control arm bushes are then clamped in place underneath.
Can you get yours all the way in there?
No, man, I keep like jamming one right in the front and then it sort of like slips right at the edge, and then if I get the angle right and like turn left, because it seems to bend off to the left, then I can get one good screw at it, you know?
Because the first time I put it in, I was pushed it the whole way through and that seemed to kind of open it up a little bit.
Yeah, yeah.
But on this side, see how my rubber here, see how that's going through there?
Yep.
Rubber's all smashed.
Well, this rubber keeps getting in the way.
Yeah, well, every time I try and push it all the way in, this rubber's getting in the way because it's broken around the base of this.
My one's got a little like ring around it.
Yeah.
Like it's kind of holding it and just around the base, and it seems to work okay. But then when that starts to squash, it just all goes a bit sort of flaccid, you know.
Yeah, but these are meant to be flappy, right? These bits are like
these are supposed to
the
stay.
two bits that are hanging down are meant to flap down and be wobbly until we actually insert the big one.
There's two flaps, and then we put the big thing right here.
Right in the middle.
Yeah, but these need to stay flappy.
Okay. And so it's kind of like when you're putting anything together, you want to leave everything, like a roll cage or something, you want to leave it loose until the last minute.
Exactly.
So then you just go hard on everything right at the end before you finish
right
off.
towards the end.
Yeah, cool.
It's good, man.
Do you reckon these are the right way?
I have no idea, but at least it'll be nice and, you know, time consuming if we need to change them and reverse them. Moustache bar next, man.
Oh, that's good. That's substantial.
Hey, buddy. Yep.
Are they our gloves, Martin?
Hope so.
We've just had an exciting delivery. Our new Mighty Car Mods Driveway Ninja work gloves. Made with nylon knit and a polyurethane coating, these are perfect for working on your ride or doing some gardening with Cheryl. They're available right now on the Mighty Car Mods website. Turbo Yoda is close to finishing off our custom blow-off valve piping, and we are having great success on installing the rear end, because for once, the bolt-on kit actually bolts on.
Our moustache bar is getting installed first, and then we'll lift the diff up into place and secure it with the front mounting bracket. Meanwhile, Al is installing our blow-off valve nice and close to the throttle body. It's getting pretty squashy in the engine bay, but it's clearing everything nicely.
Installing the diff. The big diff.
Just tell me what you want, man. Up, left, right.
Up.
Dude, this is pretty awesome. Skyline diff.
Skyline diff. You've basically got an R34 with an RB26 and no front drive. You've got a GTR with no front drive.
Basically, this is a GTR that's rear-wheel drive in an S30 body. That's what it is now.
Yeah. That's cool as.
That is cool.
Just jack it, man. I'm so pumped. And so's the jack. Hang on. Oh, if you can go down a touch.
I'll try it.
Yeah, that's all right. You can always go up again. Yep. And now
up a tiny bit.
Lock him off up a tiny bit.
Locked and up.
And then up 1/2 a pump. Yep. And now towards you a bit, please. Yes.
Is he in?
Oh my God, that felt so good.
It was always crazy.
Yep.
But it just got proper.
Having that.
Like it just got proper crazy now.
And having that means like you can just drive the snot out of it.
Just drive
like,
the pants off it.
Just drive the pants off whoever's in it. Well, I mean, whoever's in.
What? Drive my pants off.
Drive your pants off.
I could drive it with no pants on.
Do that.
Martin, there's a special Airbnb for people with no pants.
What do you mean?
Yeah, I just read about it in the paper.
What are you talking about? Oh man, I've got smuts all over me.
Airbnb for people who don't like to wear pants.
Okay.
It only shows you pantless places.
Well, I'm happy for those people. I'm just happy for people to be happy. I think. Shut up. Does that? No.
What? No.
Shut up.
What? Yeah, that way, dude. Yeah, that way. Yeah.
All right, now the jack's in the way, so we're gonna have to go back a little bit.
Yeah, no worries. Hold it up. And I'm going to withdraw from your armpit and reinsert at the end. Oops.
Up.
Went too far.
Lots of up. It's heavy as.
I know.
Yeah, just hold there for a sec. Shut up.
Oh.
Shut up.
Shut the front door.
Shut the
back door. And can you please close the fly screen? Because there's mozzies coming in.
No way. I don't believe that it's that easy.
Martin, they said it would bolt in. And they told the truth.
It bolts in.
They're the first people who've told the truth.
No, we shouldn't talk. You know why?
I need to
Something will go wrong.
Turbo Yoda, these guys said this thing bolted in and it bolted in.
This is a first.
Yes, it's a first.
It's
Turbo Yoda's
spectacular.
just exploding in the background.
I'm exploding with excitement.
You got the bolting. Them slots.
Look at that.
Look at it.
You got to cut this off.
It's so good.
What do you want? Are you trying to cut stuff again?
Huh?
The space must go in here.
Alan's trying to cut
It's the same on that side too. Let's measure it.
760.
760.
Cool.
Write it down.
We're also replacing the front suspension components, brake lines, calipers, rotors, and installing a brand new set of coilovers. The addition of the RB engine from a GTR means that this Fairlady will be capable of supercar-like performance, and by upgrading all of the suspension and brakes will mean that it should handle and stop like one too.
Our R200 diff is in place and ready to be bolted in for good, so I can get started on the rest of the rear end pieces. The old handbrake cables are coming out as we've got a brand new set that will work with the factory lever and our mad new rear calipers.
Our steering rack is fairly shagged and needs new boots and bushes, so we're jacking up the engine so we can get it out and upgrade it.
So we've removed all the front suspension components and front brakes because they're about to get replaced with all new stuff, which is pretty exciting. The R33 brakes that were on the front are getting replaced with a Willwood set. And we've just taken out the steering rack because we need to replace these. Now, we've been putting this off for weeks because you kind of have to undo the engine mounts and jack it up a little bit. But these are the steering rack mount bushes. The boots here are also all torn, as you can see, and rooted. So we've got to fix those up. And then we're keeping this much of it, but from here on, it's getting replaced with all of this fancy geometrical, super adjustable suspension stuff so that when the car is lowered, there's some compensation for the geometry, because it's all about the purity of the road feel. How are you going, Martin?
The road feel. I'm so impressed and so stoked with this setup, man.
Yeah.
It just bolts in. It looks really good, like the quality's really good, and everything so far is lined up, and I can't remember the last time that happened.
Techno Toy Tuning, the bosses.
So I've got the diff in. I've got the front carrier on, the rear carrier on. The diff's pretty much good. I replaced the handbrake cables while I was at it because they're right up above the diff. And now it's time to start putting the suspension arms in back here. And then we'll work our way from the inwards to the outwards, and later today we'll hopefully be doing the hubs, putting the S13 hubs on it.
Yeah.
And then pretty much work our way this way: shafts, hubs, arms, coilovers, brakes, wheels, done.
This, like, I know we were saying this already, but this just went from like an epic build to just next level, like astronomically epic.
Yeah. And
because everything will just be new.
Your whole driveline. It's fancy, man, but it's also like, if you're going to do it properly, keep it forever. Like, it's just...
Yeah,
it's really good. And this diff's going to take it. It's going to take any, like, abuse you're going to hand out.
Steering rack boots protect the moving parts inside your steering system. When they split, which is often, water and debris can get inside, wash out the protective grease and wreck your steering feel, and of course, purity. Replacing the boots usually means removing the tie rod ends and sliding the new boots up and over. Since we've got the rack out anyway, it's a good time to install these solid aluminium adjustable outer tie rod ends. These are designed to be super strong with additional bump steer correction, which is useful on lowered cars. With its set of new bushes and boots attached, we can install our upgraded rack back into the car. The steering rack is looking epic, and while that's happening, I've got the rear end coming together nicely. To get the new control arms in, I need to grease and install some poly bushes, and then reuse some of the original factory parts from the pile of stuff that we removed earlier. With an experienced helper, I can then mount the arms up into the brackets and bolt them in for good. The rear end is coming together nicely, and it's perfect timing because we've just had an exciting phone call.
All right, mate, we'll pop down. Thank you very much. See you, mate. Yes, thanks, that's fine. Cheers, mate.
Is that what I think it was, man?
It's the shaft, yes! Shaft today. Like shaft ready before rear end finished.
While we wait for it to get here, we can install our rear suspension.
If he smashes it from the top, both you and I reckon underneath could probably, like, you grab the shaft around there, I'll grab this flange.
I can feel him nutting on the top of it now.
But do you reckon if you have your finger right through that?
Are you done up there, mate?
I reckon if you...
Oh, sorry.
Too hard, mate.
I think I was actually pushing it too hard into him.
Oh, really?
I'll let it go a little bit.
I think if this hole aligns with that flange, and then we just push it really hard, like just smash it, it'll probably work. But I'll have to lift up this massive flap thing.
Have you nut on the top now, Al?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so shall I push this up?
Yeah, put that through, and then I'll put 2 in at the same time. There you go. Just get that angle right. Yep. Oh, it's going in. Just keep
looks
jiggling.
so good, man.
Keep going.
I'm gonna smash it. Ready?
Yeah, that's it.
Yep.
Hold it there.
Yep. Well, you reckon you'll be able to get the shaft through?
I've got to open that lip up a little bit more.
Do you reckon you can get the shaft through if you just push it as hard as you can?
Just gonna screw
Does it have a
There we go.
Franger thing on it?
Okay, Al, it's coming up. You see that one? Whole new rear end, Marty.
I know.
Have we talked about it enough yet?
No, it's still fanboying over it.
Fapping hard
I'm still
on it,
just
aren't we?
fanboying how nice all this looks and how clean and new and like upgraded and it fits, man. It's like it's the funnest adult Lego I think I've ever played with in my life.
Yes.
Just so nicely made. Stoked.
It did actually bolt in.
You go.
We had to ream one hole, right?
One hole.
Other than that, it fit.
And that's probably our car rather than the actual kit because, you know, whatever robot wasn't there in the 1970s didn't drill the hole properly.
That's one through.
Let's see some wiggling. How's that? Yep, there she goes.
Perfect.
Look at that, dude.
Far out.
You may have to flip, eventually you may have to flip these bolts if the hub's in the way, but I think we'll be all right. We can
Give you a nut. Can you do the bottom side?
Yeah, sure. I'll just fiddle this nut.
Look at that. Just up to there, it's fine.
Right.
It doesn't fall out.
Yeah, man, look at that.
Our hubs are mounted. They look great and are ready to be united with some dirty 180SX wheel hubs, which will accept our modified R34 Skyline drive shaft. While that continues, there's a whole lot more fruity front suspension bits to be installed.
Here's our new control arm versus our old control arm. As you can see, it's got a lot of adjustability in the way things attach and the heights of where things are going to sit. So there's a couple of reasons for that. This is your sway bar link, so its adjustability is so you can change the tension of the sway bar. So the further out you put it, the more leverage it's got. It basically adjusts the tension of the sway bar. That's a very fine tuning sort of thing for track work. So if you lower the car too much, it's going to end up like this. That really messes up the way the suspension works. It needs to be sort of on the level. So what you can do with these is change where these little shim packs are and push the control arm back down if you want it to be like stancy level. Like up like this, you can push it back down and it'll make the suspension work properly again. That's a consideration because when you put really big wheels on them and you got your sort of a race setup, the wheels just don't fit inside the arch anymore. So you need to move them exactly in the middle of the arch so that you can get full steering movement and stuff like that. So you can imagine if you start moving your caster rod forward, that's going to move that in the position in the guard so you can get it right in the middle so your big wheels fit. So obviously this is a camber adjustment, just lengthens the whole arm. Got camber adjustment on the top as well, caster adjustment on the top. So this is a nightmare for your average Bob Jane wheel alignment guy, but it's all there for a reason.
Marty's installing some reconditioned S13 hubs into the rear of the car, and I'm hitting things with a hammer, a sign that we're making some mad progress, and we're about to be making even more as Mechanical Stig has just arrived to lend a hand.
This stuff's really cool, hey?
You like?
Like it fits really well.
I'm in shock of how well it fits. We were saying it's been like 4 years since something's bolt on.
Yeah, it's very impressive the way it's engineered.
Yeah, so the rear end pretty much working our way from the middle out, so the diff's mounted, the tail shaft's measured, it's on its way, it should be here soon.
How hard's it been to get it all in there?
Easy. Like one little tiny hole was out of place, but that's probably because when the robot that wasn't a robot drilled this in 1974.
The car's out, not the
car's out. Yeah, exactly. And so
it's probably more realistic.
It just bolts in like it's real drive and awesome.
It's pretty much a real drive GTR now.
That's what we were saying. It's pretty much a real drive GTR. So these guys have still got some work to do on the front. I'm going to try and get some drive shafts in here. Now you got us some R34 ones.
Yeah, there's some 34 standard CV shafts.
Standard CV shafts. But they're, as I understand it, they're not an equal length, like one side's longer than the other.
Yeah.
So these guys also, Techno Toy Tuning, sent us the actual shaft bit. And they're equal length.
So you build with their axle and Skyline CVs.
And there's a few parts where they've done that. Like you go, oh, there's no part. And then they go, just use the factory one. And when you look at the factory one, it's perfect. Like the factory bolts on the back of the control arm things, they just go straight in. It's all threaded, ready to go. So the same thing, we use R34 CVs. Like there's no point in them remanufacturing it if it's going to work fine anyway.
The OE stuff's probably better quality than what you can buy aftermarket.
So we just, now I have to pull apart the shaft and put in another shaft.
Have fun with that.
So that's going to be me, yeah, I thought so.
To make the aftermarket parts fit up front, we need to drill out the factory steering knuckle. Once this is done and cleaned up on both sides, we can reinstall them in the car. Meanwhile, Benny's installing our flex fuel sensor. This allows the car to run both 98 octane and E85, or any combination of the two at the same time, with real-time tuning adjustment run automatically by our Haltech Elite 2500.
With our steering knuckles modified, we can install our new parts onto the car. This is an epic amount of adjustability, which means the suspension can be fine-tuned to work well on the street and the track, and allowing the wheels and tyre combination to best grip the road.
So this is a super exciting part of the build. Now our control arm and all of our front suspension bits and bar is all in there with its magnitude of tuning options, which will need a magnitude of knowledge to...
A very, very tolerant wheel alignment person.
Yes. All right. And now it's time to put in, like this is the last bit, like before, it's not the last bit at all, like there's still so much to do, but it feels like it's the last bit because all of this is the architecture that is required for this to go in. So Turbo Yoda, let's just do it and start attaching things.
Offer it up.
And then we can do brakes. Turbo Yoda, our goal with this car was to make it faster than a Porsche 911. Is that like how it's actually going to be?
Yes. Probably.
Good.
A Porsche's fast.
Apparently, Marty's one is Supergrams.
That's because it's got a Subaru engine in it.
With our front suspension going in, Turbo Yoda shares his philosophies on the hard park stance scene.
What's your favourite thing about maximum camber?
Not being able to drive your car anywhere.
And we won't be driving anywhere until I get this rear end sorted.
I drew the short straw, and it means that today I am drive shaft guy. Benny thought it was going to be his job when he got here, and he was very relieved to find out that I was already sort of into it. And he's like, good, I get to do fun stuff. This is actually kind of cool because as part of the kit, we have the whole axle, as we said before, and this is an R34 Skyline drive shaft. But what we're actually going to do is replace that bit because they're unequal lengths and also they're too long. So this will shorten it and make them the same left and right. That involves pulling both CVs off. These are totally packed full of grease. They stink, they're messy. It's a really, really, really dirty job. But someone's got to do it, and that's me today. So I'm going to chop these off, remove the boots, knock these off, remove the split pins, or whatever, circlips, whatever they're called, take it all out, and then I've got to put this hub onto the hub carrier. So this is all S13 Sylvia bits, R34 bits. They happen to work because the splines are the same. This bolts on, then this bolts on, that bolts to the diff, and we should have a working rear end. So come with me as I get exceptionally greasy.
Swapping out the axle involves removing both the inner and outer constant velocity joint. It's the thing that means your suspension can go up and down independently left to right, and the drive shaft will still send power to the hub. It's the complete opposite of the mirror, where the entire rear suspension goes up and down as one. This axle kit comes with new rubber CV boots, so the old ones can get chopped, and then I can get the CV joints off the original axle.
So the two CV joints are off. This is the original R34 shaft here, and that is the new one supplied with the kit. It's nice and chunky. The splines are the same, but you can see it's a little bit shorter. So now I have to put all this gear back onto this shaft, reassemble it, and then put it in the car.
I've cleaned most of the old grease off and can now install the CV joints. This involves getting the ball bearings back into their cages that then contact the outer part of the joint. Then it's a matter of repacking the joint with fresh grease and putting on some new rubber boots.
equal length drive shaft, R34 CVs, custom made actual axle. Now I'm going to stick this in the back of the car. This is the hub out of an S13. That connects to the hub carrier like so, except it's also got this adapter which lets us run our wheel-wheel brake. So it actually goes through there and onto there. And that looks like a tail shaft.
This is our tail shaft. That was less than 24 hours turnaround.
That's amazing.
And this is now, see, last time we were adapting this to go from the 34 gearbox to the
R180.
180, and now we're going from R34 gearbox to R34 diff.
In R200.
But I'm just going to hope it actually fits, Martin. We're kind of just...
We measured it very carefully.
We did measure it very carefully.
Very carefully. So we'll also have to put on some new studs. We've got some new studs to put in here. We may pull this off and go again. We might change the bearing here. We just want to all piece it together to make sure everything actually fits, so that if it doesn't fit, we've still got time to get different parts or whatever else we need to make it work. But that's looking pretty good. The other side fits nicely as well.
Oh,
that hub
that's
goes in
in.
there.
And
does it work?
That fits, man.
Just got to get some bolts for it.
That's... And...
We
don't know
have
if these... Don't know if our holes, I'm not sure if they're lining up though, man.
Don't say that. That scares me.
The bottom two line up. Need a couple of like stunt bolts to
You got some little
check
stunt
this
bolts?
out.
I'm going to throw this shaft in as well. These are heaps easier than Subarus because you've only got to put one end in, like the other end just bolts on.
Yep.
Heaps easier.
I can tell you, Martin, that so far, 2 of these holes out of the 4 are lining up.
Well, we need all of them to line up or it ain't going to work.
That's a good point. But I get 2 more stunt bolts.
This has to come off.
There's another one.
This has to come off. Nissan Lego.
That fits.
Amazing.
And then the last one.
And if we're lucky, this will also go in.
Dude, I think we're good.
Dude, look at that.
Far out.
That's
amazing.
And it just bolts up. That's so good. It's just like that, man.
Who would have thought you could have so much fun on your back under a Fairlady?
Look at that, man. It's in. So good, it fits. I'm going to take this off and like chop it nice and clean those bolts up and make it all pretty and put studs in there, but it works, man.
So it fits?
It fits. Does that turn?
Yeah, this fits, and it's not even a Honda. Look at that. That's cool,
so
man.
good.
That's great.
So good. Is that it? Are we done for today? Or do we have more to do? I'm so wrecked.
Well, the answer to both of those questions is yes.
Okay.
I think we're done for today, but there is also more to do.
Today's a big day. With all our test fitting done in the engine bay, we're installing these parts for the last time. Our Hypertune inlet manifold is being installed, and that is super exciting. With that done, our fuel rail can now be installed and then get connected up to the rest of the system. We need to make a couple of custom length hoses and then we are good to go. Now we can install all the custom front mount intercooler piping that Turbo Yoda has so beautifully crafted. After so many months of work, we're all super pumped that today is the day that this car is going to start. Our front mount pipes are going on without the use of a single silicon joiner, which keeps our Turbo Yoda very happy. Meanwhile, I'm installing 2 nutserts in the firewall. This tool allows the installation of a female thread through a piece of metal where you don't have access to tighten a nut on the other side of the material, and I'm using them to install our oil catch can. While we're working on the front of the car, Marty is underneath the back finishing off the rear end in preparation for installing our new big brake kit. It's also time to install our GFB response, which is a fully adjustable venting bias blow-off valve. Everything is really coming together, and now all we need to do is add brakes and fluids, and this RB-powered Fairlady is ready to rumble.
Everything that you can see in front of you is the last of what has to go into our 240, 260, 280, S30 Datsun Fairlady Nissan.
Now it's already packed full of a lot of goodies. It's looking really good. It's come a long way, but there's some stuff still to go. Like we've got some hubs, some brake discs, some calipers, some sway bars, some brakes. Did I say brakes?
That's exciting. I don't know if you said brakes, but we should say it again. Of course, so we removed the R33 brakes that were on the front, and we're going just wheelwood on every corner. And Castrol sent us down all of our fluids. So we've got like our diff oil, we've got our coolant, we've got our oil, engine oil, brake fluid, and what's the last one again?
Gearbox oil.
Only gearbox oil.
Diff oil. Did we say that too?
We said diff oil. Martin, we're getting excited. We're just getting overexcited.
So there's a lot of stuff in there already, but this is it. Some of it's a bit fiddly, like getting all these brake lines on and sway bars and stuff is going to be a bit fiddly, but it's so close.
But we've got the right people here to help us, of course. We've got Turbo Yoda and Mechanical Stig, and Dave from Haltech is dropping down to finish the last of the wiring.
Yep.
The car is going to start today, everybody.
Might even drive.
Yes. It might even turn, like today's the day.
It's going to need the wheel alignment of all wheel alignments.
Yes,
like
that's right.
There's so much adjustable stuff.
Yep.
So it's probably going to drive like that.
Well, I was thinking like down the passenger side, we go full functional, and then we go stancy pants on the other side. So depending on how you park it, people are, oh, look at that, that's a car you can drive. And then stancy pants, everyone slips over in their own fatness.
And everyone's happy, but depending what meet you're going to, you just reverse it in.
Yeah, and depending on which corner you're either going around or not.
So only go around left-hand corners fast and go the other side slow. Is that right?
Well, you can do either, can't you? Really? Let's do it.
More power means you need more brakes. This car came with drum brakes on the rear, but we're upgrading to discs on all corners with a Willwood big brake kit. We'll also be running reconditioned hubs from a Nissan 180SX.
Some brand new and slightly longer wheel studs came supplied with our rear end kit, so I'm going to install them into the S13 wheel bearings. I can then attach the bearing and the rear brake caliper carrier onto the rear hubs. The front brakes are a little different, requiring the disc to be attached to an aluminium carrier using some supplied hex bolts. While that's happening, I'm getting the rear discs installed onto the hubs. They're solid but will provide plenty of rear braking for such a lightweight car.
With the hub and the disc on, Benny and I can slap on some Mighty Car Mod's Driveway Ninja gloves and grease up the bearings.
I've got the rear calipers on, so now it's time to replace the diff oil. It's a good idea to do this with any second-hand diff, as the condition of the oil is always an unknown. I'm pumping in some Castrol limited slip diff oil using a hand pump, and when it runs out the filler hole, it's full and ready to seal up again.
I've got a 20-litre jerry can of 98 octane fuel so we can get the car running, but eventually we'll also be able to run it on E85. For now though, we have to go and replace all of the fluids throughout the whole car.
Since we have the shifter out anyway, an easy way to get gear oil into the gearbox is to remove the filler plug from the side of the box, then fill it through the shifter hole until it runs out the side. Being that our R34 gearbox fits so snugly up to the transmission tunnel, this makes it a lot easier.
Our engine oil's done, diff oil and the gearbox is done, and just look at it.
So we've made heaps of progress. How have you been doing, mate?
Good. I have a checklist.
Yes, I like a good old list.
We should cross it off. Handbrake line brackets.
I have no idea.
Turbo Yoda.
What?
Handbrake line brackets.
Yeah.
Okay, I haven't made them yet.
Next.
CV nut torque and split pins. I've got to go buy. I've got to go buy split pins.
Dog bone bolts.
They're Imperial bolts, which we just don't have.
Oh, this was the update about how much stuff we've done.
We're good. Look.
Fuel. Yeah, I bought some fuel.
Check.
Coolant overflow.
Yep. No.
Catch can fitting. Well, I installed it. I've stuck it in there, but we don't have any of the rest of that to make that work.
Waiting for one fitting.
I thought this was going to be a really exciting update.
Lower wishbone through bolt. Done.
Oh, that's good.
So it's 2 out of...
Well, there's lots of other things that aren't on there that have been done, though. Like the front... Look at this.
Yes.
Hubs.
So good.
Amazing. Suspension done.
We got our rear brakes working.
The rear brakes are on.
Lines, handbrake cables are connected. The brake lines are connected. We had to schmingy those. So now we just got to attach the actual handbrake cable up into the car so it doesn't get hit by the suspension.
And Benny's over there now doing the passenger side.
We've done diff oil.
And then I'm going to do this side.
Diff oil, gearbox oil's done, diff oil's done.
Engine oil's done.
Cool, I'll put some coolant in it once we worked out the overflow.
And then it is starting today.
Oh yeah, it would start now.
Really?
I think so, but maybe put some coolant first.
That's a good idea.
But it should crank and turn over.
That's pretty exciting. Should we just do the coolant now?
Yeah, I reckon we should.
And just get that done?
Yep.
And then, how are you going with brakes, Benny? How long over there, mate?
Pretty well done on this side.
Great. All right, I'll do this side.
That needs a caliper and some hoses.
All right. And happy days.
I'll find some coolant.
Let's do it.
One thing that we don't have yet is a coolant overflow bottle. So once we've got some coolant into the car, we're going to head down to the wreckers and try and find something that we can make work with our setup.
So we've just been down to the wreckers and we've got 2 coolant bottles. Now, some people use Coke cans and other stuff like that, but we wanted to go legit. So we've got one from a Mazda 6 and one from a Hilux, which is pretty awesome.
Hilux.
We did, yes. Look at it, like a boss. We didn't actually know which one would be right, so it's just a matter of seeing which one is going to fit, which is not that one. You can zoom into the bin. And Hilux, look at that. That's already got a bit of a bracket. We can probably cut the end of that off. Just mount that right there. And look at that. Was it a Hilux brake booster as well?
High Ace or Hilux?
High Ace?
Something like that.
Hilux?
That looks good, man.
All sorts of Toyota action going on in here, man. It's amazing, isn't it?
Yep.
Dude, that's great. I'm going to mount that up, stick a hose in it, finish putting the coolant in, and then can we start it yet?
Almost.
Close. All right, let's do it.
I'm removing the bracket from our Hilux coolant overflow bottle and then modifying it so we can attach it to our radiator shroud. With the last piece of hose on, our cooling system is complete. Meanwhile, the back end of the car is also almost finished, with just a couple more bolts to put on and then it is done. So now the time has come. We can put some fuel in and turn the key for the very first time. This is the culmination of months of work and we're about to finally hear this RBS30 burst into life.
And cranking.
No spark. So
key off.
We have fuel, but we may not have spark.
Well, we don't really even have fuel, do we?
We don't really have fuel, but we haven't shown anyone that yet, and we were going to keep it a secret.
Our dodgy fuel rig from Derek down here.
I'm just going to just grab this because you definitely won't, use this, and just show how the fuel is being delivered currently into the. Oh look, it's Derek's fuel system. Look. Pumping it out of the tank, down into that, around the world, and into the car.
The fuel system that we installed is not working and making very strange noises.
Yeah.
And we will attempt to fix that later, but it means fuel tank out, big thing out, fuel pump out.
Ignition off. Test it.
Ignition's off, yeah. And test it and then reinstall it again. So for now, we're just using the Derek system.
I have this feeling like it's going to be a later night than we thought.
It always is, Martin. Sorry, what's that? Go ignition on.
Got coil power?
Yep. And then we will put that side again on ground.
Crank it. Okay.
You want me to check
and
pulse that comes
All right, and cranking.
Oh yeah, I think I can see the LED.
I love this bit. Who loves this bit? Who loves it? Don't everyone answer at once.
Close.
Cranking, go. What are we doing now? What's happening now?
Kill something, cause it on fire.
Ah, smoke.
Let the smoke out. Very bad. Oh, I don't love that.
It was a very, very late night last night.
Yep.
There's a little cute Yoda all snuggled up in the corner in a onesie over there.
He's having a sleep.
It was a very late night with a number of concerning issues that were small yet annoying.
Small
My
yet
good friend will unveil them
Small yet-
for your gratification.
Small but smouldering. Smoke came out of stuff.
Yeah.
We don't know why. We're not sure whether it's because the car's rejecting the conversion or it's just a wire's wrong.
It's the purity was so intense that it was trying to squeeze out the thorn that is the RB.
Yeah. Or the RB was just showing how potent it is. You're going, look at me, I'm going to
That's
smoke.
probably more likely.
So,
Also, wiring might not have been right.
We don't know. We don't know. Old car, new wiring, lots of bits that aren't supposed to be there. It's not the first time this has happened, PS. It happened with stationary as well.
the fuel system that we put in also wasn't working because it had some kind of setup for a carby system and therefore it was purging back into itself that way, not that way, because the pressure that was demanded of it was too high.
It had a relief valve in it, and so whenever the fuel pressure got over 5 PSI, it just dumps it back into the tank, which is completely useless. So I had to block that off, and now we've got a good, whatever, 40 or 50 or whatever it's going to be.
Anyway, so to get things done today, we have got, where are they? We have new 35 coils.
Oh, they're here. We
Where are they?
got lent some coils, actually.
We got lent some. Andrew Hawkins, Australia's, what do you call him?
Gadonk.
Australia's
Foremost.
RB Gadonk.
Foremost.
He's foremost RB expert and entrepreneur. Anyway, we just called him and said, man, can you send us over some of these? He pulled this off his car, his 32, so that we can just kind of double check it with ours. And then if we blow his up, he'll have to buy some more.
Or we'll have to buy him some more, is probably what will actually
Or
happen.
something
So
like
there's a few things we have to do. We can't start this yet. We're still waiting for some more wiring, and Dave's going to come and have a look at it. But there's a few things we can do in the meantime, which is we can bleed brakes, we can check our suspension, we can
Front
set
sway
it all
bar's
up.
got to go on.
Front sway bar's got to go in.
See if the wheels fit.
Back sway bar is not connected yet because it has to be on the ground before you can connect it properly. So there's a whole bunch of those little fiddly things that we're going to just smash out while we're waiting for this to happen.
We also just got off the phone with the engineer just to kind of give him a quick little foredoodling about everything that we've done, and that is all looking good.
Yep.
Because we do want the car obviously to be totally engineerable.
Road legal.
It hasn't been registered before in Australia because it's an import. That does make things a little bit more complicated. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it, and we'll take you guys along for the ride because I know a lot of people have been asking us about engineering stuff. So we'll give you a bit of fan-doogling about that. So I think that's it, man.
It's fiddle time. Cue the fiddle music. Is there fiddle music?
There could be. Maybe not that. That was a bit weird.
No, that's weird.
What about this one? That's better.
That's better.
That's better. That's how big the night was last night. The poor guy, look at him. He wants out of here, I think, Martin. But see how that light's shining down behind his head? Almost as if he is somehow...
angelic.
Evanescent. Look at him.
See, the car was just resisting the Yoda-ness, wasn't it? Like, it was like, I'm going to let smoke out. And he was like, it was like an epic battle with the lightsabers, only it was made out of smoke.
Look at him. Very attractive man and talented, isn't he?
Agree.
And a very nice guy too.
Very nice guy.
Isn't he?
One of the
Lovely
nicest.
guy. One of the nicest ones we've... Oh, he didn't even hear any of those compliments.
Oh.
How are you feeling, mate? You all right?
We're getting there.
Okay.
Regardless of how well or not well our car runs at the moment, we have to make sure it can stop. So we need to give the brakes a final bleed. Just about every part of this braking system, except some hard lines, is new, so there'll be some air in there that needs to be squashed out. With that done, it's time to get the last of our suspension components installed, which are the front and rear sway bars. And it looks like Dave's had a bit of a fight on his hands with the ignition system.
We're going to get it there, man.
We will get there today.
The car's like, it's pushing back. Like it's saying, no, don't give me an awesome 2.6 litre turbocharged engine.
Shut up. You know what's good for you?
So Dave, is it... You were dreaming in wires.
Yeah.
Have you found the gremlin?
I think I have.
Was it a wire that was just wrong or something?
It was, yeah.
One wire out of how many hundred wires?
Was it really one wire?
It was one wire.
Oh man.
That's
And
all
now
right.
it's time.
Is it time?
We're gonna go
Alan's
for it.
going to touch it where we all want him to.
Touch it, Alan.
Touch it,
Come
Alan.
on.
Come on. You got this.
The operation has been a success. Our RB transplanted Fairlady is well and truly alive, thanks to a bunch of mad, talented mates who came along with us for the ride.
That cold start though.
It's not even that loud. It's not even that loud.
How good is it?
Beautiful.
That's amazing.
Just drive it with a dump on it.
Yeah. Beautiful.
Yes. I'm so stoked.
What can I say? Not a whole lot. Marty and I bolted in some shit. These guys brought their brilliance.
Okay.
Mechanical Stig, of course, who's not here, but he just felt a rumbling down under, so didn't he, right
He would
now?
have felt it, man, right in between.
I don't really know what to say. It's been like months and months and months from the people taking our engine, but we know it's for a good cause. Stay calm. Losing our asbestos bits, and now putting this in.
But this, look at this. Like it actually looks like it's meant to be there too. It's awesome.
I can't believe that it started.
I can't
think
either.
sometimes I get like pessimistic near the end of projects because I'm scared. Do you know what I mean by that?
Oh, absolutely. That was the moment of truth. Let's be honest. So.
Because also this is like a Gumtree engine too, right?
It's Gumtree engine, man, hard.
Like, and so
Bits of slather where there shouldn't be.
just like our Gumtree diffs, we had to buy 5 of them for the 180. I didn't want to be buying 5 engines.
Yeah.
Did you?
Oil pressure straight away.
Even after messing with the pickup. Remember how much we messed with that pickup?
Yeah, we meaning him.
Yeah. all
And
of
Benny.
us.
It was amazing. How are you feeling, Al?
He's happy. That's him
Like
happy,
it's
man.
his
That's
one
him,
word.
like,
He's lost his
stoked.
mind.
He's not scowling, and that means he's stoked.
He's stoked.
He heard this.
He was so irritated that it wouldn't start, and now it does.
With the engine successfully running, it's time to get the wheels back on the car again because it's going to be a busy day. Because the car is unregistered and unfinished, we're transporting it down to Castle Hill Performance where our mate Chris works, and we're going to be making up a custom exhaust. Now there are loads of different options when it comes to sound and style, but there are some engineering and registration considerations so that we can keep it legal. What I'm opting for is a full 3-inch turbo back free-flowing system made out of stainless steel. We're going to be creating this system from scratch as opposed to repurposing an existing off-the-shelf exhaust. So the first job is to brief the guys about what I'm after and make sure all the different components are going to fit under the car. On the rear end, we're simply installing a straight-through performance muffler and then welding on a piece of 3-inch pipe for the tip. Classic and simple for this mad JDM icon. Once we've cut some bends, we can lay out all of the different components under the car to make sure that they're going to fit. Once everything is laid out perfectly, we can tack the pieces together and then Chris, the master welder, can finish off the system. Once the system's finished, the car is back on the transporter so we can finish it off before it goes down to get a wheel alignment. You may also notice that we've got a new air filter because the original one that we put on almost killed our turbo.
During the build, we had the air filter on and off a couple of times on the turbo, and in the process of pulling it on and off, we've actually noticed, I guess, a product fault. So that's a piece of wire in construction of the filter, and there's also some cloth that's come out. This isn't actually a cheap filter. This is a name brand filter, and that definitely would have killed our brand new Garrett Turbo. So luckily I had another air filter lying around. There was a spare from the Cresta that we've whacked on.
Cresta.
So that'll keep us going until we sort out this other filter.
Well, we actually do need to get an enclosed pod filter for engineering anyway, but that one there will be good to keep us going just for while we're doing dynoing and stuff like that. But the moral of the story is, when you get an air filter,
check your filters.
Check and make sure there's nothing hanging out of it, because the outside of these is made of, well, that's what it's made out of there. That's a good example.
So it's
made of
wire.
this wire. That's what the mesh is made out of. So I would make sure when you're installing it that it doesn't have wires
Any
hanging out.
bits.
Because you can see how long that is. That would have gone all the way in there. Oh, you can see how far that would have gone all the way through.
That's like well into the back of the turbo, which you can't even actually reach, but...
That would have destroyed the turbo,
100%.
right? Yeah.
You see dust will do damage to a compressor wheel, so that being a solid metal object, if that actually got some speed up before it pulled that in, it'd be, at a minimum compressor wheel, but generally it damages the bearing pack and everything, so that would have been that whole turbo in the bin.
Frightening. All right. We will sort that out properly later, but for now, that should keep it safe. We've called in a race suspension specialist to check out our car, and he's agreed to set it up for us. But first we have to finish it and then take it down to his shop. It's a theme with a lot of our builds that we wanted this car to be super fast, but we also wanted it to be a sleeper, and with all of the original parts going back on, nobody would ever suspect that there was a GTR engine hiding under the bonnet, until they get chopped. And with the bonnet back on, there it is, a mad RB-powered sleeper Fairlady, in desperate need of some height adjustment and suspension setup.
The aftermarket suspension components we've installed into our Fairlady have much more adjustment available than on factory parts. It will allow us to fine-tune the alignment to suit the street and track, as well as allowing us to get the right height exactly where we want it without compromising the handling.
It's taken the guys a few hours to get the car fully set up, but now it is ready to roll. In fact, ready to roll on the dyno. So we're down at mainline and we're at that exciting part of the build where we finally get to see how much power this Fairlady can punch out. This is not only where we'll try and get a solid power figure, it's also the opportunity to shake down the rest of the setup and make sure that everything works. Driving from the trailer to the dyno room is the farthest that this car has ever gone. So we are down here at Mainline Dyno today, and it is very, very exciting because after months of work, today is the day that our good friend here, the quite talented Scotty Hilzinger, aka Tuning Fork, is going to be weaving his magic onto this car. Now, normally when we're doing our tuning, we go down to Haltech, but they've just moved into a massive new premises. They're setting up a new dyno room with a mainline dyno, and because that's not quite done yet, the guys at Mainline said they can actually come down to the factory. So this is their testing pod, and in there, they have a hub dyno, which is something that we have not used before on the show. Can you tell me about a hub dyno and what it does and what it's going to do for us today?
For sure. So in the test facility here, these guys run every dyno that they make before they send them out to customers. So it just so happens that today they've got a hub dyno in there for testing, so we're going to hijack the dyno for a while.
Yeah.
Hub dyno is a bit different to what we're used to, where a roller dyno is what we're used to, where we strap the rubber tyre down onto the roller.
No rubber, no wheels now. They're just removed completely.
We're going to take them off and we're going to bolt these hub adapters straight onto the car. So that way the car will get jacked up a little bit, bolt straight on, so that way the differential is driving the dyno directly.
Yeah, that's freaking awesome, man.
It's a lovely setup. It's a little bit quieter because we don't have the noise of the rubber rolling around. There's a little bit more consistency in this sort of setup because we don't get the tyre getting hotter and colder and squishing down and all this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
These are a fantastic thing They do rate up to about 4,000 horsepower at the hubs.
Yeah, right, okay. Which is like double what you'd normally get on a roller dyno, really, right?
Exactly right, yeah. So these things are fantastic. I really enjoy using them. It's also really nice because I don't have to worry as much about the steering wheel and the car moving around.
Yeah, because it's attached.
Yeah, it's just bolted on, so I'm really looking forward to it.
RB26 Nissan.
Yes. RB26.
Get keen, Scotty.
Congratulations,
Thank
guys.
you very much. It's our first. Let's tune an RB, everyone. Are the mainline dynos rated to handle RB power?
Well, it all depends on, what RB it is, but at bare minimum, yes, our smallest one's 2,000 horsepower.
This video is going on the internet, so our 300 kilowatts will be 3,000 horsepower.
Well, there is that factor.
Yes, that's right.
You need a button for that on your dyno, man. You just need the internet button. Click. Oh, look, I made 2,000
It's a YouTube logo, and you press it, it just triples all the figures.
No, you just need one key that says 2JZ.
Okay, this is it. Let's get the car loaded up onto the hub dyno.
Scotty, before we blow this engine up, but I'm not going to do that. Before we start tuning today, can you run me through a couple of the considerations when tuning an RB? I know you're super experienced with this platform. What's going to happen today? Just run me through it.
So we more just want to get this thing running, get a number out of it the way that it is right now, and being such a fresh car, we just want to make sure that we've got no leaks, we've got no driveline sort of wobbles, we've got no sort of funny stuff, first of all, that you might not pick up on the road. As far as tuning the actual engine, we want to make sure the air-fuel ratio is right, so the air to fuel mixture that's going into the motor. RBs, this does have an inlet manifold on it, so a little bit sort of different here, but RBs typically run a bit hotter in the back because they've got some funny cooling issues and they've got some funny airflow issues. So cylinders 5 and 6, we'll just sort of keep an eye on. We'll make sure that we get the same air to fuel ratio across every cylinder.
Yep.
Ignition timing, on something like this, we're on petrol, we are definitely going to try and stuff some boost in it.
Yep.
So we'll make sure that all our knock control stuff's set up properly so that if we do come across an unusual condition on the road, that'll be taken care of.
Cool. By the looks of our setup here, have we done the right thing that we need to do with this? We've got 35 coils, we've got the injectors. Have we done what we need to do to make this easy for you?
I like to think that the best compliment that any car guy can get is when you open the hood and I can say, this almost looks boring.
Yeah, okay.
Because there's not stuff everywhere. It's got a beautiful, simple inlet. Everything's simple. It's got nice clamps. It's got Nissan R35 coils, which just have the strongest spark, so we won't have any headaches. All the exhaust system is all beautifully done and so simple and neat. The boost control, everything's up high. It's done properly because you could almost, you could be forgiven for saying, oh, they've forgotten to wire the car up.
Yeah, right. That's Dave, just being a legend, isn't it?
Good on you, Dave.
I mean, the car hasn't been driven yet other than just on and off a truck, basically, to take it from exhaust, take it to get the alignment, the suspension set up. So today will be the first time it's driven, really.
What's the history of the engine?
Gumtree.
Gumtree?
We got it off Gumtree, which in Australia, Gumtree is like our second-hand used market. We know nothing about it.
It's Craigslist for Aussies.
Mate, I think today we'll just put as much boost as we can put into it until we get diminishing returns. So we'll just keep going up and up and up. As soon as we're not making sort of 20 kilowatts per run and it starts to get difficult, that's where I think we'll leave it.
Cool.
Put some Ks on it and run the car in.
Our first job is some low-load tuning so that we can check the numbers and make sure the car is working and nothing is leaking. Marty's keen for more power, but as we increase the load, we see quite a bit of smoke coming from the engine bay.
Yeah, there is quite a bit of smoke coming off the turbo.
It's never been that hot. And through here, the smell, everything seems, that smells pretty normal.
Yeah.
With Scotty on the numbers and confident that everything appears to be working as it should, we're going for our first power run. Our first run has been a success, so I give Scotty the instruction to smash the page up button, which is going to give us more power. We've got 273 kilowatts at the wheels, but as we turn the boost up and go again, we've got a problem. That smoke coming out of the bonnet does not look good.
So Scotty, we've just done a power run. We've ended up with 289.8 kilowatts, 290 kilowatts at the wheels, and that is the limit of our clutch.
Yes, we've had a bit of an issue where this engine is, the whole build, the car's performing perfectly. We put 14 pounds of boost in it, and it made our lower purple line, so we're making sort of somewhere around 260, 270 kilowatts.
Yep.
As soon as we've gone from 14 to try and bump it up to 16 pounds, as soon as it came on boost, we could see the clutch smoke straight out the side. The clutch has slipped and you could hear the engine kept revving up while the dyno was holding the wheels back. So clutch is slipping. We're not going to make you 300 kilowatts today, but it's a funny sort of thing. Even though this is saying 289, it's 289 with the clutch slipping. So
Yep.
I'm confident that in exactly the form that it is, if we just put an upgraded clutch in this, put it straight back on the dyno and run it, no doubt in my mind that it'll run over 300 kilowatts or 400 horsepower.
Mechanical Stig's just arrived. He's got a new clutch in the car.
That's convenient.
Let's go get it.
Did you bring a clutch?
He did. Did you?
There's nothing wrong with the one that's in it.
Really?
You just need to bed it in properly.
Oh, so it's fine?
Yeah, it'll be fine.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
With no clutch kicking and no anything and with 16 pounds?
Yeah, normally they need to be bedded in for 1,000 Ks.
Should we just try giving it one more zap? What would you like to do?
Benny's the Mechanical Stig.
That's your car, but I would just drive it as it is.
Yeah, let's go
Once
again.
it's registered. Okay. It's your car. We'll put another one if you want.
Did you just say one thing and you just, yeah, that happened. I was like, wait, what?
Yeah.
Have you met him before? That always happens.
I know, it does, doesn't it?
Well, the good news is that nothing fell out.
The smoke coming out was either the clutch bedding in or getting completely destroyed. So we're going to go for another power run and find out.
Might have just knocked the high spots off it.
Yeah! Benny,
We've done it, over 300 kilowatts at the wheels.
let me kiss your... Benny, I want to kiss your beard.
With the car still operational, now we can do some adjustments to our high power tune.
That's what I'm looking for. That's nice. We finished with 310 kilowatts at the wheels. That is 417 horsepower. That is fairly ridiculous power for a car of this weight. It has been over the weighbridge today. It weighs around 1,100 kilos. You can do the maths, it's off its chops.
That's some pretty good power, man. And the RV didn't surprise us. It didn't surprise Scotty. Like, it's probably a 100th one he's tuned. It made the power that we expected, but that's a good thing because it means our engine works. This is a wrecker motor at the end of the day, or a Gumtree motor.
Yep.
So there it is, bolted in, plug in some decent size injectors. That's on 98 octane fuel as well.
Yep.
More's possible with ethanol, probably needs more fuel system too, which is not really something I want to do right now.
Yep. I mean, it actually doesn't need it. The thing is, you can run it on ethanol, but it wouldn't actually flow enough fuel, so you'd need to probably do another pump. And then you're just making more power going through these tyres. Like, it's a crazy amount of power. I'm actually really, really happy with it. I guess the next question is, what happens from here? Now, the car still does need to go through engineering, blue slip. That's what we call kind of getting our car legal and ready for the road. that process could take a number of weeks. There's a lot of really, really fiddly stuff that has to go on. We can't use these wheels because they've got spacers. We've got to do stuff with seat belts. We've got to do stuff with speedos. We've got this huge list of stuff to do, and some of it is going to take quite a lot of time. So a massive thank you to everybody who's been watching the series, and of course, Mechanical Stig, who's been there to help out, Turbo Yoda, the guys from Haltech, Tuning Fork, and of course Dave for coming down. Thanks to the guys at Adrian Moore Suspension, everybody who has supported the build, and of course the dudes at Import Monster. It's been huge.
It's been massive.
It's been huge.
And I think we were like, hey, maybe it could be like 1 or 2, 3 videos, maybe that'll be awesome.
Yeah.
And it's just, there's just so much happening and so many details that we just want to cover. So it's all there. And it's been a pretty fun journey. And I'm really looking forward to driving this on the road, which we can't do yet.
Me too, we're not allowed
to yet. But it's tuning out will. So now there's like that extra impetus to go and get the engineering stuff done, you know?
The crazy thing is it all wasn't meant to happen this quickly. We were meant to have the car with its L20 and be able to drive around Australia like that. And without getting all into that asbestos stuff again, losing all of that meant that the whole build had to progress forward. It has been very, very quick to build this car in, it's been 10 weeks, has it?
Yep.
10 weeks approximately.
There's been a video every week, and every week we've been working on it.
So it's been awesome.
Today's a mystery. We don't know exactly what's going to happen, but we have been working our way through a big list of things that we needed to make sure that our car would finally be legal, so it is certified and engineered. As part of that process, because I think it's a new thing now, you've got to get a plate brake test, which in New South Wales it's basically specified as a series of different tests that require certain newton meterage of foot on the pedal while disconnecting brake boosters and fronts and rears and parking brakes. Are we going left?
I think we have to go left.
So that the car can be finally certifiable. All the way down there, Martin?
Left.
You reckon? Down there?
And why do we have to? Yeah, we do. M7. We're going south. So
we're heading to Minto.
Why? There's no T in Minto. It's Minnow.
Oh, is it?
Minnow.
Sorry, mate.
So why do you have to do all this stuff? Well, it's different for every country, obviously. But when a car is developed by a manufacturer and goes to a country, the government has a list of stuff and says your car has to do all these things. Now, in 1975. There was a lot less things on those lists than there is today.
Yeah.
We're bringing in a 1975 car, but also we have modified it, as you probably saw. So it's got to meet a bunch of extra criteria to sort of bring parts of it up to date. Obviously, there's some
ADRs?
ADRs, Australian Design Rules, regulations, something like that. Obviously, with that car, there's some stuff you can't change, like the body is always going to be that particular kind of metal and that particular kind of bracing and all those kind of things. But things that we have messed with, like brakes and engine and performance, and suspension, that all has to just be checked off to make sure it's going to be all right. And I think that's a good thing.
There's a very specific list, which is, have you changed from drum to brake? Have you changed suspension to this? Have you changed your wheel width from this to this? And so pretty much anything that can be done has been done. And so we've been working our way through a whole bunch of stuff, from speedo calibration stuff to seat belts to all sorts of things that we'll run through with you later on. But the point is, one of the big things that we had to get through was the plate brake test. So we're on our way down south now. It's about kind of on the edge of Sydney, isn't it? Right on the
Southwest.
outskirts of Sydney, heading down south. And we're on our way down to a place down there that has a specific kind of machine. Basically what's going to happen, as far as we know, is the car's going to get put on there. They're going to bleed the brakes on one end of it, so just on the front end, and then they're going to apply and do a test of the rear. Then they're going to do a test of the front. They want to do the lateral, left and right. Lateral
and a plate brake
test.
Plate brake tester. It's not like when you normally do your inspection and they go for a drive and press the pedal. It's actually like
braking on a
floating. It's like a brake dyno, almost like a big floating thing, and it measures the G-forces.
And basically what happens is you'll drive on that at a certain amount of speed, then use a certain newton meter of force on the pedal, and if the car stops in a particular distance, which is a percentage of all four-wheel braking, but you're only doing 2, and there's a certain percentage of the machine will go, you pass or you fail. Now, if it passes, it's our last big hurdle. There's a couple of little things left still to do, but that is our last big hurdle of stuff that pretty much has to go somewhere else to get done. So it's a pretty exciting day, but it's kind of scary. It's kind of like doing your HSC.
Yeah, our car is
that's like a school test.
Tested, inspected, and checked. Which is fine. Everything on it's really good quality. So I'm confident. The only thing that might trip us up is if proportioning in front to rear is different for whatever reason because of the particular lines. But either way, today we'll know if we don't pass, we'll know what we have to fix to pass.
But if it does pass that, then we're going straight from the plate brake test place to the engineer and then we'll go and hopefully he'll kind of tick a whole lot of stuff off. We did say in the past that we're going to do a video about engineering. I'm going to tell you why we're not. We'll kind of be on this. Is after doing a bunch of research, sometimes before we do a video we do some research, believe it or not. Sometimes we don't, we just work it out. We realised that every single state in Australia has different rules, every single country has different rules. We could do a video about what the rules are specific to our little area, but then it just wouldn't apply to anyone else. So what we've decided to do instead is, rather than go into the specifics of the engineering, like really detailed facts, we'll just go through the stuff that we've changed. Like, we had to calibrate that. Here are the new seatbelts that we had to put in. These are the new blah, 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 blah. So at least you guys know what we do, rather than kind of trying to make it some instructional thing that'll be relevant for everyone.
You also see a lot of the time in the documentation, because the government body, in consultation with whoever, will write up a whole bunch of stuff, but a lot of the time it uses words like appropriate and reasonable.
And
that's the thing. If
you see that word a lot in the law.
It's not completely black and white all the time, because one engineer might say that's perfect, another engineer might say that's not good enough, and so it gets a bit grey. But at the end of the day, you have to build your car to be safe. That's just the rules.
Yeah,
because you're driving it, you don't want to drive it here.
Yeah.
Anyway,
but the mirror.
Come on, man.
What?
That's perfection. That's early '90s era K car perfection. They just got it right.
It's pretty good,
except for a lot of things.
You may be able to see out my rear window that our Fairlady is like following us on a trailer. And you may be thinking, what car are you in? We've borrowed a Ranger. You might say it's a Lone Ranger.
Oh, wow.
See?
That's pretty good.
See that one? Anyway, so...
And isn't it an XLT? That sounds like something you get at Macca's.
Does it?
Yeah. I want a Big Mac XLT.
What does that mean? What's an XLT
like a BLT.
mean?
I wonder if it's like a BLT.
What does XLT mean though? Is that like a model name?
Extra large
tonnage? Tonnage?
Oh.
Is it 3.5 tonne? Are they all 3.5 tonne?
You can tow 3.5 tonne. That's what's good about it.
Is that what XLT means?
I don't know.
Extra large.
Someone will tell us.
Someone tell us, please.
It doesn't have like the stick-on body kit bits like that Wild Track one.
That doesn't have stick-on things? I don't know. We probably should know. We did a review about the Wild Track a little while ago that you can see on the thing.
We drove it around New Zealand.
We did. New Zealand. Keen to come back. We are going to do a meet there. This year, Martin, we're doing a meet in Sydney, aren't we?
Yep.
Mighty Mods Nationals.
End of the year.
Last year, you're probably wondering, when are you coming to my city? It was so much work that we just decided we kind of can only do it every second year. So this year, we're just doing Sydney. Might pop into somewhere else. But next year, we're probably going to be back near y'all. And there's also talk of doing one at the Nürburgring.
That'd be pretty
And
cool.
maybe an LA meet. And possibly Europe, which is encompassing Germany. Anyway, plate brake test, 240s, Rego,
Lone Rangers,
incoming, come with us, magical.
Can we get a snack?
wormholes.
I know we normally get a snack at the end, but I'm so starved.
I'm starved.
You missed the snack place.
What was the snack place?
It was before the
Not the
turn-off that
Dirty
you almost
Clown.
missed.
Not the
that
Dirty
one.
Clown.
No, man.
Dirty Clown, bleh.
No, it's Dirty Bird.
Oh, is it?
It's too early for Dirty Bird.
It is too early for Dirty Bird. Yep.
She did?
Yep.
Too much Trailer Queen action. Needs to be driven. You know what's fun?
There's a few things.
Not jump starting cars.
All right, yeah, that's fun. Wasn't sure what you were going to say with the adult shop over there, Martin. The adult shop down in Minto. Oh, what's he called? Appalled adult shop?
Applied Industrial Technology Adult Shop. SKF bearings. What are they using the bearings in?
I don't know, man.
Don't get that backwards like I almost did.
No, I won't.
See that I wrote neg on it?
Yep.
Because I almost got it backwards.
There we go.
Oh, that sounds better. Take that off the turbo.
ground clearance. Incredible.
So the idea of this now is it's just checking without any additional help from this, basically.
Yeah. So what we go is if you have a vacuum leak or the diaphragm goes,
yep,
and the pedal goes hard, you still have enough force to actually stop the car.
Yeah.
Safely.
Okay.
So that'll tell me.
It's about getting the right Newton meter right on the pedal, and that decides whether you pass the test or not. So you've got to get the exact right pressure, which is what you're doing now. So we've passed the initial brake test, then we've also disconnected the booster and we've passed that test. So now we've got to bleed each end of the car separately, and so check them independently. So check the fronts, check the rears, and if we pass both of those, then we are looking good. There is one thing that we're coming up as a fail on, which is just to do with our wheel alignment. That's something we can sort out anytime, anywhere. This is the important one here to get this proper qualified brake test done, because that is what the engineer needs.
These are the best brake bleeding bottles, man. You make your little Coke bottle and you got to put a little hole in the top of it as well for the air to escape. Bit of tube. So good.
Brilliant.
Yeah, that's turbo.
Oh, nice.
GDX 42 hanging off side.
Perfect.
Yeah, awesome.
So by cracking the bleed nipple on the front caliper, it essentially disables the whole front channel of the car, which is interesting because I thought we'd have to bleed it out, but actually we just have to undo a brake nipple and away we go.
So normally you have 1300, 3500 Newton meters in the front.
Yep.
Now we've got only 15 and 960.
Yeah, right, and
So
that's because that's the one you disabled.
So we've
this
pretty
one's
much
still got a bit of
disabled.
pressure.
Yeah. All that could be is the drag on the discs, or just physical drag from the bearing or tyres, causing just that little.
But that's what you want to see, because you disabled that caliper basically, and it's dropped down.
Yeah, and it's pretty much dropped.
So it'll say the whole test has failed, but actually that's a pass for us.
That's a pass for us, because minimum. Pretty sure it's 20% here. I've got to get my paperwork.
Yep.
But 20% we want to see here.
Yeah.
Which is
great. So now we do the back.
Yeah, now I'll do the back.
Yeah. Awesome. All right.
That's confusing. When it says fail, you pass.
You pass even though it says fail.
Okay.
These machines just set up for rego inspection.
Yes.
So you roll the car on, hit the brakes, and it's just easier for me to say fail or pass.
Yeah, sure.
For this sort of deal, I want to check the numbers myself.
Exactly.
So,
yeah. This is it, Martin. All right. We'll see whether we
Let's
are.
go. Please pass.
This is like a big deal. This is like a serious component of the build. That looks good.
It's not quite as exhilarating as a engine dyno or a chassis dyno for power, is it? But it's still pretty cool. It's under the same theory.
That showed a fail, so I don't know if that means we pass.
I think that's good in this case, isn't it? Because it means a wheel failed that's supposed to.
I think so. Did we fail / pass? Yep. It did fail?
Yeah.
It failed. That's good.
Which means we passed.
I'm so
Pass.
confused.
Amazing.
It's a fail pass. That's it. But we passed the percentages we need to, so it's done.
Did we just
Success,
pass?
everyone. We passed. Is that every test?
That's it.
We passed every test.
Amazing.
Thank you very much.
Look at these. Happy days. Vacuum line goes back onto our booster. We have vacuum assisted brakes once again. The booster's from a Hi-Ace or a Hilux.
Okay.
Yeah, worked really well. Just the right size, right bolt pattern.
It's always good when you're mixing bits and pieces
Yeah.
out of standard cars.
And again, you know, it's like a $50 part from the wreckers.
Yeah.
Reasonably good condition.
If it
You don't have to
goes,
spend-
you know where to get another one.
Yeah, don't have to spend mega bucks, exactly.
Most people go for the most expensive polished billet
Yeah.
booster you can get.
And that's the thing.
Nothing wrong with factory.
It's cool if you're into it.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Massive thanks, of course, Malibu Mechanical. We're down here in Minto. LS's is their specialty, so bring down your V8s, but anything with wheels, right?
Anything with wheels and a motor, we work on.
Awesome, man.
Done.
Well, thank you so much.
Have a
Look
good
forward to
one.
seeing you next time. Thanks, man.
Time for a go for a drive. Oh wait, no rego
Not
yet.
No number plate. We've still got to do the interior and lots of stuff like that, but we are one step closer.
Cool.
All good?
Go. Tied down.
All right, mate.
Back in the Lone Ranger. I got your mandarin.
Oh, thank you, mate.
Very healthy and tasty, and they're in season.
So that is a pass for our brake test, which is awesome.
Yeah.
Because you want your car to stop, and now it does stop.
And also knowing that if something does go wrong with your vacuum assist, or something does go wrong with a caliper not working, it will actually stop.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
Andrew was saying down there that sometimes it takes him, it can be like up to a day to get it working because the setup is just rubbish and it's just not working or there's things wrong with it. That there was like 40 minutes.
Yep.
It was like nothing had to be adjusted.
Yep.
You just drive it on, drive it off. And now we've got our paperwork, I think, in our car there.
Hopefully, hopefully
it's in there somewhere. And now we're going to visit the engineer because, as we said a little while ago, the reason that we haven't been kind of doing like lots of videos each week on this car is because the process is just so long and it has been weeks and weeks and weeks of waiting for stuff.
Checking
we've gone through like a number of different seatbelt configurations and a seatbelt specialist has been doing that. If you don't have to do this, I wouldn't do it, is the short version. Like if you didn't have to like go through this process, but it is a big job. And yes, I see it, Martin. And
Cheryl, seriously?
Your car's pink, so you
gotta
have
go
no
down
lights.
Blaxland Road this way.
Yeah, I'm doing it.
So we're off to see Greg, the engineer, to show all the paperwork documentation. He has a final look over of the car, and if all goes well, we're good.
If all goes well, then we can start the next stage, which is getting the blue slip and getting the compliance plate and stuff. So yeah, it is a huge process, but we've got the paperwork for the brake test, we've got the import approval documentation, and the journey continues, Martin. We've got to put the interior back together still.
A few little things to do. The handbrake passed, but we want to get the handbrake lower.
Yeah.
So we'll adjust that a little bit. That's got new handbrake cables in it, so that's an easy thing to adjust.
Yep.
There's some cables and stuff we've got to get and tie out of the way. Sensors, speedo check.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're close. We're very, very close. Today, either we will pass everything, or we'll tick a lot of stuff off, and there might be another couple of things that need to be looked at, but at least we'll know exactly what they are. Because last time, you know, the engineer had a preliminary look at it, there was like about probably 30 things, I think, that needed to be done. And now, about at least 27 or 28 of those things have been done. That's a big truck, Martin.
So close. Don't hit the 240, man.
Far out.
Got this side, careful that side.
Whoop,
oh, there it goes.
Up on the curb, there we go.
At least that 240 survived a massive truck. We're all good.
Are we here already?
It's here somewhere.
It goes well, reliable, everything like that, and you don't have any problems starting them or anything. Normally you wouldn't have any problems starting them or anything.
and yeah, they handle really well and everything. But yet it's still an old school car on the outside.
Yeah.
Like the handling on this is immense compared to what it would have been.
Absolutely, yeah. It's like we haven't really even driven it on boost yet either, you know?
Yeah.
It comes in quite high in the rev range. I managed to wind it out once in first gear in a car park, and that's it.
Where you're at now, you're up on boost higher, but it comes in harder.
Is it just paperwork?
There's a couple of little things that need to be done, Martin. And once they're done, we are sweet.
Like, we're talking stuff you can buy at the shops, like we need new wheel nuts, new battery strap, like all little,
pretty much,
little fiddly stuff.
Let's go home, mate.
All right, let's do it.
That was a successful journey, Martin, and full testament to Benjamin and Alan for quality workmanship on a quality vehicle.
That was a lot of work. It just, when we opened the bonnet for the first time before, I just remembered how long that thing took.
Every little thing, man. Even just like one of the things on the list was make the washer bottle work. So you squeeze it and water comes out. It's a thing.
Yep.
Parker lights, brake fail light. Like there's so many little things.
Dude, that Supra has on plates 2J Gasm.
That's grot.
2J Gasm. Is that a bit grot?
That is grot. We thought we would just swing past on our way back.
A good mate who might have some advice on
look at that. There's a little,
some of the things we...
Oh, look at all the nuggets. Oh, look at that little cappuccino, dude.
Oh, it's got flares on it. So much flareage and cool SSR Mark 3s and, dude, a mirror.
Yeah.
We've come to the right place.
Look, Martin, a Prelude with a big exhaust.
Look, Luna's cappuccino.
Oh, look, cappuccino.
Cappuccino. And another Suzuki van thing. And wheels. And an open sign.
Why you bring me rubbish, Martin?
Got my bling.
No worries.
Good to see you. There's something about Mark that not everybody knows, and that is that Mark is a bit of a Datsun, can I say tragic, or do I have to say aficionado? Enthusiast.
I happen to have one.
You happen to have a Datsun. Most of these wheels will fit Datsuns, correct? Yeah, see? Really? Busted, yeah.
This is like your 1200 Datsun.
Yep.
And he's going from 1200 to 1600. And then 1600 we're getting over to the 5-star, which is more your 260C Cedric type.
Oh look.
Yeah, we need some wheel thingies.
That's the one.
Thank you. I'll give them a test fit. Amazing, thank you.
That'll do the job. Don't use the black ones, they're alloy. I don't like alloy.
Steel only, got it.
Steel only.
We need brakes. They work really well. We just tested them. So Mark has kindly hooked us up with some proper wheel nuts to suit. These are like Buddy Club, proper JDM steel ones. Our current wheel nuts, for whatever reasons that were on the studs, they don't quite work with these wheels. So they're fine just to stick them on, but we want something a bit better for day-to-day use. We'll throw them on.
Car's level, isn't it? Yep.
So what we're doing here is aligning the edge of the rim with the edge of the flare here. There's a level here on the ruler, and we're seeing how wide it is from the inside of from the hub. From the hub to the side of the James 1 flare here, correct?
I think we're going to have to take the wheel off.
Great.
That's like, I've never seen anything like it. Look how many extensions come with it. Look at it. I mean, look how far it is. I mean, it starts there, extension, extension,
and then crossbar extension. Oh, it's
That's
all about
so
who's
handy.
wielding it, Martin.
Imagine if you just stuck it. It's kind of cool if you stuck it to your camera. Look at this.
144 millimeters. Full regular rock. Full.
In short, all of the big things have been passed. The car will be on the road soon, and that's very, very exciting. We have so many things to do today that are little and significant.
Like this.
And on that. And so then you come to the point where you go, well, what would this video be called? Now, if you wanted to get bulk views, you'd go, I found a Japanese knife while I was scuba diving. The police were called. It was emotional. And then I fixed it. You'll never believe knife number 7. You'll cry.
Or we could just have a very obscure, vague title that's like, Bye Marty.
Bye, Marty. But instead, we're like, do you go, cool, doing brake stuff on a 240 that's not a 240, or fixing flares on a thing? We don't know. During this video, we're going to work all of these things out.
Often
and you can come with. You're just hanging with us today.
It.
We're going disrespected nose.
Often we know where this stuff's going to end up. Today we have no idea where it's going to end up. Hopefully cars will be fixed / modified / improved, and they might not be. Either way, we're going to eat some food, and I'm excited about that.
Yes.
Yep.
But
Good.
you will be coming with us, people. No voiceover, no music.
Hi, Cheryl.
Hello. No music. We're going to keep it pure, like our Fairlady.
And our mirror.
Keep
So
all the
pure.
beards happy. So anyway, just come with us. There's going to be a variety of different things happening on different vehicles, so let's just get to it.
Let's find a box of stuff and apply it to the thing.
My first big little job of the day, Martin, is to make the brake light turn off on the 240. That's not a 240. We need to start calling it something else, even though that's what it is. So that's my first job. I would show everybody, except the battery's always running flat.
So that's another thing we have to work out today. Pop it like it's hot.
And there's no interior at all, people. Looks so good from the outside, but look at it on the inside. It's just not there. Here we go, Martin.
Battery needs a bit of love, man.
Just diving right into it.
Yep, let's charge her up. How handy is this flap? See the flap they leave you?
Look at that. Access flap.
Except I think, we need to redo this battery situation, man. It's in the wrong spot. It doesn't have a bracket. The cables are a bit how you going. It works, but you don't want to. Yeah, we need to fix that. But the battery's also totally dead, so let's fix that too.
But yes, so as you may have seen, the engineer has gone over this car, and there are a few little things still left to do, a few things that need to be done first. But it drives, and it's fast.
It's fast,
and
man.
it's crazy.
It's so fast. Like this. Can we get rid of this as well today?
Have you noticed there's lots of little weird Japanese things still on there? Let me show you, Martin.
Like, what's that? Oh, that's cool.
Is that like an auction thing?
Man, that says Suzuka Twin. Can we put that on our wall? Can I take that and put it on our wall as a memento thing?
Oh, that's cool. And we've also got down here, what does that say? Someone tell us what that says in the comments, please.
This little thing, just so anyone wants to train spot, is going to live up here.
This is our wall of awesomeness, man. There's some really cool things on there, isn't there?
If you're a train spotter, you'd be pretty into this because there's years and years of stuff. We crashed that in Lend Us a Ride in the desert a few times. That's from New Zealand from doing the Ranger. There's some mad fan art up there, an oil painting and a drawing.
There's all sorts of good stuff, Martin.
Anyway,
back to this. More weird Japanese things. That's all the interior stuff in there that is not going back in yet. What's this? Nostalgic car product. And what's that? What does that one say, everyone? Anyway, I'm going to get to it. What are you doing, Martin? You're doing mirror stuff.
I'm doing mirror stuff. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is, I love these stickers, but as we all know, one of the next big steps for the mirror is paint. So there's little things I need to do to get it ready for paint. That's like, just finish off the flares, make sure they're molded properly. This stuff arrived for it, which is pretty exciting. This is, I've got
to put our windows down, Martin.
I spoke about this in the episode with the flares.
Look at this. Preparing for the zombie invasion.
That's pretty cool, eh? That's because we get pumped by sun through there when it's a hot day. You need some shutter action. So this stuff, I spoke about this, it's kind of called a gasket, or I don't know exactly, but the idea is you use it with your flares.
It's called a what, Martin?
It's
One,
called a
2, 3, gasket!
Flare gasket. Anyway, it's a flare gasket, and it's cool because it's got a little bit of adhesive there that you attach on, and then it sort of sits against the car and means that water and crap doesn't get in there. So I ordered this before we did the flares, but it didn't arrive, but it just arrived today. So I'm gonna put that on and make sure it fits, cut it to size, whatever. These will stay attached to the flares, which means the flares can come on and off when we paint it, and it will still work. The other thing I'm gonna do, which is gonna be a little bit controversial, but totally worthwhile, because as we said, the next step is gonna be painting this mad beast. So, unfortunately, some of these stickers have to come off. The good news is, when they made the set of these stickers, I got a second set made.
Didn't he?
Yeah, I asked him, I said, can you please make me another set? Because at that point I thought I'd put them on a garage wall or a cupboard or something. But it turns out they'll be able to go back on the car. So some of this stuff has to get cleaned off.
Because it's going to be a replica, right? Is that the plan? That the mirror will be a replica?
The plan is that I want to paint it. I really like this colour. It looks a bit faded and crappy now, but when it's out in the sunshine and it's clean, it's actually got a really nice sort of goldy sparkle to it, which is one of the reasons we chose gold for the wheels.
Yeah.
So what I'm planning to do, and hopefully it works, is get the code for this original Daihatsu black, so it is sort of the factory colour, but then just cranking a bit more gold, cranking a bit more fleck, a bit more pearl, make it look really good, and so it pops in the sunlight, kind of like Super Gramps, because if you see that in the shade, you're like, oh, it's a grey car. Then you see it in the sunshine, and it's like a star is turned on or something. But first there's a fair bit of prep to do. There's a bit of damage, obviously, and a few other things that need to get sorted out. But first, flares, stickers, and just go from there, see what happens.
Cool, man. And lunch.
Lunch so
shortly.
Keen.
It is a pretty incredible little nugget, this thing, man.
It really is.
All right, well, I'm going to do some battery things. You can do some mirror things. And I will see you on the other side.
Kick the music, or don't.
No music.
No music. But I like the music. It's one of my favourite bits.
At some stage, we've got to do a little tour of the work boxes, Martin. The toolboxes.
Yeah. Oh, first we need to clean it up, because after that big project on that car we did the other week.
Oh my gosh,
remember
that was
car
crazy.
We did that no one knows about yet?
Yes, but you will know about that one soon. That was like an all-star cast of madness.
Yep. That was the quickest build in history.
A 3-day nugget extravaganza.
Nugget fest. It was great fun. So in my drawer here, I have the OG Mighty Car Mod stickers. These are the very first ones we ever made. Oh no, second series ones we made. The first ones we made were like proper stickers. These are little mini ones.
Yep.
I really like the mini ones. We should make mini ones.
Should we?
Is that a good idea? Oh, maybe not.
Okay.
Here they are.
Oh, look at that.
My other sheet of mad stickers. Yes. Oh, that should go in the cupboard. That's awesome. And then there's the big one for the side.
Oh, right.
Oh, actually, I think that's for the back window.
That's the rear window. And did anybody notice this sticker? See this?
Yeah.
And people are like, that's a spelling mistake, but that's how the dude did it, who's from there.
He lives in Hokkaido.
And so that's why it
makes signs.
has to stay. Can you hold it up against it, Martin, so I can like see it in all its gloriness? Oh wow, it is. Yeah, it is the same.
2 copies. Cool, eh? So it's a matter of whether I need to actually pull this off. I just have to work it out, because that maybe could stay, but I think it depends on whether we need to be removing screens and just tidying it up.
Cool,
also, I don't love having stickers on my back window when I'm driving in traffic.
Yeah.
For a few reasons. One is that it's like giant.
You're trying to make excuses as to why you're removing that sticker, Martin.
And I also don't like
it off, aren't you?
not being able to see through it. I really want to pull it off.
Okay,
I don't want
pull
to
it off, man.
I want to do something else with it. I've never seen this one. I don't remember this one. This one's awesome.
Why didn't we use that?
I don't know. Maybe we should can we put it somewhere?
Yeah, put it on the door of the 240, man. Look at that.
No.
That's one way to make your car look arse. Yeah, so when we were doing the brake test here, we had to do the bleed the front, bleed the rear, and now our brake light is on all the time, and I think it's because our brake fluid here is a little bit low.
I'm going to show the people.
So I'm hoping, Marty, that once this is topped up a bit,
I'm hoping that once this is topped up a bit, then our light turns off, because that's one of the things that we have to tick off again for engineering.
And that's our high ace or Hilux, I can't remember which booster. No, master cylinder and booster. And so it's got the sensor that's in that for brake fluid level, which most cars have. It's just a little circuit that turns the light on if the fluid's too low, but often it's also the same light as your handbrake, right?
Well, in this car it is, yeah. Basically comes on when you're doing skids.
If you see a brake light come up on your dash and your handbrake's down, it could mean you've got low fluid. And often, you know what they do? They flash. I don't know if you've ever been in a car that's done it. I've been in some old crappy cars that do it. Because when you drive the car and you brake, the car goes forward like that, the fluid goes forward and the sensor drops, and then you get a flashing light.
Just getting that plate brake test is like, how much was that? How much? Like they cost like hundreds of dollars.
Yeah, $400 I think is the standard fee for any plate brake test that you got to do.
Just gonna open that a little bit so that we get the fumage outside. And I legit have lost the keys.
It's got a lanyard on it, doesn't it?
I just put a big Skid Factory lanyard on
Found
so
it.
I wouldn't lose it.
Found it. Oh, mad. Skid Factory lanyards. There's some mad Skid Factory merch in our shop.
Which you can get by clicking the doodle.
If you haven't seen Skid Factory, you got to watch it because it's just the builds are just off the chain.
So Marty, if you have a look in here for a second, man. So see this brake light that comes on now?
Yep.
The problem is that is staying on. So
might work without starting it. I don't know. Give it a go. Oh, is that on, that thing?
No, probably not.
Yeah, it's not on. Actually had a fair bit more charge than I expected.
Yeah. From basically rolling on and off of a trailer.
And it's cold here at the moment too. Still hot in Queensland though, funnily enough.
So brake light on.
Handbrake.
Brake light's still on, which is fine. Handbrake off.
Hey.
Light off. Boom. That's one thing off our list.
So that was staying on before because the brake level. Brake fluid level. Oh, listen. It's one of my favourite things about cars with big turbos.
This car is just...
that ball bearing spin down. I just did a full 360 trying to find you.
This car is just off the chops, mate.
It sounds a bit different to a Skyline too, doesn't it, funnily enough?
It sounds smoother. Do you know what I mean by that? Like less tractor-like?
Careful. Less boat-like if you've got an R33, we won't
go there.
Here
we go.
Do you know that was the thing as well with Subarus, because if you have a WRX and you have a RS Liberty, they got the same engine in them, but because the RSs are longer, the exhaust sound heaps different.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's just like a different tuned length, I suppose, you know?
It'll
like
sound a bit different once it's like got an enclosed airbox and stuff on it as well.
Well, isn't that your enclosed airbox?
Let's just not mention that one again. I have to make a little bracket. Hold the battery down.
So I had a look at these.
Yep.
And the original bracket, some 240 specialist will correct me, but the bracket I think comes off the firewall and then down into a stick. So there's probably, our battery's pretty big and it needs to be to crank this engine, but there's going to be a hole down there somewhere.
Yeah.
So our best bet might actually be to pull the battery out, put it on charge, work out where all the stuff is, get a bracket, get a little stick, which I think we have one sitting around, a little stick.
And then just put a plate
and make
over
it
top
cool
of it.
aluminium or we can
All
make one out of wood. I realised the flares also have like a little cutout section specifically for it.
Oh, so they're made for it.
Yeah, look at that. Like it fits. It's got adhesive, but it fits on without it. That's really cool.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's really cool. It just sort of sits down against the panel. I'm loving this thing, man. It's so good. For like low torque applications, like right now when I can't get one of these in.
Yeah.
So good. I have to pull off the whole body kit, even though it was already on, to apply this stuff. And funnily enough, it's actually the same as the factory rubber. Like it's the same thing, same design.
Yeah, okay.
So it's good, and this stuff does go hard in the sun after like decades, so you'd be mad to refresh it. And then before before I paint it, I can just pull the whole body kit off and flares off, including that rubber, and then when it's painted, bang, put it back on again.
Yeah, nice.
I got plenty of it, like 30 metres of it. We could have done a whole video on how to rearrange your toolbox after 5 other people have been using it.
Yes. And how you rearrange it is tell them to empty all their pockets when they get home so they can give you all your stuff back.
All your 10mm sockets fall out. Or in your case, 11mm. Bit of a mission, hey?
It looks like the battery's meant to sit forwards.
Yeah, right, which we just don't have the space for.
What holds it on this way, though?
I reckon,
remember.
from what I saw, you either attach it in there, or maybe it's on this side somewhere. You know what I mean? Like maybe it's around there.
Yeah.
I don't actually know.
Somebody out there is going to go, see that bit? That bit. That's
I need that bit.
I need.
I would have bought that. Maybe there might be a spare battery bracket here. In the turbo box. Box of bolts. Yes, that's what you need. How's the purity, man?
Ah. Is that a sound that gets anyone excited, or does it get them agitated?
I don't know, both, I suppose. But you know what gets me excited?
Yes.
The battery fitting and being tied down.
And a car that is engineerable.
Do you know the purpose of a battery tie down?
To tie your battery down?
Their theory is if the car's upside down, you don't want the battery to fall out and then short itself on metal.
Oh, and make fires.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Martin, I'll show you my anti-fire device. Oh, here it is. So this is going to go in here. This is going to be attached down here, and that will have a nutsert in it, like that, and then this little bracket is going to go like that.
Oh, nice.
And then it's going to go over into a nutsert over there.
Perfect.
Paint or wrap or both.
Paint it or big bit of heat shrink might look good.
And then it'll actually, like, that's another thing to tick off our engineering list.
Man, that's pure function, that is. That's just got to hold the battery and job done.
Yeah. So I'll continue. How are you going over there, Martin? It seems to have, progress seems to have... See, I started slow because it took 15 minutes to get a battery out. And you started fast, and now progress appears to have slowed down somewhat.
Well, the good news is that my rubber stuff, like it fits. The good news is the rubber stuff fits the flares. It actually fits the flares really well. I'm really happy with it. Like it's moulding it nicely onto the bar, and then when it goes to the metal, it's got like, it's doing its job. But the problem is when you get to the side skirt, the factory one, it's like a different profile. I mean, it's the same profile if you look at it, but this one to work, it has to sort of be tilted over, and the flares and the side skirt are straight. See how that one's straight?
Yeah, yeah.
And that one's tilted. So it works on the flares but not the side skirt. So I'm going to either have to get something that same profile and then glue it on, or try and make that work. But I don't think that's going to work on the actual factory body kit. And nor should it, because it's a totally different thing.
Yeah.
Like they make this to suit particular body kit. But I'm really happy with how that looks.
Yeah, that looks great.
So I'll do the rest of them. But this body kit bit, I'm just going to have to recycle my old stuff and then try and get my hands on this. You can heat it up and then it forms better.
Yep.
So.
Good luck. Oh, come back.
At least it hit the ground, man.
Baby, come back. What's that?
Hot song.
What's that leaking out? Oh, that's just water because it was raining. That's all right.
I have a question for you.
Yes, Martin.
So, you know that awards show? The
Logies.
Logies.
Oh my God.
For Australian TV shows. It's like the Aussie version of the, I don't know, Golden Globes. Is that? No, that's movies. I don't know. Emmys. Is Emmys TV? I wouldn't have a clue. Anyway, I saw it on the news that a whole bunch of people are like in trouble or getting, you know, the pack sent after them because they said something dumb or did something dumb. And then the next day I saw on the news, because I like to check the news every now and then, I saw that there was all these pictures of an after party.
Okay.
Where there's just all these people who are on TV, like free-to-air TV and cable TV, just being drunk and falling over and falling out of their dresses. And
okay.
I was like, are you supposed to aspire to this?
No, they're just human beings, man, that are on TV
And they think it matters.
That's weird, eh?
And their industry thinks it matters. I think that's the problem with it.
But see, the thing is, because I didn't watch it, if I hadn't read the news and the news hadn't published stuff about it, I wouldn't have even known that it happened.
Yeah.
I can't remember the last time I saw it. And there must be a lot of people that are in the same boat. But then conversely, there must be a lot of people that love it and just live for it. Because there's all those magazines too, right?
Yeah, but I don't know. See, news is meant to report on stuff that's like important. But then they're meant to report on stuff that's of the public interest. And I think what you're trying to say is if someone off some crappy Australian TV show wins an award, is that in our interest because they're telling us it is, or are we actually interested?
Well,
is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Because I'm not interested. Like I don't give a shit.
No, see, the thing is as well, like because in the same awards ceremonies, they also like give awards for the best documentary or like journalism or
that's something.
That's the thing, but then that doesn't make the papers. What makes the papers is like, someone off Butt Island, just fell off a boat
You say Butt Island?
It's Butt Island, yeah.
Oh.
Someone fell off a boat and here's them in the bikini and look, they didn't get waxed this week. Like it's just I can't. So
what episode were you watching? What show was that?
I don't know. Butt Island?
Butt Island.
Is that what it's called?
Dude, I don't know.
I don't know because I don't watch it.
Butt Island. Have you got any really large heat shrink, like 1.5 inches wide?
Any heat shrink I got will be in that drawer, and there might be big stuff in there somewhere.
Okay.
Don't know for sure.
Martin, I don't know the answers to your quandaries.
Yeah.
But I don't disagree with you that I don't need to hear anything about it or care about it.
Yeah. And my side skirts aren't sticking. That's the news for the minute.
Good.
But they are going to stick.
Ryobi
Was this when we did the leaf blower thing? And
yeah, we just did it right, but we just haven't opened it.
Oh, mad.
What is it, Martin?
Because remember
that's the big battery. I need that for my mower.
Remember the other day when we did that? We were talking about what Ryobi tools and stuff we had.
Yeah.
I noticed.
There's another one of these.
I noticed that all our stuff, or a lot of our stuff, because it's a bit older, is not the brushless stuff.
Yeah.
Like it's just the old style, whatever. So
Do you have any of this stuff at home? You don't? Okay.
That's mad. So that's brushless.
Yeah. People may have seen by now that Ryobi is a sponsor of the show, and now they're sending us cool stuff, which is amazing.
And a 3-speed.
Martin, you can have this. You're going to love it. Not that it's my job to give or not give you anything, but look at that. Look at that, brushless.
Yoink.
And it's even got a, look at this. This is my favourite. I already have one. So I guess that one's yours.
Awesome.
There's another box here, Martin.
Is there a knife there? This is in my pocket.
That's all right.
Man, we scored.
There's a lot of loot here.
36 volt charger. What
is that?
Charger? Seriously?
Oh, look, Martin.
Your 240 needs a bit of a hit with that.
It's a buffer.
Is it a battery? Is it a battery one? Yeah, it is. That's cool.
That is.
Oh, Matt, I heard about this thing.
That's great.
I heard about that. That's cool.
See, the one that I've got at home is like their bigger camping style one that's like made for doing like doing your wheels, but also doing like airbeds and stuff.
That's wheels, hey, like bike wheels and car wheels and stuff. 6-year warranty.
That's insane. Fast charger.
Yeah, you need that.
Thank you, Martin.
Oh, and that thing. I broke that. Do you remember?
I got one of these at home as well. Your one's manky. Is yours still here?
I don't know. I actually think it broke.
Your one was
because I used it for.
It was abused for too long.
A decade.
That's amazing. Thanks heaps, Ryobi, for sending that over.
Sweet.
That's legendary.
I'm putting that stuff to use like now. That particularly I'm excited to try because my one is so thrashed. Where's my one?
If you can hear weird squirty sounds, Martin, coming through my microphone, it's because I'm painting. It's not coming from my body.
What just squirted?
Saying if you can hear squirty noises, it's because I'm painting. It's not coming from my body.
Oh.
Hear that kookaburra? Remember when people used to think we had monkeys?
Yeah.
They're like, what are those monkeys? No, they're just our Australian birds.
This is really hard to do with one hand.
Off their chops.
Poor Cheryl. All right. I'm always impressed when people can film entire videos like this.
Painted thing.
Yes. Whoa. Out with the old, in with the new. Where's the speeds? Oh, there.
1, 2, 3.
Speed?
Dude, 3-speed rattle gun.
Really?
Yep. Whoa. Flick the speed thing. And again. Oh, that's cool.
That is cool.
Smells new. Look how thrashed my old one was.
Wow.
Whoa. Still going. Still going to use it. Just take it home. That's mad. Actually, man, the bit of Ryobi that I'm pretty excited about, and it's come in so handy, is this thing. You never thought you needed it until you got it, because hot glue guns, like, it's cool to use them on the bench and stuff, but actually, most often you need to take them somewhere and just like quickly
and that
fix
flap
that.
is the glue, isn't it?
That's the glue. And then it heats up and you go, meet, 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 meet.
Hot glue gun.
So handy. The one shortfall of hot glue is also what makes it so good, is its low melting point.
Yeah.
Because you can just melt it out of a gun. It means you can't, like, this is just to hold it in place. You couldn't actually glue stuff on, because as soon as your car sat in the sun and got up to like 50 or 60 degrees, it would get real tacky and fall apart.
Yeah, right.
So that's where like a 2-part glue is better. But for what I'm trying to do, just to get this thing to sit in place, so I can then clip that in.
Aren't you going to be pulling all that off again though?
Yeah, but I don't want it to look crap for the next few weeks until paint, because
I see.
Paint takes, I don't know, it already looks pretty rough anyway, like two colours, but I just don't want like stuff hanging off. It looks like I don't care about it.
Yeah.
Because I do, and it's such a fun car, man. It's so good.
Is it your favourite car, do you reckon?
I don't know that it is yet, but I think it will be.
Okay.
Because it's still, like, I still look at it and there's dents and so much wrong with it. But I think once it's all looking really good and done properly, I'll really like it. But I'm really impressed with how the flares turned out. I was so unsure about whether that would be a winner or not.
And are you aiming for like mini fast, like 100 kilowatts at the wheels kind of a thing?
Nah, probably like more like 200.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
You
There's guys in Malaysia getting 260 to 270 horsepower out of this particular like chassis. Various motor combinations. They have Frankenstein motors where you put like a 600cc head on a 1 litre block, or you can put an EJ series in it, like what was in our show car.
That's insane.
And you can buy, and it's just a massive aftermarket. I'd so love to go and see it. Don't you think that'd just be awesome?
That's wild. Yeah, we got to get to Malaysia one day.
I think we got to do it. I think before I went too crazy with this, I'd want to go and see the way they do it, because it's the biggest aftermarket by far. Like, it was big in Japan too, but Japan sort of moved on and they're all driving electric hybrids and stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
But these are still going strong in Malaysia. Pretty awesome to see it.
Look at that, Martin. Just like I bought one.
And will that hold your battery in?
Yes, it will.
Perfect. Because I know you're so, invested in making sure you're up to date on what's happening with the mirror side skirts. You'll be happy to know that the rubber mouldings I bought fit perfectly on the flares, but don't fit on the side skirts.
I'm glad you let us know, Martin.
Yeah, so for now I have to.
Because I really needed an update.
I have to recycle the old rubber from the original ones, and I'm just double-sided taping the skirt down so it doesn't flap around in the breeze and look crap. But that is pretty good. Looks like I bought one. If only the car was one colour. Is that in?
Pretty much. Tighten it down. And
oh, cool. The battery's got like a flat... I didn't realise the battery's got like a flat top on it.
Yeah.
So you don't have to... sometimes the battery thingies have those channels in them to get through the little knobby things.
That's not moving, Martin.
Show me.
I still have to tighten this up and tighten that up, but it's there.
That's great, man.
It's operational.
Tie it down. What's next after this?
Oh,
we got to measure the wheels.
Yeah, wheels. And then send off some emails to our wheel homies.
K cars are not supposed to be full-on mad performance cars. It almost feels like this particular era, like remember that Suzuki Alto Works we drove?
Yeah, that was awesome.
It almost feels like this particular era that someone had gone, oh, we should make all those little K cars fast.
Yeah.
And then it sort of didn't really happen again. But it will, when they're all electric, because they will be sooner or later. Hello.
Oh, cool.
Oh, thank you very much.
Cool. All right.
Lock him down. Where'd my flare go? I think I left it over here somewhere. Oh, it's in the engine bay, dude.
Is it?
I need that.
And send that to the engineer, and then we also have to just plug in the interior and make sure that the indicators work as well.
Oh, right.
Because there's no hazard switch, we think that's why maybe the no indicators were working.
Oh, yeah, because it all goes through the switch which overrides it. Cool, man.
So...
She's down. I give that 7.3 out of 10. It's better, but it's not amazing. What is that? Oh, is that center console? Man, that's heavy, isn't it?
Look at the stereo. There's so much weight in that, but
yeah.
We're probably going to just replace, well, leave it looking like this, but maybe cut it off and just leave it so that this part is all the same. We've got that cartridge.
Is it an 8-track?
I don't know if it's 8 or 4 or what it is, but it's definitely heard some tunes over the years, because look at it, the flap is smashed.
I didn't even see speakers in there. Are there speakers in there somewhere?
There's 2 in the back. Well, there's 2 slots. 4 speakers. I don't know if there's anything in there, but that will be another day, Martin. But for now, because we are in project Make It Legal, we just got to plug this in and just see if we can get indicators working.
You can probably just sit it in place, you know what?
If they are working and good, then we're one step closer. What a big thing.
It's massive, isn't it? It's heavy. You've got to be careful not to scratch the dash doing it. They all look very much the same. Are they all pinned differently?
They look similar, but the colours going into them are different. Like, see how that one there is just, they're all black and white.
Oh, yeah.
Whereas these are all coloured.
Mad.
So, I don't know if that goes... I don't know, maybe I'll just plug until they don't fit anymore.
This was someone's job at the factory, man. Being the centre console dash plug-in person.
That's crazy, isn't it?
Yep. 40... How many years ago? 50...
42 years, is it?
There you go.
Hey!
So...
Left side's working, though.
So go right side again. You know what this might be?
Is the left side working, though?
The flasher might be... Yeah, man. You can turn left all day long. But right's just going on solid, isn't it? Oh, no. What did you just do? No. That's cheating. Are they blinkers down the bottom, or are they just... Go left again. Yeah, and again. It's this one, man. I reckon this might need a globe. Because this one's not coming on, which means the flasher's not getting the load it's expecting.
Yeah, okay.
So I reckon see if he's plugged in, or if not, it might just be grab a globe. We might even have one here.
Yeah, cool.
Getting close. Get keen.
I know.
Get keen.
I know.
It's so hard, isn't it? Like the last, 1 kilometre of a race or something is always the hardest.
But this is the reason why we don't film all of this stuff.
No, because it's intensely boring.
Just so boring.
Yeah, it is.
It's fun when you're getting closer to something, but there's probably been about 30 different specific engineering things that have to be done, and some of them have taken days.
Yeah.
Like days. Like this is just us.
And we haven't even got to the hardest part yet, man. No, here.
Yeah.
I'm coming in for a look. I don't know if I can fit under there. Can I fit under there?
See under here.
Hang on. Yep, I'm looking.
See this globe?
Yeah.
Can you see that? That
Yeah.
looks fine, right?
Yeah.
Can you see the other globe? Have a look around the front here.
Hang on. I'm extracting the camera.
Can you see that?
Is it? What? I can't tell. It's too dark.
Can you see it? See right there? There's just a globe floating around in there, man. See
Inside there?
See? Yeah, it's just fallen out, man.
Oh.
But...
Oh, it's fallen out of the fitting.
Yeah.
But it's in there.
But it's in there. I don't know how we're going to get it out again. Magnet? Do you reckon we can magnet it?
Oh, I don't know. If it's gone through... I wouldn't have a clue. Does this come off, or is it only from behind?
Don't know. Yeah, try and magnet that out of there, Martin.
Hopefully, yeah, because if it's part of that whole fiberglass lip thing, that's just going to be so annoying.
I'm just going to grab my special pulling device.
I keep walking over to where your toolbox is to get tools that aren't there because they're over here. Looks like something out of an alien movie. Should I leave the camera here for the next 25 minutes?
No, it's going to be way quicker than that.
You reckon? Because that stuff always seems so fun and easy, and then it never is.
I can see the claw. I can see the globe.
If you get it within 20 seconds, I'll shout you an ice cream.
Oh, I've got it.
here actually.
Yep, I've got it.
12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Oh, no way! What kind of ice cream do you want?
It might not even be blown, man.
Probably isn't. It probably just fell out.
I'm going to reattach.
And then we're going to try it again.
And then we're going to try it again. And if that works, Martin, then it is a joyous day for Nissan owners across the planet.
This is distracting me from my flares, man.
Sorry, Martin.
Hey, you got blinkers.
Yep, amazing. All right, you can turn that one off. Thank you, mate.
That's awesome. Very cool.
Well done to anyone who's made it this far to what a real day in here looks like.
And it's actually
we didn't film our mad noodles, did we?
It's actually probably been 2 to 3 times longer anyway, hasn't it? Because there's still stuff that's even more boring than this. It's good though. It's good to get it done. Like it's, you know, to finish the job off, but it's just tedious, isn't it?
That's looking good though, man.
Yeah, man, this is pretty much done. I've got to move on to other jobs on this vehicle and other vehicles.
And I've achieved indicators and battery, which is now charging. Oh, we do have to measure up the wheels.
Oh yeah, okay, we'll do that now.
We can do that now. So back here we've got a bolt-in cage. This is made by AGI Precision Roll Cages. We've had a bunch of their cages in different cars, starting with ModMax, with Tay, with the 350, and now the S30. This is a bolt-in cage, but when you're working on cars like 70s and 80s cars, you can never really be that sure about the quality of the metal that you're drilling into. So these ones here are actually bolted into a custom mount that is welded into the car. As mentioned earlier as well, this car had to be engineered with new seatbelts as well, which are installed here. So there's a couple of benefits of putting in a half cage like this. One of them, for people who are running harnesses, you can actually wrap your straps around here, even though there's no eye bolts, you can wrap those around. You've obviously got the safety aspect for when you're doing track days and stuff like that, which we'll definitely be doing with this car. But the other one is that when you're adding that much power to a car like this, because this is actually connecting here on this side and this side of the strut as well, it also gives you a lot more rigidity with the chassis. So in a sense, this is working like a rear strut brace and is helping pull the whole thing together. So it's a very, very nice cage. And from the back here, it's a very awesome look as well from the back of the car. You can kind of see, if I put the boot down a bit, you can just see this awesome cage there, and it just lets you know that this Fairlady means business, which is awesome. So today's job, of course, is the interior. So we've got some interior bits to go in there. We're also doing a very special stereo install, which is going to be awesome, and my friend Myles is coming to help me with that. And we got a bunch of different stuff to do, which I will take you through now. So this here is the center console from the S30, and this here is the factory stereo here. But my friend Myles has done something very, very special to keep this car, you know, I mean, we're trying to make it a bit sleeperish, and that theme from here continues over here. We don't want like a big modern stereo poking out, flashing its lights at everybody. So run us through what's happening over here, Myles.
Right, so you wanted a very clean, stealth, don't want to see a new head unit look.
Yeah.
So what we did was took the fascia panel and the deck out. Got rid of them.
See you, dudes.
Took a copy of, scanned in the faceplate, just using a normal fax machine. Drew up a new fascia plate, and then started to 3D print different copies and different styles of fascia plate.
And all we want is basically Bluetooth, so you can connect your device to it.
That's right.
So off you go.
That's right. So we started with that one, and that was just to make sure we got dimensions. Then I made something new, which was this, and that was going to fit in our new deck. So that was going to look like that.
Yep.
But that didn't really sort of fit the criteria.
Doesn't float the goat, does it?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. So then we made another version. This was just, again, checking some dimensions, making it a little bit more sort of refined piece of plastic.
Yeah.
And that was going to go into there, except it didn't quite fit. So that was going to look like that.
Yep.
And then
and now the big one.
Now the
this
big one.
This is what I'm all about. I'm all about a stealthy flap. Look at that. Ah! Just stop it.
So now this slots himself into there. Give him a bit of a click.
That's amazing.
Then we can put the stereo behind there.
Hides in behind. So from the inside, everybody, what you see is this, and then when you want some technology, it's behind there, but otherwise it's bye-bye. And look at that. So you don't have any of this crazy modern looking stuff in your kind of vintage interior. This here is the factory speaker, and down here is the factory speaker location over here. So we have managed to be able to get like another speaker like that, put it in the mounting points, and that there just literally goes in the factory position like that, which is pretty awesome. When it comes to subs and things, this car's not meant to be like a too sexy panty dropper, so we're going to do something small under the seat like that. There's heaps of room back here, but the idea is not to have these big 2 12-inch subs in the back. The idea is to kind of have it looking like a nice street race car. And stereos and speakers have come a long way in the last few years. They sound pretty good these days.
The first thing I want to replace inside the car is the rubber manual shift boot, which is split due to its age. Because these cars are so rare in Australia, I didn't like my chances on finding a suitable part, but it turns out that all these years on, Nissan make an OEM replacement specifically for 240s, so I ordered this one from the States. With some lubricant on the tip, I can slide it down the gear stick that's connected to our R34 Skyline gearbox. It is a tight fit, but eventually it goes on, then I can put the base plate back on and attach it to the car. The next step is to remove the seats. This makes it way easier when you're doing a full stereo install because you can see where your wiring's going and lay out all your components. With the seats removed, now I can turn my attention to the rear end of the car so we can replace the factory speakers.
So these rear panels are held in with these single-use clips that are a total pain in the ass. Basically, they have these little pins in the center of them, and you get a hex key or something and you push the middle out, and at that point, it disappears into the depths of another galaxy that's inside the car somewhere, and then you're just left with this outer plug that is then useless. You would think that maybe technology has got better, but no, these are still used today on modern cars. So if anybody knows any tips or tricks with how you're meant to retrieve the middle once you push it out and it disappears, then let me know. So if you listen really carefully, when I put this hex on here and punch the middle out, you'll hear it drop and disappear into the car somewhere, never to be found ever again. And there it goes.
Keeping with the theme of the car, I want to try and keep it as stealthy and pure as possible, so we're going to mount our new speakers in the factory positions behind the rear panels. The original cardboard speakers are well and truly toast, but we are going to reuse the mounting brackets and swap them over to our new speakers. I do need to re-drill them to make them fit, but with that done, they can simply be bolted back onto the original bracket. We're running all new wiring as the original speaker wiring fell apart in our hands as soon as we touched it, and we're also installing acoustic insulator behind the speakers to help stop unwanted vibrations. At this point, if you're really keen, you can go all out and do your whole car, but it can be quite expensive and it can also add up to a lot of weight, which some people are not keen on. The next step is to get the wiring that runs from where our amp is going to sit and solder that to the speakers. If you need more information on how to install speakers in your car, we've got a whole video showing you how on our channel. With that done, the speakers in the factory mount simply bolt back into their original position. Meanwhile, Myles has been making a new custom stereo loom that's going to connect the whole system together. With the driver's side done, now I can finish soldering off the passenger side and then reinstall the rear panels for a super stealthy install. The rear speakers are now completely done, so we can move on to running some power through the firewall to run the amp and the sub.
So we are making loads of progress. The speakers are now done in the back. They are completely installed, done. The panels are back on. The head unit is wired up. Myles is making up a loom so that everything will run and work. The amp is wired up. It doesn't have power yet, but all the speakers are going into it. Next up is the little hideaway sub that we're putting in. That one there is just going behind the seat, but feel free to send us a comment and tell us how you guys would have done it. That's cool. Next up, what we're going to do is we've got to try and find somewhere to mount the front speakers, and that's the tricky bit because we don't know whether we're going to go doors or whether we're going to go kick panels or whether we're going to go something wacky. So that's going to be an adventure that will only unfold itself once it unfolds itself. So next up, what I've got to do is just mount some brackets on the back of the sub, get that installed. That's going to go behind the driver's seat. The amp's going to go behind the passenger seat. And then we can run some power in it and make sure that everything works. So let's get to it. Oh, the purity.
What?
The purity.
Well, now there's less of it to be pure.
You've taken the purity. No! Stop! No! Oh, the purity's gone now.
There's less of it to be pure, bro.
Oh, the purity has just been demolished.
It's gone.
This car was so pure until then. Pure and original. And now you wrecked it.
The car still needs to get acoustic underlay and carpet, but I'm temporarily installing the sub so we can work out the length of wiring, power and the mounting position.
Check out the purity of this wiring down here. I mean, the car obviously looks great from the outside and it's got an RB and all those exciting things. But once you delve inside, have a look at this. Like, some of this wiring is like not even connected and others are just being held together by just like 1 or 2 strands. So that's something we're gonna have to fix up as well. I know this is not keeping it pure, fixing this stuff, but this is also important because that, like, who knows where that stuff goes or what it does. But what I can tell you is that that is meant to be connected to something.
That wiring may be old and manky and pure, but our new wiring is not, so it's time to try it out and see if everything powers up.
All right, so the power has now been connected, and we've got ground down there, our super purity ground. And so now, if we turn the key that's hanging off our delightful Skid Factory lanyard, our head unit, which will end up being hidden anyway, should power on. There we go. We're in business. Okay, so we've connected Bluetooth, and of course the first song that anyone must play on their car stereo is Too Sexy by Team Evo. Here it is. All right, we've got sound. And we've got sub. Make sure. Both of those working?
Yep.
Yeah, awesome. Poor S30, getting Too Sexy played through it. What a disgrace. There goes the purity.
The rear speaker install has been a total success, but that amount of stealthiness will not be possible up the front due to the architecture of the cabin and the shape of the doors. Rear speakers are great for fill, but the quality and tonality of your audio is mainly delivered by the front speakers, so we will need to do some further investigation on how best to fit these up the front.
On this side, inside the goo that's holding this plastic on, there's some Japanese newspaper. What does it say, people? Can someone get it, flip it, translate it? Tell us if it says something amazing. We've spoken about Japanese bondage tape a bit in the past. Here's the crazy thing, gaff tape or duct tape is usually black where we're from, but in Japan, it's skin coloured, which is a bit kooky, I guess. What do they do with it?
Now that we've seen inside the doors, we can have a think about the best way of installing our components up the front. And while we do that, we're moving on to another important job. I've ordered a full carpet replacement kit from an Australian company. This is a really awesome way of freshening up an old car and getting rid of all of the existing human slime. I'm laying the old pieces on top of the new ones to make sure that they're cut the same, as there's a lot of variations with these cars. We're also test fitting it inside the car to make sure that it clears everything, and anything that's in the way, it's about to get chopped. Using the original vinyl as a stencil, we're cutting out the carpet so that it matches. Because we've got new pedals and some new positions, we also need some custom choppage. With our carpet modified and laid roughly in place, we can move to the centre console. I'm using some plastic clips to replace some lost metal clips on the shifter boot, and now it's ready to install.
Okay, so we've adjusted the carpet and cut that by adjusting. We've cut it with some scissors. And now the centre console is ready to go back in. This here I've attached with a couple of plastic clips. And now we are ready for the stealthiness of Myles' creation. So this here just sits in like this. It doesn't need to be attached with any hot glue or anything like that, because the stereo, when it goes in on top, is actually putting pressure on that and holding that down. And then, as you can see here, this is just black bumper paint, by the way, and this is a 3D printed piece, and as you can see, the colour match is superb. And then inside, hello, old and modern. That's freaking awesome. That's some genius spec level stuff, Myles.
Thanks, man.
You should actually sell these. Like, if people want them, I know this was like a one-off that you made for me, but if people want them, they should tell us, and then you could make them for them, because that's cool, man. It's very cool. For some reason, after all the work that's gone into this car, putting the centre console back in feels like a really big deal. I mean, it's just a couple of plugs and a few screws, but it's what it represents. It's something so much more than that, something really important. It means we've actually done it. The car is almost back together, and it really feels like we're close to achieving the dream of getting this car on the road in Australia. We simply plug this in, put in a couple of screws, and it's done. So the centerpiece of carpet is in. That was a bit tricky and required a lot of cutting and fandoogling, but it has replaced the 42, 43-year-old vinyl. That has seen a lot of love juice, and that's not love juice as in it's seen a lot of love. And then the sentence was going to go juice and soy sauce and other drinks that have been spilt on it. That's been replaced with brand new carpet. That needed some fandoogling. The centre console is in now with Myles' mad little flap on it, which is amazing. So now the seats can go back in using, of course, the Ryobi ratchet, which is the best thing they've ever made by far. I love this thing. It's freaking amazing. So seats go in, and that's where we're at, people. Let's do this. So a bunch of stuff has happened to this car since you saw it last time. Now, you guys had a mad tip last time in the comments of saying, why don't we put a magnet in this mad flap that Myles made? So now it has a magnet in it, which is awesome, which brings us on to the second point, which was, why didn't we put just a little Bluetooth receiver in there? The reason why is that a head unit like this, even though it's kind of super ugly, which is why we've hidden it away, it does give you lots of options for EQ, for tuning, for balance, for fade, for stuff like that, which in a car like this that's a bit of an unknown was something that was going to be valuable to have.
You can also just go down to Supercheap and buy it and do it the same day.
Yeah, you can also just get it and it's done. But it brings us on to the next question, which was why didn't we keep the original head unit, like the cartridge thing? Now, I am all for like the purity of originality and all that kind of stuff. I love my old analog synths and things like that, but it was heavy and it was broken. And so the idea of keeping it in there just for like whatever's sake was not really something that was super important to me. I'd just rather it go'd. It go'd. How's that for me English? The other one, of course, is we were trying to work out what to do with the speakers, and some of you guys had some good points, like using some like hi-fi speakers and stuff under there. For me, like this was always meant to be like a date night car. Like I wanted the music to be awesome. The decision was made, block your ears, I know. The decision was made to put speakers in the door. We had to run wiring down to them anyway because we were doing central locking, which was part of the alarm and a mobilization system. But the good news is we spoke to Import Monster and got our replacement door cards, so there was no issue with cutting those up. There was a little bit of cutting required, but I will show you now and run you through exactly how we did the speakers because it's pretty cool.
My friend Myles has created a 3D model of the car's door cards so that we can design some speaker spaces that fit up perfectly.
Rather than using like an MDF speaker spacer, I designed these 6.5-inch speaker spaces up, tweeter, woofer, or mid-range, whatever you want to call it. and then used a piece of software within this Fusion 360 to cut out around the door trim. So this contour here has been designed by the intersection between the door trim and our model.
Yeah.
And so this perfectly fits around all the gaps of the door trim, how it runs around.
The 3D printed part is laid down on some foam and then covered in contact adhesive and then wrapped. Then we trim it down and then we're covering it in material that we've matched as closely as we can to the colour and the feel of the car's interior. Once the speaker is in, we can keep pulling the fabric and keeping it as tight as possible until the glue dries. With the door cards off, we've also installed some central locking, and with that, our speakers are in.
So the car does have central locking now. It's got a mad little key fob thing here, which hopefully if I close my door, Martin, you can even close yours. Shall we see if it works? Hey, look at that. All of the madness for the date night. So the stereo is finished and it sounds amazing. Like the combination of the rear speakers, the tweeters in the front, those speakers, the sub here, the amp there. It's actually an awesome setup. I'm super happy with it.
In one of my first cars, I put speakers in the kick panels, and I noticed a few people saying, "Oh, you should put them in the kick panels."
I wanted to do that.
Yeah.
I wanted to do that.
Yeah.
But no,
there's
not
stuff
possible.
in the way. In this case, there's stuff in the way that we've put in the way, which is our mad Haltech Elite. But also, I think depending on whether it's right-hand drive and left-hand drive, there's different stuff.
Yeah, well, over here there's a massive fuse box. I guess you could relocate stuff
Pull your
and like
dash out,
make a new loom and pull all of this out. But it's I just want to drive it. If you can't tell, I'm pretty pumped to go drive it.
And I have to say, in my old Gemini, and 70s car again, not really set up for stereos, it sounded kind of crap shooting the sound at your foot.
Yeah.
So this is a pretty good solution, man.
I think the good thing as well is that once the doors, it's all black. Once the door's closed, you can't see it. And my biggest consideration was not trying to keep it like authentic and original. Otherwise, obviously, it wouldn't have an RB in it. But I just didn't want to, each time I looked down, have this thing flashing 100 lights at me. Like I just wanted this part of the experience to be pure, Martin.
And
I want it to
still
be pure.
sound good. What else is there? What else is there?
Martin, let me. I would insert sad music now, if we could, because that's not all good news, mate.
Really?
As you know, let's go over here for a second. I think a lot of people that are outside of Australia have been really surprised at what we've had to go through to get this car legal here in the road in Australia. There's so much compulsory stuff that needs to be done. And the idea of engineering is to make sure the car kind of meets all of these legal and safety requirements, which is why you've got to do so much stuff with your wipers, with your structural stuff, like with your headlights. There's so much going on there. And one of the things that you can't have is spacers. Now, in New South Wales, just having a thing floating around like this is illegal. Everyone can talk about the safety of that or whatever themselves. But in Japan, when we got this car, it had a variety of different spacers on there that goes over the hub to try and space the car out correctly. Now, I wanted to try and get I actually wanted to try and keep these wheels on there, and that's the way that I wanted to keep it, because that's how it came from Japan. It wasn't going to be possible because it needed all of this. So we started exploring other options. We got a Superlight actually made, just a single one, to see if we could fit, which was this. That was actually kind of custom made to our specs.
So tough.
But
it looks so fat barrel, man.
Oh, dude, looks so good.
Cool.
And these are the same wheels that I have on the Mini, of course. But it doesn't fit because of this barrel, and you can see
diameter
there.
of the barrel. Man, so close. It would have been like 1 or 2 mil, or without that little ridge, and it probably would have made it. It's just the brake calipers. I mean, you want big brakes, you've got to have wheels that fit them.
Yeah, exactly.
Incidentally, these wheels and the spacers, particularly on the back, that was just for looks. Because the front, yes, we had the bigger, I think, Skyline brakes or something, and that needed spacers.
Yeah.
But the back actually didn't need spacers. It was just to look cool.
Yeah. But I do love these wheels, and I do want to give a shout out to the guys over at Barrel Brothers who've been helping me. And we also tried some other crazy wheel as well, didn't we, Martin?
Yeah, some Hayashi
some Hayashi Street, but unfortunately that didn't fit either. That would be a custom thing. So then when I reached out to you guys, you're like, hey, how about a T37V, which is kind of the vintage lippy one. So contacted them. That was going to be like a 6-month wait or something like that.
Expensive.
I don't want to wait like that long to drive the car. We have found something that actually fits the car to tick the box for engineering. So like it has some wheels on it now. It was not like my first choice, but it actually fits, which means the engineering part is all like fine because it's not running spaces. But here's me always talking, making my jokes about purity. I actually want the car to be as close as it was when we bought it in Japan. So we have spoken to Barrel Brothers, we've spoken to Import Monster, and now speaking directly with Watanabe Wheels in Japan. And we're going full like JDM, like actually sending them our specs, exactly what we need. They're going to be making wheels for us. And that's the plan. It's going to be 6 months. It's going to be 6 months. So it was either wait 6 months and not drive the car or put something on just so we can kind of get it through engineering and tick that box. About engineering, again, it's like a lot of people when they buy a car, they buy it and then they put on different wheels, they tint it, they do different things. All of those aspects of the car, it's kind of up to you and your own country, your own legislations and whatever. But this process here is about us ticking the box of all of the requirements that we need to get done. And sometimes even that isn't enough. We had a mate who had a brand new Porsche 911. It was a GT3, wasn't it?
Something
he got
crazy.
defected. Brand new car.
Yeah,
defected.
It happens with those Mercedes side pipe things as well. All the time you hear about it.
It's crazy. But the moral of the story is that I want to run Watanabe's on the car. We are going to run Watanabe's on the car.
You know how I can tell?
And I'm touching them.
Sort of looks like a Watanabe, sort of looks like a Watanabe.
Oh, exactly.
There's
so many. And apparently,
on.
I think, apparently all of these, I mean, this is going to start some comment section crazy, but apparently all of these Watanabe wheels, including the Watanabes, are a copy of some European wheel from the 70s.
From way back.
Apparently.
Who
And
knows?
there's so many different kinds that all look the same.
I look
And
forward
apparently
to
it all
reading
goes back to Europe. But anyway, but I'm not going to wait 6 months. So now we've ticked that box. So now people, now's the bit. Now's the...
What bit? What bit?
This is the bit.
What bit?
This is the bit, Martin. So this here, and the reason that I'm so excited today, this here has arrived in the mail. You should take a seat. You should take a seat, Martin. I'll take a seat. Let's get 2 seats. Let's sit down. We need to sit down for this. So this has arrived in the mail, and I thought we would all open it up for real. This basically tells us whether our car is legal to drive on the road in Australia or not. It'll either say you failed a number of things, or it'll say you're allowed to go get your car registered.
You don't know.
Well, we're about to find out.
Didn't the engineer tell you passed or failed? Or did you say, I'll just wait for the mail?
Well, he said there's paperwork, and this is the paperwork. So here it is. And so now we this is it, everybody. All right. This is a good sign. There's a bit of blue paper in here.
That's what we like to see.
Which is, here it is. This is look at that, everybody. Our application for registration. That's a blue slip, which is
a big deal.
This is another part of the process you've got to go through. The blue slip is separate to engineering.
That's after engineering.
That is the bit that actually says that your car has to be checked again by either someone else that's an authorised blue slip inspection person.
Yep.
So that one's all good.
Cool.
Here it is, everybody. This is it.
Oh, it's filled out, man. Except for your bits.
This is it, everybody. We have our compliance certificate.
Yes.
Well done, Martin. Congratulations. Thank you very much. I can't even talk.
Engineering certificate number.
Oh, there is an engineering certificate number.
Passed. First inspection passed. Look at that.
Oh, it says passed.
So good.
Amazing.
So good.
Down here is oh my God.
I like that. In comments and repairs needed, it just says Z.
That's amazing.
Because it's a Z.
This is the, wow.
That's your engineering document.
That's the list of modifications that the car has had done to it.
I believe
that have been engineered. So we've got brake system conversion, performance engine installation, exhaust, fuel tank alteration, front suspension, steering modification, rear suspension modifications, non-standard wheels, non-standard tyre components, traxle substitution, rear axle substitution, lighting system installation, modification. It just goes on and on and on. But that's it. That's the bit of paper.
That's it.
That's what we need.
This?
So
no, where we need more than this.
Oh, wait, no, we need that, and now we can go down to the registration office, formerly known as the RTA, and register it.
No, you can't.
Why not?
Because you need insurance, man.
Oh!
Did you get it yet?
No!
You have to ring up and get insurance.
Of course.
Do you know what? I've done that before.
Insurance is compulsory.
I've done that. I think I might have even been with the Mirror actually when I first got the white one because it came from Victoria, so you need a blue slip. Not engineering, but you need a blue slip. And I got to the whatever they call it these days, service
the RMS,
New South Wales.
Is that what it's called?
And I went, I'd like to register my mad blue slip. And they said, where's your CTP? I'm like, my what?
You know what the C
I totally
means?
forgot.
Compulsory.
Yeah.
Insurance is compulsory.
You've got to have it.
Assuming you can get it.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But does this mean, that means we can get it, right?
doesn't it?
I don't know. I think so. Maybe you need to call someone and get some.
Getting insurance for substantially modified cars is never really straightforward, but my VTEC Mini has been insured with Shannons for a couple of years, so that's who we're going to use for the Fairlady.
Oh, g'day mate, it's Mighty Cumwoods, how you doing?
Hey guys, good to hear from you.
Yeah, good to hear from you too. No doubt you knew this call was coming.
Yeah, not at all.
Hey mate, we've got our engineering certificate now for our, it was an S30, but it actually is a 240 it would appear. We're ready for a CTP and insurance and just wanted to make sure we meet the criteria or whatever it is that we have to do.
Yeah, sweet, awesome.
As long as we have an engineering certificate and a blue slip, are we cool?
Yeah, basically, as long as it's engineered, that means that's all I need to know about, that it's fully legal, and the blue slip means we can get the green slip activated, so that's awesome.
All the address and all the details are going to be the same as a Mini that you guys already do. So all of that stuff is the same where it's stored and everything. Do I just need to run through all the mods now, or will it come up on your system when you put the engineering number in there?
Yeah, so basically what I'll do is I'll bring up the vehicle, we'll run through the mods that make up what the car is, and then I'll do my bit and we'll get it all started for you.
No worries, mate. How long will it take approximately from start to finish? Because we want to try and head down to RMS today and get plates. How long until it's actually active?
Look, max, I'd say maybe 10 minutes to get both of these done and sorted, including payments. 75, Datsun 240Z, same as what I've seen on the videos.
The same as what you're seeing on the videos. Yeah.
Sweet. All right. Now I've got your details. I've got your I've got your address from the Mini, so I'll bring that up.
One of the nuggets on the Nugget fleet.
Yeah, we work for
Master of
so
nuggets.
I know when you get a new toy, you want to use it. So
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Now tell me a bit about what all the mods are. I've seen the videos, but tell me about them. What's going on with the engine there? Yeah,
so basically it's got a RB26, which is from Skyline GTR. Yep. Then it's got a 34 gearbox, a 5-speed, and an R34 diff as well. It's got the suspension's upgraded, the brakes are upgraded, the complete rear end is upgraded. I can email you through all the specifics of each of those things if you need them.
Yeah, cool. What we might do is that'll make it easy. I've got some basics here. If you send me through an email with all that list, I'll just upload the whole list in there, and then everything that you want noted down is literally going to come out in the paperwork for you.
Okay, no worries, man. All right, I might just shoot you an email and then I can give you a call back.
Yeah, sweet. Easy.
Awesome. Okay, thanks, man. Chat with you in a sec.
Yep.
Okay, see you, mate. Bye.
That was easy.
Well, that's all good. I'm gonna go do my blah, 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 and then I'll come back when we're done. Oh, did you see Master of Nuggets? See, it's some people will get it. That's cool.
Puppet driving a nugget. How to restore your Datsun Z car. Put an RB in it, or don't, or don't. Whatever you want to do. We're all friends. Datto parts. Brought to you by Gumtree. Just can't work out this hat thing, eh? It's really freaking me out. Look at pigeons just...
Okay, we filmed enough. Can you go away, Martin?
I'm going to go buy a Gemini. Why is there a bird cage in our shed?
Do you guys insure Geminis, or does no one own them anymore? Marty's keen for one. He reckons he can get a Gemini that's going to beat my Fairlady here, which is life.
There's a challenge.
Yeah, exactly. There's a challenge. He won't do it, though. He's too stuck in his mirror game right now.
Too stuck in this bird cage. I can't work out what... Seriously, I go away for 1 day.
That's my new bird cage. Leave it.
Dude, Geminis are $35,000.
Sorry, what was that?
I'll call you back ASAP.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you very much, mate.
Geminis are 35 grand.
Thanks, mate. Bye.
What is happening?
Martin, I'll tell you what's happening, man. Do you want to know what's happening?
$35,000.
Yeah. Dude, what's happening?
What is happening?
What's happening is a number of years ago, we were thinking about getting a 34 GTR. Remember when they were $40,000?
Oh, look at that.
Now, Martin.
So sick. Yeah.
They're over $100,000 for a POS.
Why? I just want to know what's going on with your hat.
So I can buy insurance.
I can't really get past how that can even
Because I've been head hammering a seal. What do you want me to say?
55, 62, 65. Woo! Into fourth gear. So we're on our way to the RMS. This is where you register cars in New South Wales. Used to be called the RTA. Roads and Traffic Authority. Now it's the Road and Maritime Services. Now it's Service New South Wales because they did. Oh, is it another name again? They changed it again. I don't know.
this is the place that you basically go when you want to get your L's, which is when you learn how to drive. They give you those L plates and P plates that you see over here, which basically means you're professional learning how to drive. JDM power! There's a hill, I've got to change into third gear. And what's funny is that Marty and I both ride motorbikes, road bikes, dirt bikes, and when you go to do your motorbike license, they make you do the knowledge test again. The L's test. They make you do your L's test. Yeah, and the funny thing about that, I'm sure there's some good reason, but if you've already got a car license, you should know the road rules because you're already driving a car. Yep. And I think some places, like in Queensland, I don't think you need for certain like mopeds and stuff. You can just go ride them on a car license because the road rules are generally the same. But we've got our paperwork here and our vehicle safety compliance certification.
Whoa, that was
scheme.
close. Did anyone else see how close that was?
And we're going to go down there. Our compulsory insurance has gone through. We've got our blue slip. We've got our compliance certification. We'll go and pay some money for something, and then hopefully, all going well, we're legal people.
And that's full rego. You drive it on the street,
just ready to go. So I'd like to congratulate everybody that's been with us for this long, by the way, because this has been a way bigger, more intense, more expensive, more time consuming, but ultimately more beautiful experience than any of us could have ever anticipated. Isn't that right, Mark?
You haven't even driven it yet properly.
No, I've driven it on and off a tow truck, and I drove it in Japan, but haven't driven it here. Here we go, Mun. It's your time to shine. Do it.
It's a little speed hump. Wait. Ready?
Go.
You got to stick your tongue out the side of your mouth. Like, go, come on.
Cheryl, what?
A Range Rover's cool.
Range Rovers, I wouldn't use the word cool, no. They're probably very capable.
What is that smell?
That's the owner of the Range Rover. Oh. Okay, everybody, we have arrived at Service New South Wales. It's lunchtime, so it's probably going to be busy. And
we may
be waiting.
We may let you know what happens if we can.
Here we go, people, the delightful place that dreams come true and dreams. Thank you.
Awesome.
There you go. No worries. Nice to meet you, man.
Nice to meet
Cheers.
you. Right,
Thank you. It's always trickier buying cars from Japan.
So much so.
It's crazy.
I can't find that. I can't even find the Japanese receipt. Nor can I read any of it. But we'll see.
Good luck.
We have to pay in Australia as well. You have to pay the stamp duty.
Duty. But we already paid duty when it came in, or do we have to pay it again?
I think we have to pay it again. And you have to pay it on whatever you bought the car for. You've got to pay like 3% plus 150.
No, but we already paid 5% when it came in.
And we paid 15% already because we paid GST.
Well, GST and 5% duty, and now we pay another 3%.
That's rego duty. That's different duty.
Ah.
The taxes are crazy. Well, you actually did use a Sharpie. Why don't you just get a new hat, dude?
I don't have any money left after this car.
After you pay your rego.
It's the only shoes that I got.
They're comfy, aren't they, those? You just
I
like
got
it because
these in
they're
America
1J.
because they're called Supers.
Did you get those at Kmart?
No, they were my other ones. I replaced them with these. I found these in LA when we were there doing something. Anyway. But, I was jumping up and down in a bin, and there was paint in the bin.
And it squirted onto your hat?
No, just went on my shoe. That's the only pair of shoes I have at the moment.
The hat just messes with my
No.
It's like prairie dogging or meerkatting every time it happens. Ooh. No. They're cranking through them.
Oh. I reckon I got put in some special category of like, this guy's
You would
gonna
have.
wait.
Because it's a long... The other
It's
thing
going
is,
to take a long
it's
time.
a long process to set up a new rego. Last time I did this with the mirror, the person rolled their eyes.
Yeah.
Like, oh, new rego.
Or when they go, have you got a receipt? And I hand them something in Japanese, we're going to be here for even longer.
Yeah. Oh, we're going to be...
Should one of us send the other one to go get a thick shake?
Another receipt.
Heads
is you're going.
Heads I'm going,
Yeah.
tails you're going.
Heads you're going.
That's tails, man. See, kangaroo tails. $21.05.
I can't leave, man.
Oh, is anyone still with us?
One more.
Where next? The next time they call a ticket. Oh, the next time they call a ticket a fish series, that's us, people.
I'll go through the 55 other people waiting before we get.
Oh, that's us. I'd like to register a new car that hasn't been registered before, please. And I've got the blue slip, which is filled out there. It was imported by Import Monster, but we paid for it. But because that import approval is not in our name, because we didn't import it, then we can't register it.
That's right. So now we're just waiting on Aaron to send us paperwork that says, yes, it's
imported for us.
Yes.
Yeah.
As soon as we have that, we're good.
Hopefully.
And we pay them some money and we move on.
Yes.
2 hours later.
Everything looks like it's going okay. It seemed a little bit iffy there for a second.
We might be there.
I have ordered number plates for this car. We might be out of the woods, just like Tay. She was out of the woods, remember?
Was she? Our green slip, which we paid for before on the phone to Shannons, that's all done. And ordinarily it's sent through electronically to the government, basically to prove that you've got insurance. And that would have happened. But when you do an imported car or an completely unregistered car, it doesn't.
And moral of the story is, unless you have to, don't do this. But I'm very glad we did.
Oh yeah.
I'll be gladder shortly.
And you only do it once. Good news or bad news? What do you want first?
Bad news?
Bad news is we have to start all over again, from scratch completely.
Why?
We have to start the whole application again.
Do you want to go get us some thick shakes?
Yeah, I do actually. While you wait for that. Whoa. So, that's what hoodie pockets are actually for.
It has been hours, but just as the thick shakes arrived, we are approved. And the job is done. The car is now legal to drive on the roads in Australia.
You know what that means, right? You know what the number plate means?
No, no idea.
Don't you? Yeah, you do.
Oh, I do.
Mate?
Yeah, dude. How good is this? Whoa! That feels good.
That sounds great, doesn't it?
Yeah. This is awesome, man. What a mad spot to take it for a drive as well.
Yeah, so we're down at Ladenham Raceway.
And it's new. The surface is like brand new. I don't think it's even had a grand opening yet.
But our car is now engineered. It is like totally street legal. It's been so much work and it just feels so planted. And you know what's amazing with all of this power is just knowing that you've got all of the brakes as well to stop you if you need to.
Whoa!
It's
okay,
crazy,
that's fast.
It's crazy.
That's good. Was that like 5,000 RPM?
Well, I don't know because I'm not sure exactly. I haven't had a chance to look down yet, but everything's working. Our temperatures are good.
Yep.
It sounds good. It's not too loud. We've got the muffler in there. We've got the cat in there as well.
Feels planted.
And it feels really, really solid. We've got RE003s on there. We've got our big Willwood brakes. It's great. There it is.
Mad.
We did a thing.
And how old is this car? 40
something years.
40 something years old.
You ready for a hit?
Not really. Oh shit! Oh shit! Wow! Okay, brakes. That's ridiculous. Whoa. Okay. That's a lot quicker than I was expecting.
Yeah, it really comes on strong.
Wow, man, that top end is ridiculous.
So that's about.
It drives so like a rear-wheel drive car because you just don't really have understeer, do you?
But it feels so planted even with that power.
And your hands are like a full 180.
Put it down and just.
No, that's too fast. Wow. That feels good, man. That feels really good. Oh shit. Can you slow down?
Yeah.
Thank you. That's not slowing down. That's not slowing down at all. You know when you get on a roller coaster, it just starts to get to that bit where it's a little bit too fast and you start to question whether you should have got on it? That's what's happening to me right now.
It chirps the gear.
Wow. Ah! Hey, the brakes are good.
The brakes are amazing.
The brakes are good. I thought that was like, it was all over.
First gear wind out. It's just crazy power, isn't it?
It needs a bigger shik-me bar. You know what a shik-me bar is? It's one of these. You need something here to like, I'll just grab you. Dude, it's been over a year, and when we drove this in Japan, like, do you remember how slow it was?
It was, well, I remember your Honda Beat actually beat it. It lived up to its name.
I can't believe the difference.
Well, what's amazing is that, so the car weighs around 1,000 kilos.
and makes was it
Too much power.
320 kilowatts at the wheels. So everyone can do the maths and work out what the horsepower is at the wheels and the horsepower at the engine, all those different things. But you basically get 1,000 kilos, you got 320 kilowatts at the wheels, and there it is. That's our Fairlady Z. So thank you very much for everybody who's watching our whole series, everybody who helped out, and it's a shame that you don't have anything here to challenge me with, Martin. Otherwise we could have a little track battle. But as such, you can hop out and have a lovely afternoon, and I will see you later on, my friend.
That is a real shame. What a shame.
Going head to head today is my sleeper Subaru wagon, powered by a turbocharged 3.6 litre SUV engine and running on ethanol. It makes around 280 kilowatts at all four wheels.
And going head to head with the family wagon is a JDM icon in the form of a 1975 Fairlady Z sleeper with a cheeky secret under the bonnet. It's powered by an RB26 from a Skyline GTR with around 320 kilowatts at the wheels, which means it is supercar fast.
And I do believe that the Super Gramps is also very fast. So today we thought we'd just have a little splat. Is that what you call it? A blat?
A blat.
Maybe I didn't mean splat.
Which is a bacon, lettuce, avocado, tomato. I'm so hungry. We getting one after this?
Yeah, we'll go get something after this. But for now, we're just doing a little battle. Super Gramps, the 240Z. We don't have a name for this car yet, people. We need a name, don't we? And we got Super Gramps, we got all the other mad things. We need a name for this car that is maybe a 260, but someone said it's a 240. We said it's an S30. But we need a name, don't we?
Yeah, well, this is a Liberty Legacy thing. And the good thing is nothing ever goes wrong with Super Gramps on a track ever.
Wait, what?
That's a complete lie. But today it's gonna be fine.
Is it time to battle? But not battle, but time to...
I have a family wagon on a racetrack. It's so good.
It's awesome, man.
Here we go.
All right, let's have a little game of follow the 240 around the racetrack. What do you think about that?
I'm keen. Let's do it.
Here it is. We're just going to do maybe 3 laps.
Yep.
So keen. It's the S30 versus Super Gramps. Let's do it, man. So 3 hops and we go. So 1, 2, go.
Yep. Ready?
Cool.
Here we go.
Yep. Oh, Super Gramps is fast. Super Gramps is fast.
Super Gramps doesn't have a top end like that car though. It is ridiculous.
I knew that you'd be able to get me like off the launch, as you should. And I think when people talk about what car is fast and what car is slow, it also, a lot of that comes down to the environment that they are driving in. Because on a track like this, I would expect Super Gramps to be much faster because it's it's not an environment that this car can really wind out that well.
They got a couple of designers in from all over the world, from different places, to sort of make their mark and say what makes a track awesome. And it's got something like 20 degrees of elevation change. And this bit that we're coming up to now is called the corkscrew. And it's a big right hand through here that goes down. It's this huge hill. You got to get on the brakes and then cut in here, this big left down the hill. It's so good. But like, I'm falling out of my seat. Like, it's pretty intense.
Marty's going to be able to get on boost earlier, so I've got to try and get through this corner a little bit faster so I can boot it up the straight. And oh, there is neck and neck, and we are on the brakes hard. Wow, man!
I kind of forgot that there was a corner there and forgot that there's a brake pedal at the same time.
That was so close up that straight. It's funny that the power comes on so differently, but so similar, because neither of us were really pulling away at all.
Well, there's a litre of capacity difference, which does make a big difference for spooling up a turbo, I have to say. You got a bit of a weight
You're
advantage.
also running ethanol as well, aren't you?
Have to. This would not be possible without ethanol, unfortunately.
Let's play Super Gramps chases the Great Gramps.
It is a little bit older than this thing, that's for sure. Man, I can't believe how good it looks and how fast it is.
I've got a feeling of how quick this is, and I can't believe that Super Gramps just kind of kept up. I'm going to stay on the outside, and I'm going to punch it up here.
I'm in second gear.
I'm in second gear, and 3, 2, 1, punching it. brakes, on the brakes. Oh,
that's neck and neck, dude. You can't get away and I can't catch you.
I got a little bit sideways in second gear, a little bit of traction loss there, but that's all right. That's what it's all about.
Man, this is some classic all-wheel drive versus rear-wheel drive stuff going on here. I can get into that last corner and just sort of power out of it. You have to wait, get traction and then go.
Punch it through here. What a fantastic track. And it's amazing that we've got another option for a track in Sydney now. It's incredible.
Unreal.
Down through corkscrew. A little bit squirrely on the back end there.
Oh, my power steering pump's just winding its head off. It hates it.
Round we go. Onto the straight. Pressing into second. And to the floor.
It's pulling away, dude. I reckon on a drag strip you'd have me once we got out of the hole. I reckon that top end is just ridiculous once you're putting that full 300 kilowatts down.
How much power does Supergramps make? It's like 260, 270, right?
Around there somewhere. Every time you dyno it, it's a little bit different, but yeah, the best we ever did is 280 and it's about 260.
I reckon let's pick up a couple of hot laps, man, and just see what happens. So I reckon when you're ready, just give it a little punch at a pace you're comfortable with. Let's lift it up and off you go. All right, he can get onto the gas a little bit sooner than I can. He's already on it and I'm on it now. But then I just catch. When my boost kicks in, I'm reeling him in.
Oh, brakes, brakes, brakes. Oh, it sticks so good for a family wagon. Fire out. It just sticks. Oh, understeer. Understeer, city.
Whoa, oversteer on my side.
Oh my God, this front just goes nuts.
I've got this huge bus steering wheel. Here's where I want to try and get him. Well, the back's moving out a little bit.
Wheel sliding, 110 k's an hour. This corner scares me. This is where I almost lost my lunch before. The corkscrew is just crazy. Whoa, that's a drift. He's catching me, but he's sideways. Here we go. All right, all right. Oh, I can only just hold on. The tyres are hating life. Here we go. $6,000, change at 6, 120, 130, 140. Oh man, oh brakes. I just forget about that first corner. That's a really bad corner to forget about. Let me chase you for one.
I have got a newfound appreciation for Supergramps, man, because this car feels fast. And I think if we had a longer straight, because I'm kind of getting into third gear, I reckon this car would eventually pull Supergramps in. But then again, who's driving their car like that? It's not a very real world experience, you know?
This thing is made for the street. Like, that's where it's for and it's what it's geared for. This is a slower track. Like, you're not doing 200 plus. I'm in 5th gear in the straight. Like, this is geared a lot lower than yours.
All right, here we go. So we're gonna do a little Supergramps chasing the S30.
See if I can catch him. He's picking up speed.
Down onto the straight, wait till I straighten up a little bit and...
Oh, he pulls away. Oh my God. Once he's in 3rd gear, it just disappears into the front.
On the brakes up the top, down into 3rd. Whoop, lose the back end a little bit.
They're losing so much back end. It's just watching it, it's crazy. Dig deep into the corner. Nah, all 4 tyres are just telling me they've had enough.
Boost down here.
The response is just crazy with ethanol and a big engine.
Now round the corner, straighten up onto the boost. Round here, back end holding on. 3rd gear, flat to the floor, up to corkscrew. On the brakes hard, down into 2nd. Probably the end will kick out a little bit, I'd say. Yep, there it goes. Around the end. What an incredible car. Nissan, Datsun, well done. And an honourable mention also for Subaru. What an incredible day. And Marty, the best thing is now we can just take these down on the street, go get ourselves some snacks. That was freaking amazing. Well done, man. That was a lot of fun.
So much fun. Oh, I love this car.
6 years ago in Japan, I found a car and purchased a car that I think kind of changed the trajectory of this channel and, in some ways, of my love of older nuggety cars.
Your life, your love for Nissans, and you have in some ways the ultimate Nissan, but it wasn't ultimate enough, so we RB26 swapped it.
Yes.
new driveline, excellent handling mods, just a very, very nice car.
Now, you may know this story already, but I was trying to get an R34 GTR from the auctions. One of them was for sale. It got up to like $70,000. I'm like, no idiot would ever pay that much, so I opted out. Now some of them are worth $500,000, but instead I reoriented my trajectory and went, what else can you get that's mad in this? And we found this for about $40,000. We brought it in. There's a whole series on it. It was absolutely amazing. I loved it. I love the car. But unfortunately, we have come to a point where the car needs to go to a new phase of its existence.
True.
And unfortunately today, for reasons that I will explain, the engine has to come out, which is a big job. But I'm very lucky that I've got a good friend who is talented, clever, lovely, knows how to build engines, has made more cars than you will ever make in your life, knows more about turbochargers than you will ever know in your life, is hugely respected in the industry, has been on YouTube for years and years and years, someone I love and adore and would really consider my best mate. Everybody, I'm very, very excited that Al's here. Let's take that. Al, can I put this on you?
That's my mic.
You don't need that.
What do you mean I don't need that? What do you mean I don't need it?
Can you put that up under? Yep.
I thought we were working on your 240.
There we go.
Pulling the engine out.
Yep, there it is.
You got his
secret hand.
You got his nipple piercing.
I'll do that. All right, and we'll just get you in your pocket there, and then can you just stand just there? Can you move over a little bit and just move over that way? Just there. Cool. All right. Does that look good, your side? All right. Okay. Welcome to another episode of Mighty Car Mods. I'm here with Al. Thank you so much for coming down. It's lovely to see you again. We're pulling the engine. We're pulling the engine out.
Yep.
And throwing most of it in the bin. What is the first step?
Jack the car up.
Yep.
Bonnet off.
Yep.
Undo stuff.
Okay.
What's wrong with old mate?
I don't know. He's Devo. It's a good shot. It's a very good shot. You got me in the face almost every time. All right, so bonnet off.
Undo bolts.
Remove everything.
Extract.
Okay.
Yep.
And then
Then we'll work out what we're going to do.
what's going in the bin?
Oh,
Which is some of it or a lot of it?
That's up to you.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for coming down. Thank you very much for being here. Al has been a long-time friend of the show and is one of the most talented humans in automotive that I've ever met.
Al is a long-term friend of
ours.
mine.
Of ours.
Of mine.
It's not a fight. Anyway, first step, let's jack up the car.
This was an absolutely huge project when we embarked on it over 6 years ago and has become one of the most iconic builds of this channel. But now it is time for change. The 240Z itself was a game changer when it came to sports cars of its era because it challenged Porsches with more power and at a cheaper price point in the 70s, and that is just one of the reasons they've become so iconic, along with the RB26 that we've got powering it, which is one of the most well-known engines of all time due to its association with the GTR. This car is a beautiful combination of new and old, a stunning rendition of classic sports car with modern day power, with upgraded suspension and braking, and the Japanese spirit will live on, just with some significant changes that I hope won't affect its soul too much. But Alan is a bit more practical about the whole thing.
You know what I like about you, Al? Is that like I was just trying to gently fan-doodle something and whatever, and then you just chop it. Some people think that like collections of metal are like metaphysical. Do you know what I'm saying? Whereas it appears to you that it's like just a bit of metal. I like that.
It was rubber.
I know, but it was connected to a piece of metal.
Yeah.
Do you believe in the spirit realm?
No.
So what is this to you?
It's a machine.
Yeah. No soul?
It's invented by humans.
Yeah.
To be worked on by humans.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why you just change things until it works.
See? That's what I'm talking about.
Our first main task of the day is to remove everything connecting the engine to the car. Luckily, there's quite a bit of space in the front of the 240Z because the engine bay is so big, making the removal of the RB quite simple.
Just because your car's going to be off the road for a little while because you're working on it doesn't mean that you should let your insurance lapse as well. Shannons Insurance covers all of our cars and they have an option for laid-up cover to make sure that your pride and joy is still covered. There's also an option for limited use as well. So check out the Shannons website, have a look at the options there. They also have CTP and also insurance just for your normal working cars as well. So check it out. Now I'm getting back to the Z. We've just disconnected the clutch and we were going to be using the forklift to get it out, but because this engine kind of sits on an angle, we thought it'd be better to finesse it properly with the engine crane. So that is what we're doing, and very, very close to taking this engine out and putting it, Martin, in the...
I don't know, ask your mate.
In its rightful place.
In its rightful place.
Its rightful place. Dude, that's reserved for Honda engines.
I'm not saying it.
That's reserved for Honda engines.
Yeah.
This is too good. Honda engines are good too, but aren't they Honda people?
I don't know. I mean, if you want to know about Honda engines...
Are you going to tell them that we're
ask the expert.
Are you going to tell them?
I don't know anything about Honda engines.
Are you going to tell them?
You're about to.
Okay, cool.
You're about to. He's about...
Just tell them.
Really?
Just tell them that it's getting a K-Series.
Should we... Is it... Just... Not yet. Don't tell them yet, Martin.
Just one K-Series?
I might have to beep that. We haven't told them yet. Can we go out and up?
Yep.
And with that, the RB engine that has served this car so well and reliably over the years is coming out. The original L series that came with the 240Z was taken out in Japan due to asbestos laws at the time, before we actually imported the car. And while there are some interesting ideas about naturally aspirated builds, the entire intention of buying this car in the first place was to address my interest in a GTR, so the RB engine is staying. But with the current setup, it just doesn't perform in the way that we think it should, and this means completely rethinking the build with a fresh set of eyes, a new set of ideas, and a bunch of newer, more modern parts. And my hope is that when finished, this becomes one of the nicest 240Zs on the planet that is super drivable with excellent power to match.
This is an RB26 that originally came from an R33 GTR, the gearbox we had from an R34 GTT, and we actually did this whole conversion with a bunch of very clever people on our backs without a hoist in Mighty Carnwoods, which I'm very proud of. But what was even more incredible than all of that is just how much power we made, which was 330 kilowatts at the wheels. Now let's just do some quick numbers to work out our power per tonne. The car itself weighs around 1.1 tonne. So 1.1 to 330, that turns into around 300 kilowatts per tonne. Now when this car originally came out, this engine in an R33, it weighed 1.5 tonne and made around 160 kilowatts at the wheel. So we made over double the power in a car that weighs around 400 kilos less. So if we do the equivalent, 330 kilowatts at the wheels, which is 300 kilowatts per tonne, is the equivalent of 450 kilowatts at the wheels if the car weighed 1.5 tonne, which is around 611 horsepower at the wheels. You still with me? You're writing notes? Here's the only problem. The power curve looks like that, and we want it to do that. What do we do, Al?
There is many things that we can do. This engine is, despite its stature, it's only 2.6 litres, so you can expect it to be a little bit cranky when you put bigger turbos and that sort of thing on them. And also, yes, it does make a lot of power, but yes, it will tend to make power higher in the RPM range. We did account for that at the time. We knew that that was going to be a thing. We knew that the car was very light, so it didn't need to make crazy power. But technology has changed a lot since then. The turbo technology it never stops. It continues marching on. So smaller turbos can now make the same power, but also be a lot more linear in the way they make power, or basically flatten out that area under the curve, which is really what we're trying to achieve here. Mainly because the car's a little bit deadly to drive, as I understand.
Yeah,
and,
it's kind of, there's nothing and then everything all in one go, which kind of, it seems exciting and it feels exhilarating, but it doesn't give you good drivability, realistically.
Yeah.
And it's probably a thing that's hard to kind of get a gauge of coming across on the internet, but its drivability and day-to-day usability is not great because of that. And obviously we want to try and increase the power under the curve. So
I think we can do that. So we've got a plan. We've, you guys sort of said, oh, hey, you want to help? And I'm like, of course I do. So I sort of reached out to a few other people. There's lots of very smart people in this country and all over the world. So, you know, you got to, what did you say? It takes a
village to build a car.
It takes a village to build a linear RB26 powered 240Z. So
particularly if you've got a village idiot that wants to drive it.
So I asked around a few people. We've also got our turbo supplier experts as well to talk to.
Yep.
And what we're going to sort of go with is we're going to go with a slightly smaller turbo, but it is a G Series Garrett turbo rather than an early GDX, because this car was built 6 years ago, I think.
Yeah.
So as I said, a lot of things have changed. Turbo is going to be a bit smaller, which is going to make it come on boost early, which is going to give you more area under the curve. But it's probably going to make the same amount of power or possibly more, because they're just so much better now. The exhaust manifold, we're going with a sort of fairly new sort of design Artec manifold that's like investment cast stainless steel. So there's a lot of benefits to that. They can make the runner size specific to the type of driving and the type of power delivery we want. So there's a big one and a small one, basically. So we're going to go for the smaller runner. So that's how it's sorted. We'll get that working properly. The other half of things are you've got the inlet. These things were designed to make big power, even though they didn't. They were designed for making big power because they were a Group A homologation vehicle. So originally, we took off all these throttle bodies and whatnot and replaced it with a big plenum, and that simplifies things greatly, because you don't have 6 throttles that you've got to sort of balance and all that sort of stuff. But the downside to that is that plenum is also made for big power. So with that, it does change that curve, the area under the curve. It makes it go like this instead of like this.
And when we're talking about big power, we're talking about 1,000?
Oh yeah, like
plus.
It's more of for the drag application sort of stuff. So we're going to change that back to the throttles. And the good thing is that now you can get you can use those original throttles, but we can apply drive-by-wire throttle control to them. And also we've got a slightly different shaped plenum to the original to go onto those throttles. So that's really cool, because that will also give you throttle response when it's off boost and that sort of thing. And the last thing we're going to do is fiddle around with cam timing. So everyone would be familiar with the concept of variable valve timing these days, and how much difference it can make to power delivery. This obviously doesn't have variable valve timing, but changing that valve timing mechanically with some adjustable cam gears will yield the same sort of results. The downside being you can't just change it back and forward like you can with an ECU. So we'll look for a good balance, or Scotty will, when you dyno tune it. He'll fiddle around with that cam timing, find a good balance of where it's got power, but it's also got a lot of torque, and then we'll fix it at that. So at the end of it all, we'll have a non-kill-deathy version of the RB26 that still makes power.
And we'll be in the current generation.
Yes. You know, which I think is great. There's obviously a bunch of things that we're doing here that we've just spoken about, but there's a bunch of other little spicy niceties that we're going to be addressing at the same time. We also have a new sump to go on, because this sump, I believe, was from an RD originally and was modified to fit this. It's a little bit low at the moment. The guys did an incredible job on that. That's what we had at the time. So there's a few other little things that you'll see as we go. Before we kick on, just one thing that I did want to address. The car originally came with an L20. We didn't get that engine when the car arrived here. It had to stay in Japan because of the asbestos laws. But a lot of people are like, why don't you just build the L20? Why is that, Al?
Because it's a 2-litre 6 from 1970, and it's very, very difficult to make good out of them. Usually people, well, if it was an Australian car, it would have had a 2.4 litre in it to begin with, then 2.6. Most people, if they are building a monster L engine, would go with a 2.8 and then sometimes stroke them and stuff. But you could probably buy 3 of these for the cost of that. Like,
right.
It's not good value for money.
Yeah.
It is pure. Yes, they do sound great, but it's not a very, very economical way of making the car fast and cool. I personally think the GDR engine is one of the most iconic appearing engines. It just, you open that bonnet and that lean and the way the covers are built and everything, it's just unmistakable.
Yes.
It's a very, they've got a lot of character. Hopefully Scotty can dial in some lumpy idle in there and stuff like that. So to me, I think it's the best engine to swap into that car for sure.
I agree, and I think the other thing that's really important is that it's really easy to kind of sit back when people are doing builds, whether they're building a house or doing anything, and give 100 different opinions on why it should be a certain way. But the whole reason that this car existed is because I wanted to get a Skyline, a GTR, and I couldn't do that because they just cost too much. And so in a way, this was kind of my way of kind of melding the two worlds, of kind of getting a car that I really loved, but also an engine that I wanted in a car that I couldn't afford. So that's kind of why that exists. So anyway, for now, we have got some new parts arriving, which we will run through with you, and then put this all together and continue building what I think is my favourite car in the Mighty Car Mods garage. Our next job is removing this sump, which we created ourselves, but you can see has been too low. And we're replacing that with one that we found online that is specifically made for 240Zs that are running an RB engine. Our new sump is baffled and gated, and we're just going to sit it in place to make sure it actually fits, and once we know that everything's perfect, we can goo it up and install it properly. You can really see the difference in size of the sumps here when you look at their profile, which is going to give this car that all-important ground clearance that it so desperately needed. Because the last thing you want when you're driving is worrying that you're going to be smashing your sump, particularly when you're chopping your mate's RX-7. Our new sump also comes with this oil pickup that is specifically made to fit. As mentioned, our new sump is gated and baffled, but do you find that baffling? Well, let's find out. This is our new sump that we bought off the internet. It is baffled, which is this part, and gated, which is these things that, yes, you're right, that is just a door hinge, but you can see beyond the door hinge, there's channels there that oil can flow unless there's enough inertia pushing this way, which will close that hinge and therefore create a gate. And the idea of that is that we always want to make sure that there's enough oil here for the pickup, which is there. How does that compare to the old one?
Because this was an RD28 sump, which is like your diesel version of an RB, it's out of a Nissan Patrol. So originally this had a bit of a staircase and that cap was about down here somewhere. So when we shortened it, and welded that cap back on, which was the best we could do at the time, but it's actually like a little bit too low as we found out. That's why we're doing this. But this is kind of how they would go with a factory sump. It doesn't have any of that stuff in it because it's for a patrol. It's never going to corner. Its main purpose is to keep the oil down for when you're climbing hills and stuff like that. These things here that looks like louvers, that's like a windage tray, so the crank's spinning and oil's flicking off it. That's there to grab that oil and direct it straight back down into the sump where you need it. So the idea is to always have oil around the pickup. The second that you don't, you have no oil pressure and your engine lasts seconds.
Kablamo.
Yes.
Now, I have seen sumps before that are kind of winged.
Yep.
And on the side of the wings, they've got literally like metal flaps that kind of are doing this.
Yep.
I've never seen, like, they're straight up door hinges from Bunnings. Is that a common thing?
It's not uncommon for custom stuff to use it because it's just fit for purpose and
it works.
Costs nothing. So yeah,
great.
There's other ways of doing it, but if it works, it works. So
it's a machine made by humans.
That's definitely made by humans. So.
To be worked on by humans.
This one's made by a machine.
So we're basically going to go get some schmoo, do all of that. Put it on, and then that part's finished. And then what are we doing after that?
We will have a look at the timing belt setup, change those pulleys over, I guess.
I'm getting too excited. Don't say any more.
Okay.
Because I know what you're about to say after that.
What? I don't. Oh, turbos. I believe we have turbos en route.
En route, right now.
We're drilling out a hole in the pan so our dipstick will fit and still function. A step drill makes short work of the aluminium, and then we can schmoo the sump, spread it out and bolt it down. It comes with new fasteners that look mad. Next we're going to take off the timing cover and balancer so we can get to the timing gears. Our plan is to upgrade the intake cam to an adjustable type. This will give us control over the relationship of the crank, exhaust and intake cam to optimise the volumetric efficiency of the engine, which will assist in tuning. The too long didn't listen version is more power. On modern cars, these kind of adjustments can actually be made on the fly using oil-controlled solenoids. It balances out low-end torque and top-end power, and in our case, getting this just right should get our turbo to spool quickly for a punchy mid-range. This will all be stuff we'll be able to fine-tune once we're on the dyno, and to see the differences, we'll need to do back-to-back runs to show a shift in power or torque delivery. It's possible to change the exhaust cam gear to an adjustable one, but our advice is that the intake one will make a bigger difference for the kind of drivability that we're after. By using the existing exhaust cam, we don't have to install a whole new triggering setup, and that means the car should start and run straight away. We can then reinstall the belt, make sure the timing is correct, and put everything back together.
We are upgrading our turbo for this build, and we're about to show you what that is. But because of that, we are also upgrading our exhaust manifold. And this here is a reverse rotation, fast response exhaust manifold by Artec. Look at that, Martin.
So
and it's
good.
made by melting things.
Exactly. Investment cast stainless steel. So it'll always look really, really, really nice. And unlike pieces that are welded together, it's tricky to get the merge right. There's all like limitations on the side of the runners. This can be made exactly the size they want. And the merge in there where it all comes together and shoots it into the turbo is very, very smooth. Plus you've also got this nice priority for the wastegate, which is important for accurate boost control.
Now there is a bigger one if you want to make like ridiculous power drag cars and stuff like this. This is a smaller version, but it gives you lots of different options for turbos of a smaller size through to medium through to larger size and V-band, Martin.
That's right, and not much wrong with that old one. That was great, but it was T4 and it was very, very big, so it's kind of designed for big turbos. Puts the turbo right up the front where you need lots of space. This will package up really nicely, gives us lots of turbo options, and again, fast response, which is what this is about.
Now is probably about the right time to show you our turbocharger, and I'm very excited. That's his excited face. This was sent over by our MTQ Engine Systems, and it's even got a little chop fingers. It's almost like they knew where it was going. Alan, this is like, have you seen Raiders of the Lost Ark? They open the thing and the faces melt.
It was a long time ago, but yeah.
I think that's what's about to happen. And as this opens,
you'll hear the sound of your people. Listen to this. All right, there you go, Alan.
This is like a kid's birthday party where you just have boxes and boxes and... So a lot of your turbos that you'll get nowadays are going to come as a supercore, which is in there, which means no exhaust housing, but a compressor housing, and you buy this separate because these are all different sizes. V-band, flanges, internal wastegate, all different things. So that stays the same. This is different depending on your application. So they usually come like this nowadays.
It's time, Alan. Oh, so modern.
Can you tell that it's backwards?
No, I can't.
It's backwards.
How?
Because it's not forwards. Cool, hey.
What? Why? Because isn't backwards just forwards in reverse?
It is. That's correct. So you said you didn't know. Exactly.
If I'm walking forwards, right, like this, and now this is me walking backwards in reverse.
No, it's like you looking in a mirror. It's like you taking a selfie.
Yeah.
It's the same thing, except for your shirt reads backwards and it's stupid.
But how does that make me go faster? Walk over there. Walk towards me. Good. Now go backwards over there. Now, see how you just walked backwards? Do that in reverse. See, it's still going forward.
Yeah.
So,
what are you talking about?
Science. Look, if I do this, air goes on your face. If I do that, air goes on your face.
Yeah, exactly. That's what this does. It doesn't make any difference. It's just backwards.
But it's not faster because it's in reverse.
Yeah, it is.
It's been a massive session on the 240Z. So much got done thanks to our mate, Al. What an absolute boss.
Talented.
This car, I think, is going to be the creme de la creme of the Mighty Car Mods fleet.
I would argue that I might have some cars that are better, but what I will say is...
What do you have that's better? Don't. Dude,
no,
come
don't.
on, man. Don't do
no,
that.
Don't. Don't worry about that for a minute. It's not about that. What's it about is that you optimise the thing you have to make it as good as you possibly can using the technology and skills that's available to you. And what I'm very happy about is that we're updating this. Even though it's only been 5 years or so, we are updating it to make it even better. The basics are here, but now with our bolt-ons and our turbos and a few little changes here and there, it's going to be way, way better to drive and should actually make it more fun.
That sump is pretty cool.
And
that was eBay sump, did
it's
you
just
say?
a random eBay sump, man.
Wow.
Yep, it was a gamble because we knew the sump wasn't quite right. We bought it, just went, let's cross our fingers, and it seems to, so far, have worked out.
That's amazing.
The RB26 comes from the Nissan factory as a twin-turbo inline 6-cylinder engine, and being most well known as the power plant of the infamous GTR series of cars, this decades-old engine has become iconic with almost godlike status among lovers of Japanese cars. The RB26 DETT is known for its twin turbos, yet we've dropped a T to go single turbo, a very common practice but still one met with controversy in some circles. But with huge advancements in turbo technology, there's actually not much of a case for the more complicated twin turbo setups. While a lot of people on fan groups and comment sections prefer the purity of twin turbos, people that are building these cars, racing them and pushing them to their limits are going single turbo just like we are doing here, with the Garrett G-Series G30 660. This features the latest innovations in modern turbocharging for maximum efficiency and horsepower, a ceramic ball bearing cartridge, reverse rotation configuration, and used for engine displacements between 2 litres and 3.5 litres. The truth is that time has marched on, and sometimes this engine can be stuck in a kind of exaggerated nostalgia that doesn't truly represent its modern day capabilities. In fact, if you put a stock R32 GTR up against a modern hot hatch, I think it would struggle to keep up. But we should not underestimate the potential of these engines because the aftermarket for them is absolutely massive, and there are loads of people making over 1,000 horsepower using a built bottom end with stock crank and achieving quarter-mile times in the low 8 seconds. So yes, there is absolutely huge potential, and yes, it will be faster than a Golf GTI, but our main focus here is a car that's drivable on the street while still making really good power. And one of the ways that we can work towards that is something that also is revered amongst all internet circles absolutely everywhere, and that is the installation of individual throttle bodies. This here is the inlet manifold that came from Nissan originally on the RB engine, and as you can see, there is a whole lot going on. It is very, very complex. So when we built this car originally 6 years ago, we went from that to a simpler system over here with a big single throttle, which is drive-by-wire. But now we're evolving and kind of putting both of them together with this system, which we got from Plazmaman and Dahtone Racing. And basically, we're going back to 6 individual throttles, but making them drive-by-wire with a smaller, more compact plenum.
So we're chasing throttle response basically. So individual throttles are basically only there for throttle response. It does complicate things from a tuning perspective, but that's where you get that. What they originally were going for was a very responsive engine but then it also was assisted with a lot of boost pressure. So this here is built for drag racing. It's just matched to a giant turbo that comes on boost at 6,000 RPM, maximum power. So obviously that isn't really suitable for our application, but at the time we're limited in what we could get that would fit in the car, because this wouldn't.
Yes.
Because it's quite a bit larger in the plenum size.
But this is maximum power at the expense of drivability.
100%, yeah.
Yep.
You don't need drivability when you're drag racing. You just need it to go. So
Yeah.
This is going to be the best of both worlds, I guess. It's compact. It's a lot simpler, even though these are actually those throttles. They're genuine Nissan ones that have been reconditioned with some vapor blasting and whatnot by the looks of it. It's very simple because there's no return springs, nothing like that anymore.
And look at this side.
Yes. See, this is all your idle control things, and yeah, it's super complicated back in the day. So this and an ECU that's got brains like the Haltech replaces all that and does a much better job of it. So this is just going to go all together as per instructions, and then we'll see what's required to fit it on. We may leave it off the engine to put it back in, because it's very easy to scratch some nice new things if we put it on, but we'll see. Get stuck in it. I think I'm ready on my end to put the engine back in the car.
We're ready.
Yeah.
Let's put the engine in the car. This is another great example of acknowledging the history of this engine while dragging it into the current era and getting rid of a lot of the complexity of this original setup. We can now do the final preparations to get the engine back into the 240Z. And speaking of engines, there is some argument online about what RB26DETT stands for. Now, some people think it's race bred, but that's just a sandwich that you eat really fast. RB denotes the engine class family, 26 refers to the 2.6 litre displacement, D is for the dual overhead crankshaft, E is for elephant, and TT is the twin turbos, even though we've thrown them in the bin where they belong, so now our engine is just T, the way it should be. Anyway, now it's time to carefully lower this beautiful creation back into the eagerly awaiting engine bay of the 240Z. But after a lot of jiggling, manoeuvring, and scratching of heads, we've realised that we've run into a problem. It doesn't fit. So we've just made it up the engine with the gearbox, but the situation that we're in currently is that the new sump is touching on the steering rack. Obviously the back end of it is better because it's not as low as before, but then it looks like there's a bit more meat on the front of it. So Al, what do we add or remove? I gather we add something to the engine.
Yeah,
now, add some length.
We'll either space them or we'll do something. We'll probably just get underneath and have a roam around and have a look. It's obviously tipped right over now, which it shouldn't be. So it doesn't really matter in this case because we are changing just about every pipe that connects to the engine that isn't flexible. So as long as we get this mounted right, it'll be fine. We'll just remake to suit.
When we originally installed this engine, we had to consider where it sat in relation to the gearbox, the front crossmember, and a bunch of other things. Now that we have this low profile sump, it's once again changed the game. It's going to make everything work better and importantly prevent our sump being best friends with a speed hump, but we're going to have to remount the engine in a slightly different position. Using the same technique as last time, Al is adapting the mounting points on the engine to the mounting points on the chassis rails using some steel tube. By incorporating the original factory mounts, which are rubber, it keeps noise and vibration to a minimum. Now you can buy engine mount kits that help with this process if you're doing it for the first time, and they come with the steel, the rubber bushes, and the required bolts to make it work. Holding the engine in the right spot is one of the trickiest parts of an engine conversion, but it is totally worth it. And with some cardboard, a marker, some steel tube, a welder and a grinder, and maybe some paint, you can make your own engine mounts to mount whatever engine you want in whatever car takes your fancy.
The engine is back in the car, and Al has done some wizardry to make it fit again. Because of the proximity of the new sump to the steering rack, some adjustments had to be made, and Al made them by melting metal with his wand.
That's what happened. The melting process was quite simple. We just welded some stuff, but prior to that, just cut up some plates and stuff and recycled some bits. And we just had, the engine has just been moved a little bit from where it was when we put it in many years ago. So I think we might have put it where we put it because the other turbo definitely wouldn't have fitted there anymore. So
yes,
that's fortunate that we have a fresh turbo setup. So otherwise I can't remember, it was too long ago.
Yeah.
And I'm old.
Amazing. And so now it's a good feeling to have it back in here. This is looking fantastic. So now we just move on to the intake side and assemble all of that, which is a little bit of fandanglery, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I've obviously never done it before, so I'll have to take my time and work my way through it. I'll just reconnect all the wiring because most of it is unchanged.
Yep.
Just that throttle body's moved, so we'll reconnect everything. I'll re-terminate a new plug for the new throttle, and then we'll move on to connecting everything else. And otherwise it's just bolting things in and then making obviously some new pipes, which we'll get to.
Al, it's amazing to have you here. Thank you very much.
It's time to install our Dahtone Racing ITB drive-by-wire system. Now, part of the unique sound, performance and character of an RB26 came from the factory-fitted independent throttle bodies, where each cylinder gets its own throttle blade. They're joined by a mechanical connection and then together opened by a mechanical cable connected to the accelerator pedal. That determines how much air gets in. Then the old school ECU would measure the air, add fuel via injectors, and the whole lot would go bang in a kind of disappointing manner, but you'd still chop a WRX. The 240Z also used a cable throttle, but that's all being brought into the current century with a drive-by-wire system. The throttle pedal is a potentiometer that outputs a voltage based on how hard you smash it with your naked foot. The ECU then reads this signal and opens the throttle, or in our case, multiple throttles based on a table that we'll add when tuning the car. This means that the ECU can get involved with the relationship between accelerator pedal and throttle opening when it comes to control of power and delivery. And as a bonus, it can also be used for idle control, cruise control, and even traction control, meaning we can delete a whole bunch of 90s era scrapoo. It can also make the car drive smoother, or you could create a valet mode where the throttle may be limited to 20 or 30%, perfect for when I lend the car to Marty. Another application may be a wet weather mode, similar to modern motorcycles, and with 330 kilowatts at the wheels, it means we can activate a secondary state which cuts the throttle by 50%, making the car safer to drive in slippery conditions. This will all need to be calibrated in the Haltech once we're on the dyno to get the best pedal feel, and is another example of bringing this awesome retro car into the current day and age. And if you want to convert your car that still uses a cable, apparently you can pilfer some parts from the Honda bin, which has a box that converts the pedal cable to a signal that goes into the ECU. A big thanks to Tuning Fork for that nugget of wisdom, and we'll be seeing him soon on the dyno. All of the pipework has been coming together absolutely fantastically, and we're one step closer to getting this thing on the road.
So the inlet manifold is now all on and it's looking fantastic. The turbo's on. The next job is to try and integrate some of the existing components of piping that we have, because the front mount is staying, with the new setup, which I think will involve me blowing holes in aluminium pipe.
Got to start somewhere. So the original setup was we had like Wiggins style clamps on it, so clamshell clamps, so no silicon, but this new manifold just uses a slip-on connection, and it's all powder coated and everything, so we're not going to mess with that. So we're just going to go back to silicon, keep these Wiggins style clamps on the intercooler because they're already there, and so we're just cutting off the bits that were originally there and adding new pieces to line up. So it's pretty straightforward.
Cool. Silicon gives you some latitude for some kind of adjustment as well, right? That you wouldn't normally get because everything has to be perfect, whereas this does give you some movement.
The Wiggins clamps do have movement in them, but it's definitely a lot more fine-tuned than especially a 90-degree silicon bend. You don't need the Wiggins style clamps there for like massive pressure. Like a silicon will hold on at 50 psi if it's put together right.
Yeah.
So it's not really necessary. It's just cool.
Okay. Well, maybe I'll blow some holes through some aluminium and then you can fix it.
Okay.
Getting some wisdom from the wisest man I know in automotive is actually pretty special, and he's an excellent teacher, even if I'm a fairly remedial student. But the opportunity to weld in front of one of the masters is both a delight and a fright. But I'm getting a couple of nods, so it's a good start. The pipework is finished, which means we can connect up our original front mount intercooler from version 1 of this build, and then it's time for the radiator to go back in. We're installing a GFB EX44 external wastegate because our original setup already had an external gate, so we're updating it with one of these. These are proudly made right here in Australia by GFB, who've been sponsors of Mighty Car Mods for over 10 years. Next up, our coolant's going in, and then it's time for a brand new oil filter and a fresh serving of Castrol Edge, Supercar Edition. And now it's time to move on to what I promised at the start of this video. We're connecting to the ECU for a final setup, and then we're going to fill it with fresh fuel and turn the key to see if we can get it started.
We spent a little bit of time with the laptop. We actually upgraded that Haltech Elite to the latest Haltech software. The updates are free, so we're on the newest software. It uses the newest tuning software on here. We have turned the injectors off, put fresh fuel in the tank. So now we're going to crank it to make sure we've got oil pressure, because we have messed with the oiling system, the sump and all that, to make sure the oil pressure comes up. And if that works, we'll try and start it. Shall we? Yep. Give it a crank.
All right, we got oil pressure, so now we're going to start it. It's obviously going to be really loud because we don't have an exhaust yet, but let's see if it goes. Let's hit it.
No go. Coils are plugged in, eh?
Might not have enough throttle.
Yeah. It works.
All right.
Okay, so we've just brought down all our auto control because we hadn't touched the map, which means it still thinks it's controlling this massive throttle, which you need a big opening. Now that we've got all those throttles, we don't need to open it so far. So we've brought it down from like a minimum idle of 20% open to like 5%. And I think that's going to be better. Yeah, that sounds good. That sounds fat. Awesome. Good one. Thanks, Al. It's gonna be so good.
Thanks, Alan.
You're welcome. It sounds snappy. It's gonna be so good, dude. Like being able to drift that and like correct it like mid-con instead of like, death.
Here's Alan.
Good on you, Al.
He gets his cuddle. See you, mate. Awesome seeing you as always.
Mad dogs.
Thanks for coming down.
Hey.
Very happy.
Martin, why do people love ITBs so much? You mention it and people just froth.
A lot of people will talk about the sound, the dorts, but in our case it's kind of chasing throttle response rather than having one really big throttle. It's like a couple of little ones, and there's a bit of magic to it, but it can make the car drive nicer for what we want.
Yeah, and I mean, look, the nature of the engine is above 4,000 RPM. That's where they make lots of power. That's when it comes on strong. But what we're trying to do is, as much as we can, try and get a little bit more
down low. And look, I know last time I saw in the comments, everybody was like, Al is the guru, he's number one, and I agree that he is. But I also want to take a minute just to big up my mate, because look, we've played in bands together for a long time. He's a musician, I'm a musician.
Yep.
He absolutely loves JDM Nuggets, Daihatsus, has owned an Evo 9,
Yep.
has been on YouTube for years and years and years. You've seen him, you adore him, was basically born with a soldering iron in his hand, and basically I do consider him my best mate. Everybody, Dave's here.
Not again. Me.
I just need to, you know what's happening.
I can help you wire it.
Yeah, I know. No,
I mean,
dude, you can
too, but like, dude, the full like.
You can hang
full
out
back.
too.
Oh, I can today.
Yeah.
I'm welcome to. I'll work on your car with you.
No, I'm saying you're allowed to hang
Dave's
out.
your best mate who plays
No, you're allowed to hang out is what I'm saying. Hey Dave, how you doing? Just that one up underneath. How are you going, mate? Playing some drums?
Doing well. Yeah.
Getting some things done?
Yeah, I've got to do a bit more drumming. But,
that one hurt. I'll just put that one there, and then that one there will just roll up and put in the pocket. Okay. That's all right. Thank you.
I'll let you do it.
All right. And just stand over here in the middle. Marty, you can just... No, actually, you can join us today. Come in. Camera good? Actually, just no, frame him out. No, but I'll introduce you again in a second. All right, you good? All right. Welcome to another episode of Mighty Car Mods. I'm here with Dave from Haltech. You've seen him on the show. He's an absolute legend and someone who I consider one of my best mates. Thank you very much for coming down today.
Thanks for having me.
What are we doing?
Today we're going to do wheel speeds. We're going to make this as drivable as possible. So we're going to retrofit a front wheel speed somehow. Don't quite know how we're going to do it yet, but maybe look at the back of a hub, hopefully with some bolts or something that holds the hub on, and we'll make a bracket. You and I will make a custom bracket, and we're good at that sort of stuff, so that'll be sweet. And then we'll do a rear wheel speed in the diff, because I think that factory housing has 2 wheel speed sensors in it. So I'll run out and get a wheel speed sensor, and then I'll
Sorry, that's just super distracting.
That's all right. And then I'll wire it up.
Okay, well, I think also the moral of kind of what we're doing today is we're trying to modernise a classic car and give it things that it never had. But as well as that, we're going to go do an exhaust. We got some battery stuff to do, some technology things to do. There's stuff coming from Japan. I'm very, very excited. The first thing that I'm going to do today is go and do the exhaust. And so you've got some time to go and get all the pieces that you need.
I'll get a front wheel from Haltech, the red sensor. You've probably seen them before. We've used them here and there on some projects. I'll get a rear Nissan wheel speed. I'll get one of them, and then I'll figure out a switch to turn the system on and off, so we can do burnouts if we want.
Yeah, cool. Because
and we can do burnouts if we want to.
So the idea is obviously, and tell me if this is right, we'll talk about this a bit more later. If the front wheel is spinning, the back wheel is spinning faster than the front, the ECU adjusts something and says, hey, can you stop spinning, please? Therefore, so you're not kind of...
There's a number of different ways we can do it.
Yep. Let's talk about that later. I'm going to go and get an exhaust.
All right, I'll see you soon.
Are you all right, dude? Are you okay? Do you want a hug? You all right? You all right, dude? It's okay. Come on, man. That's all right. So, you're all right. You're all good. You're good, man. You're all right.
Sorry, I broke your thing.
No, that's on the 180. Be careful.
No, it's broken now.
Oh, you actually broke it, dude. Dude.
That's priceless. No, I fell on it. Well, you shouldn't have replaced me, dude. I wouldn't have had to
I didn't
break
replace
it.
you.
Heidi wouldn't have broken if you hadn't replaced me.
I'm not replacing you. I'm just opening the relationship up. Come on, man.
That's all for today, though.
Oh, dude, that sucks. Look at that.
Whoops.
Come on, man.
Sorry.
You've probably broken it.
Yeah, sorry.
Probably shouldn't leave it there. It's like a Volkswagen one. It'll catch on fire.
I'm taking the 240 down to Castle Hill Performance to see my mate Chris, who's a wizard in the art of custom exhaust fabrication. A new dump pipe's needed because we've got a new turbo, and he is the man for the job.
A love story that might be. We wasn't supposed to happen. So much talk around us. We became numb to the yapping. It was like 05. Got my license to drive. Picked you up in my pop's car. Went for a ride. Couldn't no one tell us nothing. That night was ours. All the stars aligned and you were so damn fine. Yeah. It was young love, young hearts were so pure. With trust, love is so hard to endure. A few years passed, made the move out west. It became harder to maintain, it put us to the test. I hope you know I did my best. Every birthday and Christmas, scraping up every penny, eating dinner for breakfast. Restless, but you left me so breathless. Every time you smiled and looked into my eyes, I used all the corny lines I wrote for you a dozen times. My pen dancing on this paper in your room of mine. The right love at the wrong time. Just a little sunshine in the wintertime. How you keep it warm at night? You still wear that coat I gave you? I'm doing good now, but still won't hesitate to save you. If I call, would you pick up? You used to say, love, please keep your chin up. Everybody been asking what happened, it's the past now. I'm quick to change the subject and hide it behind a laugh now. Small town girl with big dreams and you chased them. They said everything they could, it didn't faze her. I know we'll see each other again in due time. Look back and laugh over a bottle of cheap wine. We've officially turned the page to another chapter. It'll always be what if we were forever after. A lot's changed and we can never go back. But if we had the chance, I just wanted you to know that. Wanted you to know that.
And that there is a work of art, and with the dump pipe now completed, it can be installed into the rest of the existing system, completing the exhaust stage of this important update on the Fairlady. With that done, it's time to head back to Super Garage and continue the build.
So our dump pipe is done. It looks absolutely beautiful. It's now connected up to the rest of the system, so a massive thank you to Castle Hill Performance for having us down there. Next up, it's time to modernise this car. There is actually one other little job that has to be done, and that is the breather on this rocker has to be moved. I'm going to get Marty to do that so he can feel involved, and also because I don't know how to do that. So anyway, that there does need to be moved because we changed the angle of the engine, so you can see now that doesn't actually fit, and we don't want to cut into that because of purity and all of that stuff. Now, one of the whole philosophical underpinnings of this build has been to try and get an old car, something vintage, something retro and iconic, but actually bring it into the modern day. And so what I wanted to do was give it a traction control system, which is why David is here. David, what do we do? How does it work? One wheel spins faster than the other. Haltech says no.
Yeah, so minimum requirement, we need at least a front wheel and a rear wheel speed so we can compare the two. And then we'll start working on that dynamic between the two in that car and the wheel and the suspension and how it all works on the road.
Yep.
And then we'll try and dial it in. We'll probably get Scotty's hand with that.
Yep.
Just to dial it in nicely on the road. But we'll get it all set up today. We'll have an arming switch as well. So that'll at least turn it on or off.
Also known as a skid switch.
Skid switch, sweet.
Yep.
Very similar to a modern style car in the way that we can just turn it on or off.
Okay.
Except probably we can actually turn it off. We could also explore getting like a trim switch, and we could.
So we have a range.
We can dial it in or out to suit whatever custom wheel setup we change to.
Right.
Without having to pull the laptop out.
So unlike a modern car that could just be on or off, we could say if you spin within X and Y, then
so we could arm it and then have a range between working really, really aggressively to not being too aggressive. So we can have stages.
That's so cool.
Well, yeah, we can
That's
have
awesome.
stages. There is so many different ways you can map it as well. Some people like to map it against throttle position, manifold pressure, both together as a channel. It spirals. You can go so many levels deep on this.
Just quickly, you've probably seen these Quadlock cases that we use on our phones. Australian company, and really proud to have them on board as sponsors. They make cases and mounts for cars, cycles, aviation, even everyday stuff like office. But what I'm really excited about is their roll cage clamp. And because this here has a roll cage, that means I can actually mount something there that's compatible with my phone or action camera. And it means that then every time you drive, if you want to get some video or something, you can do that. Now, I ran one of those clamps in my Suzuki Swift track car. Really cool because it's just always there, always available. So I'm actually going to order a couple for this car. And that means when I'm out on the street, I can get some mad videos and share them around with you, which it appears that is what we actually do on this channel. Anyway, back to traction control.
Being able to have traction control in a vintage car like this is actually a really incredible use of technology, and it means the 240Z will be able to utilise it in varying degrees based on the different drive modes that we're going to set up, similar to the modern cars of today.
So we're just going through and we're setting up the inputs. So we do have enough inputs, which is excellent. I actually could not remember.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's been a long time. That's what everyone in the comments is saying as well. They're like, has it really been 6 years?
I wasn't great then. So yeah, it was good to just refresh and just go over it. I can see Al's probably done a firmware upgrade, which is excellent. So now it's all up to date, which is awesome. I'm just assigning the inputs for the wheel speeds. We're going to do front left. We'll probably do rear left because it kind of just makes sense. And we're just setting it up. Currently, we'll set it up across vehicle speed. We'll do the throttle position, and then we'll try and do a trim position.
Yeah, okay, cool.
As well, so we can dial it in and out and just see how it reacts and how it feels. So we'll try that for now, and then we'll wire up these speed sensors.
Cool.
And
Let's
we'll
do it.
Get them to trigger in the software and look at them live in the software.
Awesome.
All right, sick. Let's do it.
This car is going to end up making heaps of power. Our expectation is over 300 kilowatts at the wheels, so around double what a stock R32 GTR would make. But all of this in a car that weighs around a tonne, and being that our existing ECU can run this system, it's a no-brainer to install some sensors. Up the front on the undriven wheel, we need to install this 3-wire vehicle speed sensor, also known as a Hall effect digital sensor, which will generate a square wave signal each time a magnet or ferrous metal passes in front of the tip. In this case, I'll be triggering off the back of a bolt head that's holding the rotor to the hub. It does need to be installed with some precision though, ensuring a good target with around a 1mm air gap, which is why I'm doing some cardboard engineering out of a burger box that had Dave's lunch in it. The rear will have a 2-wire reluctor sine wave magnetic sensor, and the relationship between the data from these two sensors will help us determine our slip percentage for traction control. This data can also be used for things like valet mode or boost control based on road speed. Once I've managed to make a perfect fit out of this cardboard box and checked that the clearance is all good, I'll transfer my bracket design onto a piece of steel. Custom bracket's finished and the front sensor is installed and its placement is absolutely perfect. So now I can move on to the rear.
So these here are rear wheel sensors that are from an R34 GTT. We got these from the wreckers, but we actually only need one of them. So originally when this came from the factory, this would have been used on a GTT for ABS. The same kind of sensor would have been used in a GTR format for the Atessa 4-wheel drive system. But in our case, we can install this directly up here into the diff in the factory location. The signal from this will go down here into this wire down into the Haltech. That signal will then be matched up and be in relation with the signal that we are getting from the sensor on the front, and that is the bracket that we made. And between those two, that information will go into the Haltech, and then the relationship between those two will determine how much traction control we get and what we do with it. So it's actually very exciting, and again, really cool to use parts from the original car. So that is going up there. This one here will get installed right there in that position. And then with the front done, we can start to put some power through the car and actually make sure all of this stuff works.
So push that in, that is in place, put a bolt into that, plug it in, and then we are ready to run some power through and test it.
But before we do that, I need to relocate the breather on the right-hand side rocker cover. Now the engine is in a better, more sump-friendly spot, it clashes with the bonnet catch. This is a -10 aluminium bung that connects our catch can using some custom-made hoses. It utilises the factory oil air separator plates and mesh before releasing any leftover oily air into our catch can. We'll then feed the filtered air back into the intake to prevent smells and to please Captain Planet. I'll first clean out any oily residue, cut off the old bung and weld in some plate to blank it off. Then I'll drill a hole for a shiny new bung which I'll weld in. And this kind of TIG welding on aluminium can be tricky with the different thicknesses and contamination in the weld pool. But as long as it's all sealed up properly, a little bit of black paint can make it all look great. Then it and the gasket can be reinstalled onto the engine with some new sealant.
So this is a little update of where we're at. The rear wheel sensor has been installed. The front wheel sensor has been installed. The bracket is on there. Everything looks like it's lined up great. Dave is currently in there just twisting some wires together, just basically rigging it up so we can see if it actually works. Then what we're going to do is put some power through it, spin the front wheel, make sure the sensor is picking up that bolt that we've lined it up with, spin the rear wheel, make sure that's picking up as well from inside the diff. If we're getting information from both of those fed into the ECU, make sure the computer is actually reading that. Once we know that that actually works, then we can make this permanent. So we can Loctite down here, we can put sheath over all the wires and stuff like that. Meanwhile, over here, Marty has sorted out this rocker cover that looks absolutely fantastic. Currently, he is now working on the catch can setup, which is going to be going over here. Once we finish testing here, we're also going to set up the battery as well. As you can see, this is a bit of a mess. Plus, this battery's been in here for like 6 or 7 years, so it is completely dead. So we're going to we're going to do a new little setup here. Actually, we've got a couple. Hello, mate. We've got a couple of little things that we need to do. What do you? Oh, look what Martin's done.
Take bung.
There you go, Martin. That is clean. Look at that. That's very, very good. Martin's not wearing a microphone, so I just get to do all the talking. What a little treat. So that's just going to go like that. And then that is going to go like that. Very good, Martin. Well done. Are we almost ready for a blast off?
Let's do some testing.
This is like the rocket and you're like Elon Musk. Tell me when to spin a wheel. All right, here's front wheel going.
We can see 4 kilometres here. We've got it set up as the driven wheel speed at the moment. It's doing a calculation at the moment between the front and the rear, which is why we have half as a driven. So we'll change all that once we've got the calibration done on the road against the GPS sensor, and then we can start figuring out how to make it all work together.
Thanks to Dave's cleverness and our clever ECU, we're now seeing wheel speed readings on both the front and back wheels, setting the groundwork for modern traction control in an old car. While he's sorting that out, I'm finishing the breather hoses and also relocating our pod filter, putting it further forward for both clearance and to pick up some cooler air from behind the headlight. As well as amplifying the epic dose noises, this pipe also sucks air out of the catch can, completing our breather system. And now that's all in place, we can look to upgrade our battery.
One of the main reasons of revisiting this build is because so much technology has changed in the last 6 years, and one of those massive aspects of the industry that's changed is battery technology. So what was in the car was this, and that weighs over 10 kilos, and we're replacing that with a lithium battery that weighs, what does that weigh, less than 3?
I'm back.
Hey,
Did
Martin.
you notice?
How you doing, mate?
When the battery and the power was required, I was gifted my microphone back. And all of us are actually very good friends. Me and Dave. Him and Dave.
Who's Dave?
Me and...
Oh, sorry.
Dave.
Yeah, no, Dave, my best mate. Hello, mate. How you doing?
What a legend. We're putting in this. This weighs 2.95 kilos. It's a pretty big saving in weight. It has a lot of cold cranking amps, which because we are trying to start a bigger engine than we've used in the past, we're using one size up from the size we've used before. These are awesome. They don't weigh much. It's going to package really nicely in there. It also gives us a chance to revisit some of our wiring.
Quick question, Martin.
Yes, in here.
This looks like the kind of battery terminal that I would stick in a motorbike. Where does that go?
We delete it. We don't need these big lugs. You can get adapters and run them on here, but we don't actually need that. We can just make brand new fresh battery cables. Your new best mate, who's been your mate for a long time, he knows how to make them.
So, but where do these terminals go then, Martin?
In the bin. We're also going to put a circuit breaker / battery breaker thing on there. So if the car's not being used, you can just disconnect power. One thing I love about this though,
these do have a little test button on them, and when you press that, it tells you what the charge state is, which is really, really cool. So you can just walk up and go, what's my battery power? And this should work really, really nicely.
With our new lithium battery setup, we're saving weight, plus it's smaller in size, and it's a better solution for when the car's not being driven. Now with the wiring cleaned up, it's time to say a big thank you to Dave, and now it's time to start it up and go for a drive.
Massive thank you, Dave, for coming down and helping us with all of your mad nerd skills. Now, Martin, we've got to go for a drive to set up the calibration of the wheel speed sensors.
Correct. So against the GPS, we are going to tell the Haltech how many revolutions of a front wheel equals 50 k's an hour, and how many revolutions of a back wheel equals 50 k's an hour. Make sure that's calibrated so that the strategies can be set up. We'll do that against the GPS, which is close enough for what we're doing, and we can further do that on the dyno as well. But so that we can make sure it actually works, we'll do that on the laptop.
And before we hit the road though, it's time for you to hear this magnificent creation, because you haven't heard it yet since it's had an exhaust put on it. So, let's get it started, Martin. You ready to get the party started, mate?
Yep, do it.
What?
Yeah, it's got power. Doesn't have the key thing where you can't go too far. You know the whole thing? You just got to turn it a little bit towards on, but not all the way to on.
There's no power.
Oh, none at all?
No.
Yeah, okay. Oh, that's because you didn't turn the car on. Remember we put the breaker on it?
Oh, what?
Remember we put a breaker on it?
Oh.
So that you can turn the whole car off?
I forgot, even though that was only about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, I forgot too. Ready?
Yeah.
Now you got power. That's pretty good.
We are professional. See how we go now. There we go.
Sounds good. So smooth. There it is. That sounds so good.
That sounds incredible.
It does sound good. It's about as good as a 6 gets, unless it's in a Subaru.
Or a BMW.
Oh yes! This is going to be an animal once it's tuned, man. Feels more keen, doesn't it?
It does,
Like
yeah.
it feels like it wants to go earlier.
It sounds so good, doesn't it?
Yeah. And also, because I made that intake pipe longer, the dose is more hectic.
It's the most hectic. It's the most hectic dose I've ever heard.
Yeah, and that's where you may actually want to put a blow-off valve on it.
Yeah, yeah.
If you want to shut it up, you can. Like it's just an option.
So the wheel sensors are working and they're doing what they've got to do?
So I've got the 2 speed sensors up here, vehicle speed front left input and vehicle speed right rear input, and we're seeing a percentage. So as you slow down, the percentage drops or percentage goes up and down, which means it's getting a signal, and then we calibrate it to just tell it when you sit at, so if you sit it at 50, basically it's just a calibration to go, yes, that's the speed that we want.
Yeah.
Vehicle speed, calibration speed 50 k's an hour, and then there's, for the front sensor, there's 4,238 pulses per kilometre.
Yeah.
And for the back one, because it's the smaller factory style one, 24,000 pulses per kilometre.
Yeah, right, okay.
And as long as that reference stays the same, it doesn't really matter what that is, we just have to tell it that that means 50 k's an hour.
Got it. That is, without a doubt, absolutely incredible. And a dose monster. The sound of it, Martin. So!
Yeah, and more so than ever. And look, we've got to put the breather back to the intake, but just making it that little bit longer, it's like full dose pipe, dude.
It's amazing.
So good. But that's what you want. You make some noise.
This is the one you've been waiting for, because today we're going to see how much power this RB converted 240Z makes. We've got a smaller, more modern turbo. We've got ITBs. We've had a total overhaul. We've had Al down here. We've had Dave down here, and my good mate Martin. How are you, mate?
I'm good. Today's all about power under the curve. It's about waking this thing up earlier,
putting that RB26 to use to make it an excellent responsive street car.
And to help do that, I want to acknowledge one of my best mates. We have been friends for a very, very long time. We've spent a lot of time tuning cars together. We've spent a lot of time driving cars together.
Sure.
We've spent a lot of time talking about lawns.
Have we?
We've spent a lot of time talking about caravans.
Yeah, sounds like me.
I really do consider him one of my best mates, which is why I am so proud to share with you my love and adoration for my best mate, Scotty. Hello, mate. How you doing?
Hey, Moot. Good, mate. Really good. It's so nice to see. I missed you. I haven't seen you all week.
I know it's been a little while. Thank you for taking all of my calls. I was hoping that maybe we could get the 240Z on the dyno down at Haltech. Are you on an island?
There's blue skies and it's absolutely lovely, but I'm sitting around doing not a lot, to be completely honest.
You and me, mate. It'll be just like old times, just the two of us.
There's not many people I'd say yes for within 20 minutes, but mate, for you, we go back a long way. 20 minutes on the dyno. You know what? It's not that bloody mini though, is it?
No, dude, it's the 240Z.
15 minutes. I'll get it ready. I'll get it warmed up. You be there.
Amazing. All right, let's do it. So good. We have come to a very exciting part of this project because today I am down at Haltech. The 240Z is on the dyno, and today it will be tuned by my friend and your friend, Scotty, also known as Tuning Fork. Follow him on the socials. His link is down below. Check him out on Instagram. Scotty, how you doing?
Really good, mate. Really good.
How's the caravan?
It is, what a dream. It's
getting out and about?
fantastic. Yeah, I am. You can't tell with something like this, but yeah, it is my hobby. How about you?
Great. Well, mate, yeah, I've been getting out in the swag, out on the postie bike. You and I have got to talk about lawns, caravans, fishing. Let's just talk about cars for a second. A couple of changes.
So, yep, I know this thing was a powerhouse. I loved driving this. What have you done? What have you changed?
Okay, so pretty much it's the same setup in terms of, brakes and suspension and everything like that. A couple of updates under the bonnet. So we've got a new Garrett G-Series turbo, so smaller. Dahtone Racing, ITBs, drive-by-wire. We've got an adjustable cam gear on the intake side. Artec manifold. We're looking for drivability and some power. We've got traction control now, and hopefully we want to set up a couple of different modes. What does all of that sound like to you, that little recipe?
All right, so there's some exciting stuff in there because using drive-by-wire individual throttle bodies, we'll be able to map out our throttle pedal versus our actual throttle body position so that we can get the thing to come on nice and smooth, or we can make it aggressive, or we can do valet sort of style stuff.
Yep.
We've got an Artec exhaust manifold. That means that it's going to have heaps of response. They're really, really nice looking thing.
They're crazy looking.
Beautiful.
They're awesome.
Those new turbochargers that are pretty small frame, but pack a hell of a punch and come on super early.
Yep.
And then the last one, the one that I'm excited about today, we'll tune all of that, we'll get all of that happening, the cam gear.
Yes.
Yep.
So you can have two cam gears, right? Like an exhaust side and an intake side.
Yep.
We only have adjustment on the intake side.
Okay, that's good. The intake camshaft is the one where we can advance or retard that thing relative to the exhaust and the crankshaft, and then we can make either more or less power as it's coming on. So basically, if we advance that camshaft, it's going to make more grunt down low, what you want.
That's what I want.
But it'll have less power up top. Or if we retard it, we can make more power up top and we can lose power down the bottom.
Yeah.
So we'll tune this thing up, then we'll move that intake camshaft around and try and get the best power down low. Because I know on this thing, it's super light. It's not all about the top end power. It's more about the low end grunt.
Absolutely, because it makes bucket loads of power anyway. And I think last time it was well over 300 kilowatts at the wheels. It's more than enough.
Yeah.
I'd be happy to rob some of that to send that meat down low, and that is definitely the bias that I kind of want to send it.
Perfect. And this is a good thing to talk about before we start tuning this, because without really knowing exactly what you want, I'm going to always assume that it's outright power, but it's not always the case, because if I can say to you, mate, how about we drop 20, 30, 40 kilowatts up the top and put that all down in the bottom end where you're using it all the time?
All day. You're the one that taught me this, power under the curve.
Power under the curve,
You are the one that taught me these things.
That, I've got two lessons, power under the curve and that the first 100 kilowatts are always the hardest to make, because We want to concentrate so much on those first 100 kilowatts to make sure that the thing drives absolutely perfectly and you've got as much torque as you possibly can down there, because it's where you drive it every day.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. And this is kind of, it's a known entity, isn't it? RB engines. I mean, they're a well-known engine. They're in heaps of different cars. You've got those dual overhead crankshafts.
Yep.
How do you go tuning those?
Huh?
The dual overhead crankshafts.
Oh. So this has got dual overhead camshaft. It's got one crank down the bottom and it's got two cams up the top.
All right, okay. I thought it was the other way around.
This project has been over 6 years in the making, and what started as a search for an R34 in Japan turned into this classic 240Z RB powered build. And now, after swapping to a smaller, more modern turbo and a bunch of other tasty upgrades to bring it into the current era, I can't wait to see what kind of power figures we make. I'm just crossing my fingers that this 30-year-old engine can hold on as we send it to the moon.
I'm handing the heart and spirit of this car to you. You have to take it.
I love the Datsun.
Thank you.
It's almost like it's made for me. I basically fit perfectly.
Which is good for you.
Feels great. So what we'll do, before we get started, I know I'm excited to get this thing started and running, but the first thing that I've got to do is sort of go through, and it's been a while, so to do a health check on the map, before we even start the car, I'm going to go through and look at everything that we have done, all that it's learned, all the stuff I've learned since we saw this car last.
Yep.
Implement all of those changes.
6 years. 6 years, Scotty.
I wouldn't have guessed that.
You don't look any older. I'm getting an old grey beard and stuff.
I'll implement as many changes as I can so that I want to guess it, because the idea of being on the dyno, I want to work the car as little as possible. I don't want to just beat up on it for no reason. So I'm going to go through, put all of our stuff in all the right positions. I'm going to reset the boost control back to 0 because we've got a new turbocharger, new wastegate spring, new exhaust manifold. So I don't know what the boost control is going to do.
Yep.
So that'll be the first step. So I'll 0 all that out. I'm going to get the fueling in the ballpark and get it back for our new intake system, and then we'll load it up. We'll go through all of the load sites and we'll get all that fine tuning done, and then we'll get to the fun bit. So it does take a little bit before we get to the noisy part.
That's all right. I'm ready.
All right. Should we just start it up now and see how far we get?
Let's start it up and let's go. It starts.
It's a good sign. After all of the firmware updates, that's a good sign. I'm happy with that. So on the dyno, we'll first gear to slowly take off. Oh, there we go. Oh, what's going on there, do you think? So I'm at full throttle. It's misfiring and carrying on. Oh, I've forgotten something. What do you think I've forgotten? We did turn on the traction control.
Oh.
And then I didn't even pay any attention to you at all. All right, what if we try that now? One thing about this car that I still remember from when it first happened, how smooth this thing is and how smooth it is in the gearbox.
Yes.
The mounting system, the tail shaft, the rear end, it feels like a new Skyline. It feels so good.
It's a nice place to be.
So one of the things here that's going to be a weird thing today is because I'm roughing the fuel map in now. I want to give it a pull on the dyno. I'm not going to get the fuel map too accurate. I'm not going to worry about it at the moment, because what I want to do is give it a run. We'll get it on the wastegate pressure, figure out what it is. We'll see how it's coming on boost. Then we're going to have to redo the fuel map anyway, because I want to change the inlet camshaft in order to try and get it to come on earlier.
Okay.
When we move the inlet camshaft, the volumetric efficiency or the efficiency of the engine is going to change, and we're going to need to redo the fuel map anyway.
Okay.
So it's close enough at the moment that I feel comfortable that we can do a pull.
On wastegate?
On wastegate pressure, the lowest power that it's going to be able to make. Well, the lowest power that it's going to be able to make without throttle intervention, because we can still limit the throttle.
Yes. Well, this is exciting. Yeah, I'm really keen. What do you expect we're going to see now?
Let's go for 220 kilowatts.
Right.
So our boost controller is turned off. So whatever the wastegate pressure is, that's what we've got. You ready?
I'm ready.
Is everything crossed?
Let's do it.
All right. So engine protection, not a bad thing. Our first problem, something's gone wrong. Our wideband oxygen sensor is telling us just before we were saying, oh, just in case it leans out or in case there's a problem with the O2 sensor, that's why you want to configure it correctly. The O2 sensor just failed, so we're going to have a bit of a look.
In this case, though, we have failed.
Yep.
And the computer has said no before kablamo.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yep. It's telling us something's wrong. So I think the first step, we'll pop an O2 sensor in it, see if that fixes it.
Yep.
We didn't even get in one power run before the engine protection system shut us down, and I really hope that this is not an omen of things to come. But this here is the original O2 sensor, and it is a consumable item that's been in there since the original conversion. So I'm hoping that a quick switch will get us back onto the rollers.
So we're going to replace that. Scotty was saying this is like an older style, so he's just gone off to get another one. We will put another connector on there, plug it back in, and then hopefully successfully spin up some power. See how we go.
Out with the old and in with the new.
So something really funny has happened. Our check engine light has come on, and I don't know if you remember when we first built this car, Dave programmed it. So the inspection light that comes from the factory under here will actually turn on when there's a problem. And right now, that light is on, which is pretty funny. Hopefully, that is the biggest problem that we are going to have today. We good to start her up again, Scotty?
Ready when you are. Happy?
All right. Yep, hit it.
Let's try that again.
Let's go.
Start my data logger, figure out where I am, come up on load, wide open. You want to hit that space bar for me?
Let's do it. Done.
Done.
Thank you very much for watching this episode of Mighty Car Mods.
No, not again. No. Thanks for sticking with us on Mighty Car Mods. We're going to keep on putting boost into this thing until we run out of engine or fuel system or something fun.
Until we run out of engine. Yeah, that's right. We'll take it as far as we can.
It started at 2200 RPM. You hit the space bar there when we let the dyno ramp out meters per second of dyno. We got up the very top there, total of 7,500 RPM. If I bring my manifold pressure over the top, I was watching like a hawk of the air-fuel ratio, and I know that my engine protection's set.
Yes.
So I'm watching to make sure that nothing catastrophic happens on the first pull, which is where bad things are going to start.
Because if we lean out, that's where we have kablamos, right?
But we do have engine protection based on lean out stuff. So we set the ECU up to avoid as many things as possible, but I'm looking for little wobbles in the power curve. I'm looking at the torque moving around a little bit, little telltales to tell me the engine's not happy.
Okay.
If it wasn't happy at any point, I was going to pull out of that. But we're lucky. The first pull, it was happy. The mixtures are in the ballpark. There was no wobbles. So I was happy to run it all the way through to the end. Our manifold pressure, here we go. This is what you wanted to know about. Comes on. It's got full boost at 4,200 RPM, which is 15 pounds. Look at that, it comes up on strong and just holds dead flat. So this is an indication that the exhaust manifold and the turbocharger are like impressive, like really nice.
Great. We've just done a pull on wastegate, so it's just an initial pull just to see how the car's going. This here is the old power curve here you can see in purple. This is the new one here you can see in light blue.
New turbocharger technology, exhaust manifold, the intake system. So I would put a lot more down to it, to this new turbo technology, where at 4,500 RPM, the thing with the old style turbo, which was a GT35 style, it's quite a big turbocharger for the power we were going to be making.
Yep.
It wasn't doing anything yet. It wasn't working.
Yep.
It needed the RPM to get there. And don't get me wrong.
It's not working until here, is it really?
It wasn't really doing anything. And we did say that it was about $5,000 that it started to party, and you used to complain and say like, yeah, when it comes on, it was on like a light switch. There's your light switch. There's a place for that. There absolutely is. It just, for you, it's just not in this 50-year-old 1,000-kilogram car.
Exactly. That is incredible.
We've only just started, but I do want to put more into this. So I do want to put more time and more into bringing it up down here.
Yep.
I think it's worth us mucking around with the inlet camshaft to try and bring it on even earlier again. You always are driving this car in this region, in the 2,000 to 4,000 RPM area.
Yes.
If we can't make the same power, I think we're going to be able to, but if we can't make the same power because the turbocharger is a lot smaller, it does turn into an exhaust restriction at the end of that's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
We might not be able to make that massive peak power, but this is what we're talking about. We're comparing dyno sheets when we're saying, mate, my car's got 306 kilowatts, yours has only got 265.
Yeah.
Well, you're going to get there a hell of a lot faster than I am.
Well, that's right, because at this point of the game, when someone else's whose car is making more power is making 80 kilowatts and I'm making 150 kilowatts, I'm already further down the road at this point.
Yeah.
So it's kind of interesting because we often are talking about peak numbers and that's what everyone has on their Instagrams and things, but it doesn't always equate to actual speed.
Yeah, or like area under the curve. Yeah, I know which car I would want to take on a long drive.
Yeah.
I know which car I'd want to circuit race. I know which car I'd want to use to get to work and back. And I know which car I'd want to take drag racing. All right, now we've put a little bit of work into this thing, we can now see that it does need a little bit more fuel at the idle places, which is what we were talking about, where once all of the stuff's gone through the injector and everything's sort of clean from being sitting around for so long, that our temperatures are in place, our engine bay temps are in place, and this is our new kind of normal that we've got.
I'm so impressed with that number. I legitimately could call it a day in terms of what I'm seeing under the curve. I'm interested to see how far it goes, but in terms of drivability, I could call it a day at that. That is already a game changer.
There's in the boost control on the full pneumatic system with no electronic intervention, to come on and hold flat like that is a credit to all of the people that make all of the parts to be able to do that. Ooh. So smooth.
So
are we
silky.
in an R34 GTT or are we in...
part of it is, yes.
It's splendid. Really beautiful. All right, let's turn on some noisy fans again. We're going to check our ignition tuning. Start our data logger, wide open, let it go. Bang on. Geez, whoever did this last time must have been all right. No? I like it when that happens. It made a teeny tiny little bit more power, telling me that I've already done this work. It tells me that the engine's in the same position that it was last time. Things feel right. So I'm going to take those corrections back out. And then now, to the exciting bit, I think what we're going to try is down low there, that whole curve, if we could move that just to the left, even a couple of hundred RPM.
Stop it.
I think it's worth getting the nuts and bolts out and we try and figure out how this stuff works.
It's in can gear?
Yeah, what do you reckon?
Nice.
All right, let's do it. So we've got our baseline tuned down. We're on wastegate pressure. Our ignition timing's tuned. Things are good. It's making good grunt for the 15 pounds it's on. So what I want to do now is I want to advance the inlet camshaft. We're going to lose top RPM, but we're going to gain low down with any luck. So
perfect.
We need to do a little bit of experimenting, but first we do need to get the front cover off this thing. The camshaft sensor, or the crank angle sensor, is up here, the one that we determine all of our ignition timing and our fueling against the position of that sensor. So I'm just going to triple check that that's in the right position. Then I'm going to pull everything off the front. We'll sort of jerry-rig it up so that that position sensor is still in the motor, but we have full access to the inlet camshaft. So we'll be able to move that, give it a run, see what's going on, do some tuning adjustments if we need to, back forward, until we get sort of the best trade-off between the best bottom end and not losing too much top end.
Now there is a tool that's used to actually change and adjust these cam gears. I didn't bring it with me, which is why we are using this. But with that finally adjusted, it's now time to turn the key and go for another run.
Yeah, we can hear a bit of a knocking sound. We're just trying to determine why that is or what that is, because we adjusted the cam gear and it got louder, and then we put it back to where it already was, and now we can still hear it. And we shouldn't be able to hear anything. Yet we can. Mysterious.
Mysterious.
Did you hear that?
I'm surprised that moving the cam gear by 2 degrees, so it seems too unlikely to be anything else because that's the only thing we've changed. But I'm going to move it even further in the other direction. So I'm going to retard it, which is not what we want to do. But just to prove or disprove that we've got something funny going on.
Worse.
This is definitely not the kind of noise that you want to hear coming from this engine. And we haven't even started doing our proper power runs yet. But I'm worried that this may be a sign of something catastrophic.
I'm definitely nervous to think that if this still rattles,
then we've rattled our engine.
Bottom end. Yep, we've gone for lunch with, I would argue, no problem.
A working car. And one rice bowl later, kablamo.
If it is, it's the least exciting kablamo to just be like, it cooled down and it just stopped.
We're about to turn the key. If we hear anything other than a healthy sounding RB, then that's bottom end. It did it by itself while we weren't even here. We were having some lunch. If it sounds fine, the day will continue.
We were quite excited when we left. So no noises, no nothing. We've come back, we've moved our inlet camshaft by a small amount just to start to get us in the ballpark. Started her up with a noise, which immediately the only thing we've changed is inlet cam timing. So we put that back immediately, only to result in the same noise. Are you ready?
Yeah.
It's about to...
We're about to hear what the rest of
predict
our
your
day
fate.
and my week will look like.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Same noise.
But that's no noise now.
Agreed?
Yeah, that's
Agreed.
no noise.
The belt noise at the front, not worrying.
That's not hearing the
Yeah, that's okay.
Scotty, let's just keep going.
You got that on camera, right? Let's do it. I'm with you. I don't understand why, but I want to put the same 2 degrees back in the inlet camshaft.
Yep.
And retest. Moving the inlet camshaft 2 degrees should not, we shouldn't see any interference there. That seems very peculiar, but the jury's still out as to what that noise actually is, which it's an RB engine. So to me, that sounded mysteriously knocking like. Unless there's something funny going on with our either belt position or it's got ginormous lift camshafts in it, which we know it doesn't because it's factory. Let's move it to 2, try again, see what it does, and then come back. Okay. I think that's probably realistic.
All right, let's do it.
So before we go much further, being an RB, we know that they do have oiling issues. So in the data logs, we're not seeing any oil pressure problems. So the last couple of pulls, they've been fantastic. But before we do anything, we'll pull the dipstick out, have a bit of a look and just see if there's anything or any telltales on the dipstick, if there's any metallic sort of sheen or any sort of particles on it that might make us a little bit nervous.
Any engine on it.
And that might shape the afternoon. I'd say that looks spectacular. I can't see anything at all that would indicate a problem. All right, ready?
No.
That sounds fine. Sounds fine. I do admit that when it started, as soon as it started, as it's coming on, but then it builds up oil pressure and it's away. Whatever's going on right now, it's not consistent, which is really unusual. If it's a bottom end problem, they're very consistent. That it doesn't just hit and miss like that. And a cracked oil pump, maybe, and it needs time to prime, but I've got oil pressure sitting in front of me, so I'm going to give it another start now and just have a listen to that first 2 or 3 seconds. Nothing. Perfect. Fine. And immediately, as it's cranking, I can see it go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then by the time it catches, it's got 35 pounds.
Let's just pretend this never happened and continue on as normal.
One of the telltales of something being different by adding that timing is that if we do that, we get more airflow through the engine. So it's going to need more fuel.
Right.
So where before, I've already tuned it at 2,000 RPM, I had it so that it was adding, it was subtracting 2 or 3% fuel.
Now it's adding 2%, is it?
Adding 2% fuel.
Yeah, okay.
So in total, 4%. It's been a 4% fuel change down there.
Yeah, interesting.
That doesn't mean it's going to be everywhere the whole way up the top, but pretty good indication that we've gone the right way.
Yeah.
We managed to get a run without the engine exploding, so that is a great success. But did the adjustment of our cam actually give us more power down low?
Everything's moved forward. So on the left here, that blue run, that's our original sort of our baseline run, our wastegate pressure, that's our power, that's the end of it. That red one, so there we've got 2 degrees of advance on the inlet camshaft. So if I click anywhere along here, I know that they're small numbers, but how you do anything is how you do everything, right? So we need to have all of those small numbers adding up. We've gone 169 kilowatts to 178 kilowatts. So 10 kilowatts at the wheels as it's coming on, or over here, 20 newton meters at the wheels.
Totally worth it.
Mate, for a Honda guy, that's like out of control. That's a huge mod in itself. And all we've needed to do was move the cam timing. And so if we do another 2 degrees and another 2 degrees, yeah, it's pushing to the left.
Yep.
But it's not adding to the right as well. We're losing. We're stealing from the top and we're putting it down the bottom.
Yep.
So now is the time where normally I would sort of ask the customer, the guy that drives the car, well, what do you want to do? You want to steal more from the top and put it down the bottom? Or do we leave it as is and now start working on the boost pressure?
You and I can play around for a whole day. We can go, another degree here, another thing here. We can do that.
Yep.
But for the limited time that we have now, I reckon what we try and do is we just get a power figure. We page up. If you're happy with how everything's looking and you're cool with it, because I am, you happy?
I'm into it. I like it. I think everything looks great.
Great. So let's just go for a power on then.
Yeah, put a bit of boost in it.
Page it up.
All right, let's do this.
And with that decision made, it's time to page up and go for a run.
Perfect.
Nice, real nice power curve. Ready?
Let's do it.
You better hit the button. Woo! All right. What do you think happened there?
We slipped on the dyno.
That's the first thing that happened. What else happened?
We hit some engine protection.
Why?
Because the boost pressure was too high.
Was it ever? All right, that's what we like.
Okay.
All right. So I set the boost cut at 25 pounds and I'm experimenting to try and get it to come on as early as possible. May have got a little bit carried away there. I'll tell you what, if for nothing else...
We're done. 305
we're done.
kilowatts.
We're not done.
No, we are done.
There was smoke everywhere. The tyres were blue.
We are done.
No, we're not.
No, that's it. That's great. Can I unplug this right now?
I have to admit, that is pretty cool. You know what I really want to do? I want to compare that against the last time it was on the roller dyno, but we're all going to agree, wait till you see the footage from outside, you're going to go,
yes,
this wasn't making 305.
Oh, you reckon it's making substantially more than that?
Oh, yes it is, because we really should adjust the straps about now and let it come up on the rollers. We should adjust the ramp rate and let it run. It wanted to run on the dyno, and I know that because everything's covered in rubber.
Yeah, okay.
So that was fantastic. We're going to come up a little bit, so don't stress out. We're going to move around a little bit.
Okay.
You ready?
Yeah.
Here we go.
We're there. What an incredible result. I just want to start off with peak power numbers because that's all it seems the internet really cares about. This here with our bigger turbo here, we've got 2 pulls each. We had 303.1, 302.2, call it 303 kilowatts. Now with the smaller turbo, we've got 305 and then 309. So our peak power is more. But what's most interesting about these two curves is look at how much more power there is earlier on. The difference between here and here is over 100 kilowatts at the wheels, and it's coming on 1500 RPM sooner.
Yeah, huge. So things to point out here are that these power, so this is 22 pounds of boost, are arguably the same top end number. So the bigger turbo, the GT35 series, and the new one, still 22 pounds of boost. So that's telling us that it's not so much turbocharger at that point. It's the odds of that being the same numbers with the same everything. We're starting to look at engine inefficiencies and that sort of thing at this point.
Yes.
We could put more boost in it, but that's not really the name of the game. As you point out, along here, different animal. Up the top, we haven't lost anything because we've got this new turbocharger that is tiny but still flows a bucket.
Yep.
But looking at this bit down here, where let's just start at the bit that is a little bit boring looking, but when you look at the numbers, at 100 kilometres an hour, so you're cruising down the freeway, 100 k's an hour, someone comes across, you need to accelerate to 110 in your 110 zone to then pull back in. This guy's got 60 kilowatts, this guy's got 86 kilowatts. So if we come over here, the difference, if we show a percentage difference in torque, it's got 90% more torque at 100 kilometres an hour. Wow. So straight away when you're driving down the freeway, the thing's already on boost when you pull out and go, okay, this is good.
Yep.
Like,
it's crazy.
It's crazy, huge.
But let's move along to here, the difference between here and here.
So let's go there.
We used to be getting 100 kilowatts at the wheels.
Yep.
Now we're at 240.
240. A gain of 360% more torque at that point, which makes sense because that previous turbo wasn't on boost yet. So you were almost aspirated.
You were living in lag.
Nearly non-turbo at that point, whereas this new fella, mate, you're already on 20 pounds. So the difference, think about any 6-cylinder engine. If you've got it at 1 or 2 pounds of boost at 5 grand or 22 pounds at 5 grand,
yes,
it is what it is. This shows that picking a turbocharger that's right for your application, whether it be street, drag, drift, whatever, but more importantly, that is perfectly matched to your engine and your engine combo. What a huge difference. Your original complaint that like, oh mate, it's cool, but it's so scary when it comes on at 6 grand. Yeah.
It's doughy then scary. It's like a nightmarish pizza. I wanted more like a calzone, you know what I mean?
Every time, mate. I love it. So this thing, you got me. I can't. What are we even talking about? This won't upset you on the street anymore because as it comes on, it'll get wheel speed. So the more wheel speed it's got, the more power it'll make, so that you're not going from nothing to everything. So this will be 50 times the car to drive. In comparison, you've gone from a 1.5 litre Daihatsu Charade to a 5 litre V8. The right turbo choice and these new turbochargers that are coming through and these new manifolds that are coming through that have got all of those billet turbine wheels so that they just keep improving the technology over and over and over again. This is the result.
So a smaller, more modern turbo. In this case, it makes more power everywhere, but where it's really important is in that drivable range. We're down low. We've gone from 100 kilowatts at the wheels to 240 kilowatts at the wheels with a top end power of around 310 kilowatts at the wheels, which is more than we made before.
Absolutely.
There is no downside in this application. I mean, look, drag car, you want to make lots of boost, you want lots of top end, yes, but for a daily drivable street car like this, absolute bellissimo.
You're trading some top end for some bottom end, but really the top end, you couldn't really use it as much in this chassis anyway. And what did this car come with originally? 100 kilowatts?
If that.
So you got 3 times that. Responsive, sounds absolutely incredible.
I think it is the best sounding turbocharged setup we've had in any car that we've built on this show in the last 17 years. I think it sounds absolutely incredible. And in fact, this new iteration of the car, it's full oishi. That's Japanese for delicious. There's only 1 or 2 little things that I think need to be done, and they're not little at all.
It's 4 things precisely.
4? Oh, I was only thinking of 1. Oh, 4. Yes, 4 things. Now, when I bought this car from Japan, it had a set of 15-inch gunmetal Watanabe wheels on it. And I was like, I think they look perfect.
Amazing.
Obviously too small to fit with what we've done to it since. So I did a thing, people. I contacted the Watanabe factory in Japan and I got them
so good
to custom make me some wheels.
The same ones.
That are exactly the same as what this car came with, but in a spec that means they fit with our brakes and our suspension and our setup. And they're all wrapped in a set of Michelin Pilot Sport 5s.
Watanabe wheels are an iconic Japanese racing wheel that have a long history with Datsun cars. In fact, the founder of the company, Toshiyuki Watanabe, raced a 240Z. This 8-spoke design have made their mark on the industry as a wheel that is loved by fans of Japanese cars, and these ones were custom made specifically for this build. They're wrapped in a set of Michelin Pilot Sport 5s, a high-performance tyre designed for sports cars with excellent acceleration, braking and corner performance, as well as day-to-day driving in wet and dry conditions. I actually ordered these wheels from the Watanabe factory a long time before we even started working on the engine, but I didn't want to put them on until I felt like the project was truly finished. Wheels will make or break the project, and it feels like now is the right time to re-gift this car the same wheels that it came with when I found it all those years ago in country Japan. The last thing to do is make sure the car gets a proper alignment and setup, so it's going down to DNA AutoSport for the final tweaks before we hit the road. Coming to the end of this build, I'm reflecting on how I missed out on an R34 GTR at the Japanese auctions and decided to buy this instead. But now that I'm here, I'm really glad I did miss out, because I got the opportunity to work on and own one of the most beautiful cars ever made. And if the GTR is the dream car of boy racers around the world, I guess that makes the 240Z the athletic grandparent. And the fact that it's powered by the RB means that it carries that exciting GTR spirit with it everywhere it goes, into a new era where it can be enjoyed day to day and appreciated for what it is and what it was. A Japanese car that was faster than Porsches made in the same era, but affordable enough that your everyday person could buy one.
So that brings us to a close of this incredible reinvigoration of the 240Z build. I absolutely Love it. It's ticked all of those boxes that I think were remained unticked, and it looks absolutely incredible. I'm sure you'll agree it looks better than pretty much any car that you can buy today. Maybe that's just the old school part of me going like, the old stuff was better than the new stuff, but in this case, it absolutely was. I do want to say a massive thank you to everybody that's helped out throughout this build, both the original version of the build and then the new iteration this time with Al and of course Dave and Scotty and my best mate, Marty.
And this is part of building cars. You often do go back, you go back to the drawing board, you have another go. It's part of the fun of also having a car like this for the amount of time that we've had it. And in that time, like, a lot has happened. This has been insured with Shannons Insurance since the beginning, since we first got it. They do agreed value, so as the modifications have been added and all the value of them generally has gone up, we just contact them and say, hey, this is what's going on with the car, come to an agreed value, pay the premium, and away you go. Question for you though, 180 GTR or 240Z? Why? Because I know that's a tough one, but that's like the trinity of Nissans.
Just all of them.
All of them.
All of them for different things.
Yeah.
You know, I think for a fun car to like zip around in and go, hey, I'm a kid again, I think is definitely the 180.
Yep.
This is more like the more premium version of that. It's faster than that. It's got more money in it.
Also classic in that way though, like you kind of don't want to.
Yeah, there's something nice about it, whereas a GTR is something that can just build lots of power and just make it go crazy. And don't worry, we're going to be seeing some of that as well, people. But for now, I think the last thing to do is actually just go for a drive. Oh, I want to show you one thing for keen-eyed viewers. Come and have a look at this quickly. You see the Watanabes that we put on? Keen-eyed viewers, a few of you noticed that on the poster, these were there from the very beginning. Because we ordered these, was it 2 years ago, Martin?
Longer.
It was a very, very long time ago, and it was always part of the plan that when we finished the build, those wheels would go on. Now they're actually on there. The car's been set up properly, DNA sorted all of that stuff out. The Haltech is running everything perfectly as it should, and I think it's just turned into an excellent, excellent car. So the last thing to do is take my best mate for a drive.
Which one?
Martin, would you like to?
I would love
would
to
you
go
like
on
to
a drive.
open the garage door for me?
Cheeky bastard. I would love to go for a drive in this.
What an amazing car. I'm not saying much because I'm just kind of loving life right now, but very, very proud of how far this car has come. Thank you so much to everybody that helped. Thanks to everybody that grabbed a poster and helped support this build. And yeah, very, very excited. It moves. It moves, it moves. Hard on the brakes. Turn one here. You got to agree, it looks absolutely incredible. And it sounds even better. I want to say a massive thank you to everybody that helped along as part of this process to bring this car to life. And of course, my mate Marty. I absolutely love it. The power is fantastic. I cannot believe the sound. I really cannot believe just how good it sounds. And it's everything I could have hoped for and more. So thank you very much for supporting this series. I really hope you got as much out of it as I did, and thank you to everybody that grabbed one of those limited time 240Z posters, because that helped support the show and that helped support this build. So thank you very much. And right now, if you don't mind me, I'm going to go make some more mad turbo noises. A third gear pull. I love it. I love it. So good. So good. That's what it's all about, people. That right there. Freaking awesome. Mighty car mods. Who would have thought I'd be doing this 17 years after starting making some videos with Marty on his mum's driveway? 17 years. Thanks for watching, everybody. Thank you very much. What an amazing result. The 240Z has come together absolutely perfectly, and I do think that it's one of the best cars that we've ever built on this show, and I can't wait to spend more time driving it. But there are a couple of people that I just want to thank quickly. First of all, you, the audience, for watching and supporting this build for over 6 years now, but also all of the people that came along and helped throughout this whole build process as well. So first of all, Al, plus we've got the team from Haltech, we've got Dave, we've got Scotty, also Myles, Benny, Sam, Rob and Aaron from Import Monster, plus all of the MCM crew. So a big shout out to James and to Ed and to Jackie. But there is one person here that I think really does deserve a lot of gratitude. They've supported the build the whole way along. They've supported me the whole way along. There's been late nights, there's been weekends, and his support has been unwavering. So I want to say a massive thank you to my best mate, Marty. If you're reading this letter, it means I've taken my cars and I'm gone.
Good luck hanging out with your dodgy bong smoking Nissan mates. I've left you some basic tools, but I've taken all the 10 mils and password locked your tune. I'm going fishing for the next 20 years and I'm going by myself. Meet me at the cemetery if you want to say goodbye, or borrow a 10 mil.
What are you doing?
Paying my respects.
To who?
Your 240Z.
Why?
Because I'm going to chop your Datsun.